Chapter 301. What's that voice? What's going on? Hearing these unfamiliar voices, countless people across the globe were utterly baffled. Shield. Sir, our network has been hacked. A bald technician reported to Nick Fury. Fury frowned immediately. Who is this? Just as he was grappling with unease and confusion on the Milano, Gamera finally lost her patience. You two idiots, stop messing around, she shouted angrily. Hearing her words, Star-Lord and Rocket finally stopped bickering. After a moment of thought, Star-Lord turned to the transparent panel in Rocket's hands and began speaking quickly. White Knight, help us. Do you know who I am? I'm Star-Lord of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the guy from Xander named Quill. We're currently being pursued by an alien fleet and desperately need your help. Please. If you don't come, we're going to die. We're heading toward New York Statue of Liberty. Speaking rapidly, Star-Lord relayed their predicament and plea for help through Rocket's transparent panel, broadcasting it worldwide. Hearing his words, people around the world were stunned, then slowly began to understand. Guardians of the Galaxy. Alien fleet. Even if they didn't know much about the Guardians of the Galaxy, everyone knew exactly who they were asking for help. The White Knight. Could this really involve the White Knight? Statue of Liberty. Nearby tourists were thrown into chaos, unsure whether to grow a second pair of legs and flee or seize the rare opportunity to film the incoming spacecraft with their devices. After all, battles between spaceships were exceptionally rare. Capturing it on camera would surely be invaluable. While they hesitated, Syd, in a secluded area, raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes. Even from his remote location, his sharp hearing caught the familiar voice from the broadcast. Star-Lord. An alien fleet. They really know how to stir up trouble. After a moment of surprise, Syd wasn't entirely shocked. Star-Lord and his crew had always been the kind to attract trouble. Hearing their cries for help, he hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. After some thought, he decided to act. Taking out an alien fleet was no challenge for him, just a casual task. Any fleet that couldn't deal with Star-Lord was unlikely to pose a threat. In the next moment, Syd activated his invisibility and changed his attire. Switching his black outfit for white, he retrieved his backpack, which contained the Infinity Stones, from his silver ring. Then, mentally connecting with the Tesseract, he activated the artifact. New York, Statue of Liberty. We're doomed, Quill. This time, we're really doomed. Flying loops in the New York City sky, Rocket Raccoon smacked his furry paw against his face, frustration evident. The White Knight still hasn't shown up. Quill, what if we're wrong? What if he's not the White Knight from your home planet's legends? Shut your crow's beak, Rocket, Star-Lord retorted. Listening to Rocket's complaints, seeing no sign of the White Knight, and watching the fleet gradually closing in, Gamera and the others grew increasingly grim. Sovereign Fleet. Priestess, it seems like they're waiting for someone, the fleet commander remarked, observing the projected scene. Who cares about that? High Priestess Aisha declared. I only want to see their ship explode. Yes. Concentrate fire. The commander began, but abruptly paused, his expression freezing. At the same time, High Priestess Aisha and the sovereign gamers around her froze, their eyes fixed on the screen. There, a figure clad entirely in white, radiating an otherworldly aura, appeared in a flash of blue light between the fleet and the Milano. Who is that? Suspended mid-air, the glowing white figure was clearly no ordinary person. From High Priestess Aisha to the lowest-ranking sovereign, everyone stared in astonishment, their actions halting instinctively. Shield. It's the White Knight. Nick Fury's expression turned grave. Beside him, a Chitauri commander, who had been gloating moments ago, now shared Fury's serious demeanor. Sokovia. Ultron shifted his attention away from the sentry robots, focusing intently on the unfolding situation. U.S. Secret Military Base. A room full of officers, who had been closely monitoring Star-Lord's plea for the White Knight, now focused entirely on the figure who had appeared. Stark Tower, New York. Tony Stark and the Avengers watched intently. Earth's atmosphere. Ego the Celestial gazed at the white-clad figure, his thoughts racing. So, he's the White Knight. A being who could also control light. Ego's mind brimmed with curiosity about this enigmatic figure. Across New York City, countless citizens saw the white figure floating in the sky and felt a chill run down their spines. With the Sovereign Fleet's assault momentarily paused, Star-Lord and his crew, overwhelmed with relief, cheered. "Hey, it's me. White Knight, save us." Star-Lord quickly activated the ship's loudspeaker, waving frantically to get Syd's attention. Hearing the voice, Syd glanced at them briefly before shifting his focus to the golden ships surrounding them. Sovereign ships. In an instant, Syd sifted through his memory, piecing together the information. While he pondered, the surrounding sovereign ships overheard Star-Lord's words. So, he's the White Knight. The legendary warrior from Terra. Initially stunned, the sovereigns recalled the rumors. Terra was said to have two powerful figures, Messiah and the White Knight. Rumor has it one can destroy an entire city in an instant, while the other can erase countless lives with ease. Aisha muttered in awe. Looking at the projection of the White Knight, rumored to erase lives effortlessly, she shook her head. Such exaggerations. Commander, treat it as a joke. Then, she issued her order. Destroy him. End of chapter. Chapter 302. Yes, High Priestess. Sovereign voices echoed in unison. Let's see what kind of strength this so-called legendary warrior of Terra possesses, High Priestess Aisha thought with amusement as she watched her people, their expressions solemn, preparing to fire their warships. In the next second, the fleet resumed its attack. This time, however, they included Syd, who floated in the air, as one of their targets. Sovereign eyes gleamed with pride and anticipation as they imagined this figure riddled with holes from their barrage of golden lasers. On scene. Star-Lord piloted the Milano, weaving to evade the attacks while shouting a warning, "Be careful." Unbothered by the onslaught of yellow energy blasts, Syd raised his hand, a red light suddenly radiating from his palm. In an instant, thousands of high-energy yellow lasers, like raindrops hitting a water screen, disappeared without causing the slightest ripple. What? High Priestess Aisha, prepared for a spectacle, froze, her expression stiff. The sovereigns, once brimming with confidence, were now filled with shock. What did he do? How did he block the attacks from so many warships? While they gawked, Syd, having effortlessly neutralized the lasers, surveyed the densely packed fleet of nearly 200 warships in the sky. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Under countless stunned gazes, all the warships within a kilometer radius were enveloped in red light. Then, with a deafening roar, the warships began to collapse inward, exploding into brilliant fireworks in the sky. In mere moments, the once-packed sky was cleared as the warships disintegrated, their remains vaporized by chaotic magical energy. It was as if the fleet had never existed, the sky as clear as before. Instinctively, the Milano, which had been maneuvering to avoid fire, came to a halt. At the controls, Star-Lord and Rocket stared slack-jawed at the White Knight, his white cloak fluttering in the wind. With a mere wave of his hand, an entire fleet had been obliterated and vaporized. What kind of power is this? Is this what they call a god? Star-Lord was utterly dumbfounded. This scene, visible to countless New Yorkers, sent chills down their spines. The White Knight's power was becoming increasingly fearsome. Elsewhere. Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark at Stark Tower, and countless others, including military officials, were left grappling with the shocking display of power. For the sovereigns, the shock was even greater. On their gaming chairs, screens flashed red, accompanied by a chorus of failure notifications. From High Priestess Aisha to the ordinary sovereign citizens, all wore expressions of disbelief. High above, Aisha's face twisted in shock as she demanded, "Who did this?" The fleet commander, equally stunned, quickly responded, "Activate death replay." A massive projection appeared, playing back the last 30 seconds of the fleet's experience in slow motion. Under tenfold magnification, they finally understood. The White Knight had simply raised his right hand, enveloping their fleet in red light, which crushed and annihilated their ships in an instant. Some warships had even been visibly compressed before exploding. High Priestess Aisha's expression became one of unprecedented disbelief. What kind of power is this? This man destroyed our entire fleet in the blink of an eye. How terrifying must his power be? The other sovereigns were equally shaken, struggling to comprehend why a single individual could wield such unimaginable strength. Recalling something, High Priestess Aisha muttered in disbelief, the rumors of powerful beings on Terra, they're true. According to the stories, one could destroy a city in an instant, and another could erase countless lives with ease. If the White Knight possessed such power, then the tales of Messiah, who could obliterate cities, might also be true. How could such a weak civilization produce beings this powerful? The fleet commander interrupted her thoughts. High Priestess, what should we do now? Despite her fear, Aisha forced herself to remain calm. Deploy some probes to assess the situation. Yes. Soon, a swarm of golden probes was launched, swiftly heading toward Earth through jump points. Back on scene. On the Milano, Star-Lord, having recovered from his shock, exclaimed, "Bro, you're this strong. You're way more powerful than you were back on that barren planet. Back then, I even doubted the rumors about Terra's powerful beings, but now. No exaggeration, I think the stories even underestimated you." Rocket nodded instinctively in agreement. Unlike the awestruck Star-Lord and Rocket, Gamera remained more rational, even feeling the urge to distance herself from such a dangerous figure. Still, gratitude was necessary. "Thank you for helping us," Gamera said sincerely. Syd glanced at them and gave a small nod, then prepared to leave without another word. However, he paused, sensing something. He raised his head, looking toward the sky as if he had noticed something unusual. His actions puzzled Star-Lord, Gamera, and even Ultron, who was secretly observing. What was the White Knight looking at? The answer came moments later. A pure white, egg-shaped spacecraft descended from the clouds. Standing atop its hull was a middle-aged man with brown and white hair. Looking at the White Knight, the man remarked, "Impressive perception." Suddenly, Ego's gaze fixated on the red glow emanating from Syd's hand, his brows furrowing. At a distance, he hadn't noticed much. But now, sensing the unknown energy up close, a flicker of familiarity crossed Ego's mind. In the next instant, realization dawned on him. Eyes widening, he stared intently at Syd. "I detected a force recently, one that altered the universe. Its source seemed to be Earth." End of chapter. Chapter 303. As Ego's words fell, everyone, Star-Lord and his crew, and countless people worldwide listening through Rocket's transparent panel and broadcasting devices, were left stunned. The sovereign probes, which had just crossed the jump point to Earth, also caught Ego's statement. "Are you referring to the universe's transformation?" Inside the Milano, Star-Lord's eyes widened in surprise. Rocket and the others shared the same incredulous expressions. The changes to the universe were well known, even to those in distant star systems. Though they couldn't discern what caused the change or precisely when it happened, they were aware of the sudden appearance of strange new phenomena and forces in the universe. Thus, Ego's mention of the changes didn't shock them too much, they were already aware. However, what stunned them, along with countless Earthlings, was the revelation that these changes didn't just affect Earth but the entire universe. What exactly happened back then? Terrifying. The more you think about it, the scarier it gets. Conversations reignited across the globe as people discussed this event, which they had somehow forgotten about. Wait, did he say the source of the power that changed the universe is on Earth? Replaying Ego's words in their minds, many people were left bewildered and confused. Unable to suppress his own curiosity, Star-Lord asked the question on everyone's minds. "The source is on Earth?" "You've got to be joking," he said incredulously. He couldn't believe it, no way was the source of a power that altered the universe on his ordinary home planet. Earth was just so normal. How could it possibly be that special? Gamera, Rocket, and even the Sovereigns shared the same skeptical thoughts. "I didn't sense wrong," Ego said confidently, sparing a glance at his son, Peter Quill. "That power, it's located here on Earth." Hearing his certainty, disbelief spread among his audience. Sovereign. High Priestess Aisha was utterly shocked. The universe changed, because of this tiny planet. Asgard. Odin furrowed his brows, casting his gaze toward Earth. He had noticed the strange events on Earth back then, but by the time he focused his attention, it was over. He never learned the details, only that the anomalies indeed originated from Earth. Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One, who had been quietly observing Ego's arrival, frowned slightly. She knew Ego's words were true. The anomalies had occurred on Earth, and she had personally investigated when it happened. At the time, she suspected it had something to do with the dimensional demon Kaecilius was communicating with, but she could never determine how such a being wielded such power. Elsewhere, Kaecilius and his followers exchanged glances, stunned. They had witnessed the transformation of the universe with their own eyes, orchestrated by their revered demon lord. Even now, they couldn't fathom how something so impossible had been achieved. As shock rippled through everyone, Ego fixated on Syd, scrutinizing the red glow emanating from his hand. That red power in your hand, it feels familiar. It resembles the force that changed the universe. Ego's eyes widened with realization. Was it you who changed the universe? If that's true. Awe filled his voice. This is an incredible power, unparalleled in its perfection and brilliance. As Ego marveled, Star-Lord and the others gawked at Syd in disbelief, their gazes fixated on the red glow in his hand. The power to alter the universe, was it really the White Knight's doing? That's insane. Star-Lord was utterly floored. This guy's got to be joking, right? Rocket blurted, wide-eyed. Gamera's brow furrowed deeply. Shield. Nick Fury's face betrayed his disbelief. There was no way the White Knight could possess such terrifying power. Sovereign. High Priestess Aisha and her people shared similar thoughts, refusing to believe it. Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One felt a flicker of astonishment. Kaecilius and his followers, however, were overwhelmed. The Lord is the White Knight. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Asgard. Odin was equally astounded. Sokovia. Ultron shook his head. If the White Knight were truly that powerful, he could have destroyed Ultron in an instant. But judging by his current abilities, which seemed limited to a small radius, how could he possibly have influenced the entire universe? Ultron refused to believe it. Back on the scene, Syd frowned slightly at Ego's words but neither confirmed nor denied them. Ego, however, continued, his tone brimming with admiration. I've heard you can control light as well. If Peter here weren't my son, carrying my celestial genes, I might even suspect that you were my child instead. He marveled further, your power is magnificent, strong and perfectly aligned with mine. Pausing briefly, Ego made his offer, his voice filled with anticipation. I formally invite you to join me and help me fulfill my great plan. Hearing this, Syd's frown deepened. He was well aware of Ego's so-called plan, to turn every planet into an extension of his body. Such a ridiculous notion was not something Syd would ever entertain. Before he could refuse, Star-Lord interjected, yelling from the Milano. Wait a second, what did you just say? Did I hear you wrong? You said I'm your son. Star-Lord's expression was a mix of disbelief and awkwardness. Rocket and the others wore similarly strange expressions. I thought yonder was your dad, Drax muttered. Ego, his attention now back on Star-Lord, smiled warmly. Yes, after all these years, I've finally found you. End of chapter. Chapter 304. Ego shrugged and said, You truly are my son. I thought my rugged, handsome face was proof enough. My name is Ego, your father. Rocket and the others exchanged odd glances with Star-Lord, who frowned and studied Ego's face closely. After a few moments, he couldn't deny it, this man did bear a certain resemblance to him, the same kind of handsomeness. At that moment, Star-Lord's expression grew complicated. If this man truly was his father. Suddenly, Gamera asked with a frown, I think I saw you surviving in space without any equipment earlier. Who exactly are you? Her question left not just Star-Lord and his crew but also people all over the world wondering about this mysterious figure's identity. Ego, hearing this, shrugged and replied honestly, I am what you would call a celestial. His words left everyone stunned. A celestial? You're a god? Star-Lord asked hesitantly. Ego turned to Star-Lord and replied humbly, just a small god, my son. He then began to explain his origins. I don't even know where I came from. From the moment I gained consciousness. Ego recounted his development over millions of years, evolving from a brain into a planet. Hearing this incredible story, Star-Lord and people across the world were left speechless. Millions of years? Evolved into a planet? If that was true, then he really might be a god. For a moment, countless people were left either shocked, fearful, or in denial, unable to reconcile this story with their worldview. Star-Lord took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "My mother always told everyone that my father came from another planet. But she had a brain tumor, so everyone thought she was delusional. Look, I really want to believe all of this. But you left the most amazing woman on Earth, abandoned her, and let her die alone," he said angrily. Ego quickly responded, "I didn't want to leave your mother, Peter. If I didn't periodically return to my planet to reconnect with its light, both my planet and this body would wither and die." Star-Lord frowned. "Then why didn't you come back? Why did you send Yondu, someone everyone hated, to pick me up?" Ego's tone grew impassioned. "I loved your mother deeply, Peter. I couldn't bear to return to a planet where she no longer existed. You have no idea what it felt like to lose her. I don't know what it felt like. I watched her die." Star-Lord shouted. Ego fell silent for a moment before speaking softly, "I've lived for millions of years, Peter. I've made countless mistakes, but you are not one of them. You are my greatest creation. Please, give me a chance to be the kind of father she would have wanted me to be. I believe that's what she would have hoped for. I want to teach you about my planet and its light. There's so much I need to show you." Hearing Ego's heartfelt words, even the angry Star-Lord began to waver. Rocket, who had been listening, felt moved, as did countless people across Earth who were following the conversation. But amidst the swelling emotions, one person looked entirely unimpressed. Syd, who had been silently watching, couldn't help but smirk. If he didn't know better, he might have believed Ego's performance. Shaking his head, Syd thought, Ego doesn't care about fatherly love. He just wants to use Star-Lord's celestial power to accelerate his plan to take over every planet. During his countless attempts to create a child, Ego had acted more like a seed-sowing machine, discarding all those who didn't inherit his power. Star-Lord was the rare exception. Looking at the father and son's tentative reconciliation, a mischievous glint appeared in Syd's eyes. Well, Star-Lord is bound to find out sooner or later. Revealing it now shouldn't make much of a difference, right? Syd chuckled to himself. As Star-Lord opened his mouth to say something, Syd interrupted, "You mentioned your mother had a brain tumor. Have you ever considered that it might not have been a natural occurrence?" "What do you mean?" Star-Lord asked, startled. "You should ask this Celestial here. He's the one responsible for your mother's tumor," Syd said nonchalantly. "What?" Everyone, including Star-Lord and his crew, turned to Ego in disbelief. Ego's face showed a moment of shock before he asked instinctively, "How do you know that?" Realizing Star-Lord's expression had darkened, Ego began to explain slowly, "I visited Earth 3 times to see her. I knew if I returned one more time, I'd never leave again. My expansion, my purpose, would have ended. So, I made a choice. But..." Ego's voice turned somber. "I shouldn't have given her the tumor. I regret it, Peter. Please forgive me." But Star-Lord wasn't paying attention to the explanation. His focus was on one thing. "So, my mother's tumor was really because of you." Fury burned in his eyes as he glared at Ego. His mother had always been the most important person in his life, and now he knew that the man before him, the one claiming to be his father, was the very reason she had died. At that moment, even though Ego was his father, Star-Lord felt an overwhelming desire to kill him. Watching the scene unfold, Syd smirked. As expected, a proper avenger for his mother. Ego, desperate to explain and plead for forgiveness, found his words falling on deaf ears. Star-Lord's hatred was unshakable. Frustrated, Ego's gaze turned toward Syd, his eyes filled with anger. "This is your fault." Ego glared at the White Knight, his tone dripping with malice. "Are you planning to attack me?" Syd asked calmly. This moment sent shockwaves across the world. This wasn't just anyone, Ego was a Celestial who had lived for millions of years. And yet, the White Knight dared to provoke him. Countless people, from the Sovereigns to Ultron and even spectators worldwide, felt a mix of disbelief and grim satisfaction. Many believed Syd had finally overstepped. End of chapter. Chapter 305. S.H.I.E.L.D. Watching the escalating conflict, Fury's eyes gleamed with interest. Perhaps this so-called Celestial, who claimed to have lived for millions of years, could force the White Knight to reveal more of his power. Or, if this celestial managed to eliminate the White Knight, Asgard wouldn't be implicated, and Earth would remain uninvolved. Fury couldn't help but feel a faint sense of anticipation. Though he had no personal vendetta against the White Knight, the existence of such an uncontainable rogue on Earth was hardly comforting. Beside him, the Chitauri commander's expression mirrored his hope. If Ego could defeat the White Knight, it would remove a major obstacle for their master. Sokovia. Ultron, observing the events unfold, felt an unusual sense of anxiety. He better not die. If the White Knight were killed, Ultron would lose a potential avenue for obtaining Omega-level mutant abilities. Ego seemed formidable, after all. For the first time, Ultron felt worried. Asgard. Thor clutched Mjolnir tightly, a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. Brother. Sovereign. High Priestess Aisha finally understood why Star-Lord's lineage was so peculiar. As for the White Knight, who had destroyed her fleet, she gritted her teeth in frustration. He's up against a Celestial. Surely eliminating a mere Earthling shouldn't be difficult, right? Aisha watched with anticipation. On scene. Hearing the White Knight's calm inquiry, Ego's face twisted with anger. Millions of years had passed since anyone dared offend him in such a manner. Mortal, you dare to challenge a Celestial? Ego bellowed, his tone laced with fury. Syd's expression didn't waver, remaining as tranquil as ever. He had no reason to fear Ego. The so-called Celestial before him was a fraud, possessing divine power but lacking a true Celestial body. Ego wasn't even a match for a fully awakened Star-Lord. In fact, with his vulnerable brain acting as a weak point, Ego could be taken down with something as simple as a well-placed bomb. Facing such a hollow god, Syd naturally had no fear. Fixing his gaze on Ego, Syd spoke slowly. And what if I am? The statement left countless onlookers stunned. Was the White Knight truly unafraid? Was he insane? Fine. Ego could no longer contain his rage and launched an attack. He channeled the divine energy from his core, summoning tendrils of white light that shot toward Syd at incredible speed. The air buzzed with tension as the light tendrils closed in on their target. To Syd's surprise, Ego's strength seemed greater than expected. During his fight with Star-Lord, Ego had held back, likely to avoid killing his son. But now, he unleashed the same power that could destroy fleets of ships. Syd quickly pieced it together. Ego's full strength was on display now, but it made no difference to him. What puzzled him was Ego's choice of attack, light. Syd raised his right hand calmly, and the incoming tendrils froze midair, completely immobilized. The sudden halt left Ego stunned, his expression stiffening. What just happened? The same question burned in the minds of countless spectators, from Star-Lord's crew to people watching worldwide. What have you done? Ego demanded, his tone a mix of confusion and anger. He tried to regain control of the tendrils, but to his shock, they remained unresponsive as if severed from him entirely. I've lost control of them. How? Syd responded with an indifferent gesture, raising a single finger. Under countless astonished gazes, the tendrils of light disintegrated into fine particles, reforming moments later into a massive tendril of light that coiled around Ego like a constricting serpent. The unexpected reversal left everyone dumbfounded. Ego, the self-proclaimed Celestial, was the most bewildered of all. My power, you're controlling my power. Impossible. Unfazed by Ego's disbelief, Syd spoke in a calm, authoritative tone. I forgot to mention, I'm also a god. Your control over light is laughably weak. So much for being a Celestial. Ego's face contorted with shock. A god. You're a god from Asgard. Impossible. No Asgardian could be this strong. He struggled fiercely, trying to free himself from the tendril's grip, but it was in vain. Before the eyes of countless stunned onlookers, the massive tendril constricted further, snapping Ego's body into two halves. Contrary to expectations, there was no blood. Instead, Ego's severed body glowed faintly, revealing his form to be composed of pure energy. Even as his body began to regenerate, Syd didn't give him the chance. The sky darkened abruptly, and beams of concentrated sunlight rained down, striking Ego's split form with precision. Ego's body started to disintegrate under the intense light. Damn you! Ego roared in desperation. How can you wield such power? With one final cry, Ego's avatar dissolved completely, leaving no trace of his presence. The sky cleared as if nothing had happened, as though the celestial who claimed to have lived for millions of years had never existed. The world fell silent. That's it. It's over just like that. Shield. Nick Fury stared at the screen in stunned disbelief, his face frozen with a mix of shock and bewilderment. A celestial, who lived for millions of years, was taken out just like that. Without even revealing the full extent of the White Knight's strength, Ego had been annihilated. For a moment, Fury's thoughts turned to Captain Marvel. Compared to her, this so-called celestial didn't seem impressive at all. Is this really what passes for a celestial? Fury muttered, his face darkening as he felt thoroughly duped. End of chapter. Chapter 306. Chitauri Command Ship. The Chitauri commander's face froze, a string of question marks seemingly floating above his head. That's all the power he had, and he dared to challenge the White Knight. Is this celestial insane? Sokovia. Ultron, who had been watching with concern, stared blankly at the scene. Just like that. A celestial. Ultron felt as if his logical systems were about to crash. Stark Tower. Thor blinked in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. My brother truly is the strongest. A celestial. Gone in the blink of an eye. The Avengers, gathered to deal with the Ultron crisis, collectively rolled their eyes at Thor's unabashed pride in his brother. Sovereign. High Priestess Aisha stood stunned, her mind struggling to process the events. High Priestess, that celestial was utterly pathetic, the fleet commander couldn't help but comment. Indeed, Aisha agreed with a nod. What shocked her more, however, was the revelation that the White Knight was also a god. She knew of Asgard but couldn't comprehend why this White Knight was so much stronger than the tale suggested. Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One observed the scene without surprise. Asgard. Odin smiled faintly, a sense of pride mingling with his thoughts. On scene. Star-Lord, still staring at the aftermath, muttered, "It's over. He's dead." His expression was complicated. Rocket, noticing, snorted, "Don't tell me you're mourning the guy who killed your mother." "No, I'm not." Star-Lord snapped defensively. "I just regret not being the one to take him down myself." Rocket rolled his eyes. The others fell silent, unsure how to respond. Syd, watching, quipped, "A true father avenger." "What's that supposed to mean?" Star-Lord asked, confused. "Never mind," Syd said with a wave of his hand. "Anyway, that wasn't his real body." "What?" Everyone, including those listening through Rocket's transparent panel, froze in shock. "His true form is a planet," Syd explained briefly. "He mentioned it before." "A planet?" Star-Lord said, his jaw dropping. "I thought that was just him bragging." Rocket and the others were equally stunned. "But if his real body comes here, what will you do?" Star-Lord asked, his voice filled with concern. Around the world, countless people and factions watching the broadcast perked up at this revelation, their interest reignited. Oh, it was just an avatar. No wonder he was so weak. The White Knight has provoked a planetary celestial. Let's see how he handles that. Many began speculating and even gloating over the potential consequences. Syd raised an eyebrow at Star-Lord's question and replied calmly, "Don't worry. I know how to deal with it." As long as Ego's brain was destroyed, his defeat was guaranteed. For Syd, this was hardly a challenge. Though he understood that Ego posed no real threat, others were far less convinced. Even Star-Lord and his crew suspected that Syd was bluffing, while others watching the situation unfolded gleefully anticipated his downfall. After a brief conversation, Star-Lord turned to Syd with a mix of gratitude and reluctance. "Thanks for today, man. But I guess it's time for us to leave. Oh, by the way," he added with a hopeful grin, "would you be interested in joining the Guardians of the Galaxy? We could show you the universe, trust me, it'd be a blast." Rocket, Groot, and even Drax looked at Syd expectantly. Having someone as powerful as the White Knight on their team would make their missions infinitely easier. Syd appeared momentarily surprised by the offer but ultimately shook his head. Maybe another time. Disappointed but understanding, Star-Lord and his team gave up after a few more attempts to convince him. Preparing to leave, they returned to the Milano. Just as the ship was about to take off, Syd turned his gaze toward the horizon. A series of faint lights streaked across the sky, followed by the sound of explosions. Rocket scowled, muttering, "Those sovereigns aren't just arrogant, they're sneaky, too." The group watched as the sovereign probes, which had been stealthily monitoring the scene, were destroyed. After expressing their thanks once more, the Guardians left Earth aboard the Milano. Syd didn't stop them. He knew that with so many factions on Earth, the Guardians couldn't stay long without attracting unwanted attention. As their ship disappeared into the distance, Syd activated the Tesseract. A flash of blue light surrounded him, and he vanished as well. Around the world. While Syd had left, discussions about the event were far from over. Many were both fearful and excited about the potential return of Ego's true form, the planetary celestial sovereign. High Priestess Aisha was seething with frustration. This white knight, she fumed, glaring at the darkened projection screen. But despite her anger, she hesitated to take action. The white knight's power had left her shaken. "High Priestess, what should we do now?" the fleet commander asked cautiously. "What else can we do?" "Pretend this never happened," Aisha replied tersely. Still, she added thoughtfully, "at least we've learned something. That Earth truly does have powerful beings. The rumors about the universe's changes, we may have found a lead." After a moment of silence, she issued her next orders. "Deploy more probes. I want information on the White Knight and the Messiah. These two are major threats to the Sovereign." "Yes, High Priestess." As they strategized, news of the incident began to spread within Sovereign circles. The gossip eventually leaked to other factions, sparking widespread discussion. Elsewhere in the galaxy. "Did you hear? The Sovereign sent a fleet to invade a primitive planet and got utterly crushed." "What? The Sovereigns lost to a primitive planet?" Countless beings couldn't believe what they were hearing. While many mocked the Sovereign's arrogance, they couldn't deny the strength of their forces. How could they fail against a primitive civilization? What exactly had happened on that planet? End of chapter. Chapter 307. As the rumors spread, countless factions and powers became aware of the events on Earth. The planet Terra had drawn their attention once again. Two individuals, in particular, now occupied their thoughts. The White Knight and Messiah. Messiah aside, the White Knight had reportedly destroyed over 100 sovereign warships with ease and even killed a celestial. What kind of power was this? Many doubted the authenticity of such claims, finding them almost too absurd to believe. But some dared to investigate further, questioning several sovereigns. To their surprise, the rumors turned out to be true. Some factions even obtained video footage. Seeing the White Knight floating midair, summoning a sea of red light and obliterating a fleet in an instant, countless individuals felt a chill down their spines. How could such a powerful being come from Terra? Wait, is he a god from Asgard? Asgardian gods are this strong. What shocked these factions most was another rumor making the rounds. The recent cosmic upheaval was tied to Earth. And the culprit responsible for altering the universe. The White Knight. This rumor left many in disbelief. "That's ridiculous." "Exactly. I refuse to believe it. Only fools would fall for such nonsense." Most dismissed the idea outright. The universe was vast and infinite, far beyond the reach of any single being. Altering the cosmos was nothing short of a dream. The majority of the galaxy refused to believe it. Elsewhere. In a dimly lit chamber, a massive figure with purple skin sat on a grand throne. Thanos' expression was a mix of skepticism and contemplation. "The White Knight," he murmured, the name tinged with unease. While others might dismiss the idea as impossible, Thanos considered it plausible. The White Knight's ability to manipulate reality seemed capable of such feats. After some thought, Thanos shook his head. To alter the universe would require an unimaginable amount of energy. Did the White Knight truly possess that much power? Thanos doubted it. Still, his thoughts turned to a more pressing concern: how to wrest the 4 Infinity Stones from the White Knight's grasp. One scheme after another began forming in his mind. Earth. As factions across the universe reeled, Syd had returned to his secluded location. Once there, he resumed absorbing faith energy and training in sunshine. Meanwhile, in the dim glow of twilight, Dr. Stephen Strange, having just completed a difficult surgery, drove his sleek sports car along a winding mountain road. His phone buzzed, and he answered via the car's hands-free system. "Billy, what do you need?" Strange asked casually. A voice replied on the other end, "I've got a 35-year-old Air Force colonel with a crushed cervical spine and thoracic burst fractures caused by experimental armor." Strange, the world's top neurosurgeon, wasn't fazed. "Easy. Any competent surgeon could handle that," he replied dismissively. "Give me something challenging." Billy chuckled, then offered another case. A 68-year-old woman with a terminal brainstem glioma. Strange scoffed. "You trying to ruin my reputation?" "Pass." Unperturbed, Billy added, "How about a 22-year-old woman with a brain implant for schizophrenia, struck by lightning?" That piqued Strange's interest. "Now that's intriguing. Send me the file." As he spoke, Strange attempted to overtake a slower vehicle on the winding road. Distracted by the medical images Billy had sent, he didn't notice the car ahead in time. Crash. The sound of screeching tires filled the air as Strange's car collided with the vehicle ahead. His sports car spun out of control, shattering glass and flipping down the hillside. Sharp fragments embedded themselves in his hands as the car tumbled violently before crashing into the rocky riverbank below. Bloodied and unconscious, Strange lay slumped in his seat as emergency lights blinked feebly on the wreckage. Time passed. Strange, now stabilized, was wheeled into surgery. When he finally awoke, he found his hands wrapped in thick bandages and held in place by stabilizers. What have they done to me?" he whispered hoarsely, his breathing ragged. Christine Palmer, standing nearby, quickly explained. "They airlifted you here, but it took time to find you. You missed the critical window for nerve repair." Strange repeated her words in disbelief. "What have they done to me?" Christine sighed. "They inserted 11 steel pins into your bones. Multiple ligaments were torn, and your hand nerves suffered severe damage. The surgery lasted 11 hours. Strange stared at his trembling, immobilized hands, his voice rising in anger. "I could have done better." Christine tried to calm him. "No one could have done more." But Strange refused to accept it. "I could have done better." As time passed and his wounds began to heal, Strange demanded the bandages be removed. "You need patience to recover," his surgeon advised. Ignoring the warning, Strange stared at his hands, once steady and precise, now trembling uncontrollably. "You've ruined me," he said bitterly, his tone filled with despair and rage. End of chapter. Chapter 308. Despite repeated surgeries and consultations with renowned specialists, Dr. Stephen Strange's hands remained crippled, trembling so severely he couldn't even shave without cutting himself. Frustrated, he sought answers from other experts, only to face rejection after rejection. "Even the best doctors can't help you." A top neurosurgeon on a video call bluntly refused his pleas. "Stephen, this isn't about skill. You're beyond help. I can't risk my reputation on this." Before Strange could respond, the call abruptly ended, leaving him seething with anger. He hurled his laptop across the room just as Christine Palmer entered. "He won't help?" Christine asked softly. "Another coward," Strange growled, pacing. "There's a new technique in Tokyo, stem cells and 3D printed bone scaffolding. I just need funding." Christine sighed. "Stephen, you're already broke. You've spent everything you have." "I'll find the money." "Maybe it's time to accept this, Stephen. Some things can't be fixed." "No." Strange snapped. "I can't give up now." "Stephen," Christine pressed, her voice gentle but firm, "a life without surgery is still a life. It's not the end of the world. There's more to life than your career." "Oh, really? Like what?" "You." Strange retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hurt and frustrated, Christine left. Determined, Strange accessed hospital records, searching for any leads. One name caught his attention: Jonathan Pangborn, a former paraplegic whose recovery defied all medical explanation. Strange tracked him down to a basketball court. Jonathan Pangborn. Paralyzed from the chest down, spinal damage at C7 and C8. Strange muttered as he approached. Pangborn, startled, turned to face him. Who are you? I'm Stephen Strange, former neurosurgeon. Recognition dawned on Pangborn's face. Oh, I remember you. You didn't even bother to see me back then. Your assistant turned me away. I couldn't help you, Strange admitted, his voice heavy with regret. You mean you quit before you even tried? Pangborn replied sharply. Desperate, Strange raised his trembling hands. Please, tell me how you did it. How did you recover? After a long pause, Pangborn relented. I went to Kamar-Taj. The teachings there, they opened my mind and healed my body. Kamar-Taj. It's not just about healing. It's about enlightenment. But be warned, the price is steep. How much does it cost? It's not about money, Pangborn said, walking away. Good luck. Following Pangborn's cryptic advice, Strange traveled to Kathmandu, Nepal, wandering the ancient streets in search of answers. Passing an old sign advertising spiritual healing and inner peace, he muttered, Kamar-Taj. Unbeknownst to him, Mordo, dressed in a black robe, overheard the name. His gaze followed Strange as he disappeared down a narrow alleyway. Strange soon found himself cornered by 3 men armed with sticks. I don't have any money, Strange said quickly. Hand over the watch, one of them growled. This is all I have left, please don't. Give me the watch. When they advanced, Strange threw a desperate punch, but the fight quickly turned against him. Before things could escalate further, Mordo intervened. With swift, precise movements, he incapacitated the assailants. You're looking for Kamar-Taj? Mordo asked, extending a hand to the battered doctor. Kamar-Taj. Guided by Mordo, Strange entered the ancient sanctum. Its walls were adorned with mystical symbols, and an air of tranquility enveloped the space. When Mordo led him to the Ancient One, Strange couldn't hide his skepticism. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Kamar-Taj, Kaecilius received word of Strange's arrival. Mordo brought someone to see the Ancient One. Kaecilius mused aloud, intrigued. What's so special about this person that he warrants such attention? A sinister smile spread across his face. Perhaps, he said to the group of zealots around him, we should introduce this newcomer to our great Father and Savior. End of chapter. Chapter 309. Sunset, Kamar-Taj. This is my master's sanctum. Her name is the Ancient One, Mordo said, leading Stephen Strange into the sacred hall, its interior illuminated by the warm glow of the setting sun. Ancient One. Is that her real name? Strange asked skeptically. Mordo remained silent, merely casting a calm glance his way. Strange sighed, recalling the rules Mordo had explained earlier. Fine, I'll forget everything I think I know. My apologies. As they walked, Strange noticed other individuals in the sanctum, exuding an air of quiet discipline. Soon, they arrived before a serene figure clad in white robes, her bald head catching the fading sunlight. Mr. Strange, the Ancient One greeted with a smile, offering him a cup of tea. Relax. You don't need to be so tense. It's Doctor, Strange corrected, sipping the tea. You were a doctor, the Ancient One said gently. And that's why you're here. After brief pleasantries, Strange asked the burning question on his mind. You once helped a man named Jonathan Pangborn, a paraplegic, walk again. How did you do it? The Ancient One nodded. Yes, I guided him. Strange leaned forward, his voice tinged with hope. You restored his severed spinal cord. His C7 and C8 vertebrae. I didn't heal him, she replied, shaking her head. I convinced him he could heal himself. What? Is this some kind of placebo? Strange asked, disappointment clear in his tone. The Ancient One explained calmly, when you reconnect a damaged nerve, is it the surgeon who heals it, or the body? Strange frowned. Cells heal the nerve. But cells only heal in the way they know how. What if I told you that your body could convince itself to heal in ways you've never imagined? Strange's mind raced, grasping at scientific explanations. Are you talking about cellular regeneration? Some kind of advanced biotechnology? The Ancient One shook her head, dismissing his theory. We use no such technology here. What we know is how to channel the mind to heal the body. mind over matter. Strange scoffed, his initial curiosity turning into frustration. The Ancient One remained patient. You've spent your life pushing boundaries, yearning to see and understand more. But now, when faced with a truth beyond your comprehension, you refuse to accept it. I refuse because it's absurd. Strange snapped, his voice rising. There's no mystical, mind-healing nonsense. No spirits, no soul, just neurons firing in the brain. Humans are nothing more than matter. You think you understand the universe, Dr. Strange? The Ancient One asked, her tone calm yet firm. What about Messiah and the White Knight? Surely you've heard of them. Strange froze. The name struck a chord. He had read about their exploits, their powers defied explanation. They're just genetic anomalies, he muttered. Alien technology, perhaps, but nothing mystical. The Ancient One smiled knowingly. You truly believe their power is simply genetic mutation? Of course. What else could it be? Strange's frustration boiled over. The Ancient One said no more. Instead, she reached out, placing her palm against Strange's chest. Whoosh! In an instant, Strange's spirit was expelled from his body. He looked down at himself, translucent and glowing. His physical form sat lifeless in the chair. What? What's happening? He stammered, staring at his ethereal hands. The Ancient One gestured, and Strange's spirit snapped back into his body. What did you just do to me? He demanded. I separated your astral form from your physical body, she explained matter-of-factly. You drugged me. That tea, what did you put in it? Psychedelics. Just tea. With a bit of honey, she replied, unfazed. What? What did I just experience? You glimpsed the astral plane, a dimension where the soul can exist outside the body. The Ancient One began explaining, human perception is limited to 3 dimensions, but there are countless others beyond our understanding. The place you visited is known as the astral dimension, or the plane of souls. Without guidance, one could easily become lost there. Strange struggled to process her words, his scientific mind at odds with what he had just experienced. Why would you do this to me? To open your eyes, she replied. You know so little of the universe, yet you presume to understand its limits. She placed her thumb on Strange's forehead. Let me show you the truth. Open your eyes. Whoosh! Strange's body shot backward, breaking through the roof of the sanctum and soaring into the sky. What? What is happening? This isn't real. He rocketed past Earth's atmosphere, glimpsing the vast expanse of space before colliding with a butterfly larger than a planet. As he touched its iridescent wings, he was propelled into a kaleidoscopic wormhole, a twisting tunnel of vibrant colors and incomprehensible shapes. End of chapter. Chapter 310. Kamar-Taj, Sunset. Amid the golden hues of dusk, Mordo and the Ancient One exchanged serious glances as Stephen Strange's consciousness hurtled through dimensions at incomprehensible speeds. His body won't hold up if this continues. Mordo warned, visibly concerned. The Ancient One, however, remained unperturbed. He's fine. In the whirlwind of interdimensional travel, Strange found himself immersed in an ever-changing kaleidoscope of vibrant lights and surreal landscapes. You think you know the rules of reality, the Ancient One's voice echoed, her tone calm yet haunting. You think the material universe is all there is. Do you understand truth? What lies beyond your comprehension, beyond the veil of the known universe? Her words reverberated as Strange's body twisted through the impossible. The boundaries of his understanding were stretched thin as he glimpsed worlds filled with unthinkable beauty and realms consumed by chaos. This universe is but one of countless others, the Ancient One's voice continued. Strange tumbled through an obsidian void, where crystalline structures radiated with an otherworldly glow. Some are filled with life and hope, she explained. Others, consumed by darkness and destruction, their shadows hungering for opportunity. In one harrowing instant, Strange came face to face with Dormammu, the malevolent ruler of the dark dimension, a towering entity composed of pure, writhing energy. No, this isn't real. Strange cried out, his voice a mere whisper against the deafening silence of the void. Abruptly, he was propelled through galaxies, stars flashing past him in streaks of light until he found himself floating in a tranquil, cosmic expanse. In the vast multiverse, who are you, Dr. Strange? Crash. Strange spirit snapped back into his physical body, and he tumbled unceremoniously to the floor of the sanctum. Panting, disoriented, and visibly shaken, he looked up at the Ancient One. "Have you ever seen that in a gift shop?" she asked with a faint smirk. Strange remained on the ground, struggling to process what he had just witnessed. His worldview, his belief in science, and his understanding of reality, all shattered in moments. What was that?" Strange stammered, his voice trembling. The Ancient One smiled, sensing the cracks in his skepticism. Finally, Strange spoke, his voice filled with desperation. "Teach me. Please, teach me." But instead of the acceptance he had expected, the Ancient One's reply was curt and absolute. "No." And with that, he was escorted out of Kamar-Taj. Outside the gates of Kamar-Taj, hours later. "Please. Don't shut me out." Strange shouted, pounding on the heavy wooden doors. "I have nowhere else to go." As dusk turned to night, he slumped against the cold stone steps, his hope dwindling with each passing moment. Inside Kamar-Taj. "You think I shouldn't have turned him away?" the Ancient One asked, gazing calmly at Mordo. Mordo chuckled. "It's been 5 hours, and he's still outside. He's persistent." The Ancient One's expression softened briefly, though her tone remained wary. "Stubbornness, arrogance, ambition. I've seen these traits before." Mordo's brow furrowed. "You mean Kaecilius?" The Ancient One remained silent for a moment, her gaze distant. Kaecilius had once been a trusted disciple, but she had seen a future in which darkness consumed him. Now, the future felt more uncertain than ever. Kaecilius had not yet fallen to Dormammu's influence, and though his allegiances were suspect, the Ancient One had chosen to monitor him rather than act prematurely. Still, not all disciples had resisted the call of the dark dimension. In their stead, new adherents to darkness had risen, inevitabilities of the multiverse's shifting balance. Mordo broke the silence. "The missing pages from the forbidden texts, they contain dangerous knowledge. If someone deciphers them, they could destroy us all," Mordo said gravely. The Ancient One nodded but remained silent. Outside Kamar-Taj. Unbeknownst to Strange, a group of robed figures watched him from the shadows. "Kaecilius," whispered one of the disciples, "why don't we approach him now? He's desperate. Vulnerable." Kaecilius smiled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Patience. Desperation must fully take root. Only then will he truly appreciate the gift we offer." His disciples nodded in unison, their expressions admiring. Kaecilius stepped forward, his voice smooth and assured. "It is through suffering that he will find faith in our Master. Only in his lowest moment will he see the light of our Father and Savior." The disciples murmured in agreement, their reverence palpable. Kaecilius turned, his eyes fixed on Strange. "Come," he said, leading the way. "It's time we introduced him to true power." End of chapter. Chapter 311. Stephen Strange, feeling utterly despondent and hopeless, turned instinctively upon hearing the sudden sound of footsteps. What greeted him were a dozen sorcerers clad in yellow robes, walking slowly toward him. Their aura was oddly familiar, and Stephen Strange quickly realized that it resembled the aura of the sorcerers he had encountered earlier. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Stephen's eyes. His imagination ran wild, and he assumed that the Ancient One had finally decided to teach him and had sent these people. "Who are you?" he asked excitedly. "Sorcerers." As they approached, Kaecilius and his group stopped. Observing the unassuming men before him, Kaecilius' eyes flickered, and then he smiled. "Stephen Strange, correct?" "Yes, that's me." Stephen Strange sensed something amiss but hesitated. "You are." Kaecilius maintained his smile and said, "Mr. Stephen Strange, rest assured, we too are sorcerers of Kamar-Taj. Not long ago, I passed by and noticed that you seemed lost, as if you needed guidance. Mr. Stephen Strange, would you like me to show you the path of light?" "The path of light?" Stephen Strange was taken aback. "Yes," Kaecilius nodded. "I heard you came to Kamar-Taj to heal your hands. Healing your hands is a simple matter for us, but..." Before he could finish, Stephen Strange, overcome with emotion, stood up and eagerly asked, "But what?" The next moment, the middle-aged sorcerer with a braid behind his head said, "Before we get to that, Mr. Strange, allow me the honor of introducing the Heavenly Father and Savior whom my group and I revere. The one true God in the world, the Savior of this realm. Stephen Strange was dumbfounded as he listened to the middle-aged sorcerer enthusiastically introduce this entity. You're sorcerers, aren't you? Why would you get involved in faith and religion? Stephen's expression was one of incredulity. Kaecilius explained slowly, we believe in a being that transcends time, a great dimensional entity, a mighty Lord. As long as you believe in the Lord can bestow infinite power upon you. Restoring your hands would be but a trivial feat. Mr. Stephen Strange, you might want to consider it. Stephen's attention instantly locked onto the promise of healing his hands. His expression brimmed with excitement. You can truly restore my hands. You're not deceiving me, right? Believing in a God can heal my hands. Stephen Strange wanted to say more, but Kaecilius, who was about to respond, suddenly paused. His gaze shifted behind Stephen Strange. With a creak, the closed gates of Kamar-Taj swung open. Mordo, the Ancient One's primary disciple, emerged. For a moment, silence engulfed the scene. Stephen Strange felt awkward, unsure of what to say. As for Kaecilius, he contemplated how much Mordo might have overheard and whether he should act to eliminate him. After a brief consideration, Kaecilius decided to act as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Mordo but made no further moves. Mordo, in turn, acted as though he hadn't heard anything. He addressed Stephen Strange, come with me. Oh, all right, Stephen replied instinctively, following Mordo toward the gate. Just before the door closed, he heard the braided sorcerer's voice again. Mr. Stephen Strange, do consider what I said. Learning magic is tedious, long, and often comes at a cost. But our path is different. As the doors shut, Stephen Strange's expression shifted, his thoughts in turmoil. After pondering for a while, Stephen ultimately decided to see what magic the Ancient One and her disciples would teach him before making a decision about the braided sorcerer's offer. While leading Stephen Strange through Kamar-Taj, Mordo suddenly spoke, Strange, don't trust him. Yes, I know, Stephen replied, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Mordo didn't seem convinced but didn't press further. He led Stephen to a room and said, take a bath and rest for a while. If possible, try to meditate. The Ancient One will summon you shortly. Lighting a candle in the room, Mordo handed Stephen a card with some letters on it before heading toward the door. What's this? A spell I need to recite? Stephen asked curiously. It's the Wi-Fi password. We're not savages, Mordo replied with a chuckle as he closed the wooden door. Once outside, the smile disappeared from Mordo's face. His brow furrowed as he walked quickly, deep in thought. After a while, he arrived at the hall where the Ancient One resided and relayed the recent events to her. You suspect that Kaecilius and his group might be worshipping a dimensional entity, the Ancient One asked calmly. Mordo nodded, frowning. Should we intervene? Or expel them from Kamar-Taj? Their actions. Before he could finish, the Ancient One interrupted with a statement that left him bewildered. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Act as if you saw nothing. Why? Mordo asked, confused. When the Ancient One remained silent, Mordo reluctantly said, very well. Still puzzled, he left the hall. Though he couldn't understand the Ancient One's reasoning, Mordo couldn't forget Kaecilius' words. He resolved to investigate quietly and find out who or what Kaecilius and his group were worshipping. After Mordo left, the Ancient One furrowed her brows. She instinctively raised her hand, as if to use the eye of Agamotto to glimpse the future. But she stopped midway. Let things unfold naturally, she sighed softly. If it leads to something unfavorable, I'll intervene then. Later, in the hall where the Ancient One resided, she began explaining to Strange. The language of the arcane has existed since the dawn of civilization. Ancient sorcerers referred to this language as spells. If that term seems too fantastical, think of it as a program, a source code for constructing reality. As she spoke, the Ancient One extended her hands, conjuring a shield spell. We draw immense power from other dimensional planes within the multiverse. By reciting spells, we summon shields, create weapons, and wield magic. Watching the golden shield of intricate lines appear before him, Stephen Strange was awestruck and filled with joy. Still, he expressed his concern. Even if my fingers can perform those movements, they're no different from an ordinary wave. End of chapter. Chapter 312. How do I go from a novice to a master? The Ancient One smiled and asked, how did you restore damaged nerves and piece together a fractured spine, step by step, back to their original state? Through diligent study and relentless practice, year after year. Stephen Strange answered instinctively. The Ancient One nodded. After explaining a bit more about the principles of magic, the Ancient One directed Stephen Strange to Kamar-Taj's courtyard to observe how others were learning. Soon enough, guided by other apprentices, he began delving into various books on magical theory. While Dr. Strange was diligently studying magic, elsewhere, Syd had already taken note of the events unfolding at Kamar-Taj. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. Hearing Kaecilius' report, Syd raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had some regard for Stephen Strange. As the Sorcerer Supreme who succeeded the Ancient One in the original timeline, his talent and power were undeniable. Of course, it wasn't just that which caught Syd's attention, it was Stephen Strange's potential for catastrophic consequences if misled. Compared to the destruction wrought by other Avengers, this master of magic posed the greatest hidden danger. A single misstep with the Time Stone, and he could disrupt the entire universe. Syd had no desire to wake up one day to find the universe in chaos. If the universe collapsed, his current power, which had yet to reach a universal scale, might not guarantee his survival outside of it. For this reason, Syd approved of Kaecilius' efforts to influence Dr. Strange. At the same time, he was contemplating how to further explore the depths of his divinity. Is there something flawed about the way I've been granting abilities? When he casually bestowed powers like optical invisibility or holographic illusions, he couldn't help but feel something was missing. Is it the lack of dependency on me? Syd pondered. When I grant abilities, I leave it at that. The energy required to use light-based abilities is drawn from their own reserves. This not only makes their powers weak and limits their usage but also reduces their reliance on me. Syd began brainstorming solutions. As someone who had read countless novels, he quickly devised a potential approach. Perhaps I could establish divine spells. But most importantly, I need to supply energy, providing believers with the power to cast divine spells and magic. Syd had long since discovered that he could transfer his internal light energy to Kaecilius. At the time, however, his light energy was insufficient, so he refrained from granting it to others. Now, with his divine core capable of converting faith into light energy, he saw an opportunity. Maybe I can create a light energy lending system. Believers could offer up their faith in full, from which Syd would consume 90% and convert the remaining 10% into light energy divine power for their use. This would establish a virtuous cycle of dependency. The stronger their faith, the more energy they could receive, making them stronger in turn. Less devout individuals, seeing the power of the devout, might grow envious and become more fervent in their worship. Should a believer lose faith one day, the lack of light energy replenishment would cause their powers to wane, eliminating any risk of empowering an enemy. The more Syd considered this, the more his eyes lit up with excitement. The only question now was whether this system could be implemented. Closing his eyes, Syd focused on his radiant divine core. In his perception, countless threads of faith connected to the divine core. Each thread represented a believer, with threads varying in size. Larger threads conveyed more faith, smaller ones less. The disparity clearly reflected the degree of devotion. At that moment, a vast amount of faith was accumulating outside his core, waiting to be absorbed. This surplus of faith energy was enough to level up his divine core. After some thought, Syd decided to hold off on leveling up. The accumulated faith could serve as a backup supply of light energy if his reserves ran dry, so there was no urgency. Instead, he focused on the dense web of faith threads, initiating an experiment. As soon as he willed it, Syd was astonished. The moment the thought occurred, his divinely imbued core responded like an advanced AI, immediately executing his intentions. In an instant, the transformation occurred. With a mere thought, the divine core could now allocate light energy, or rather, divine power of light, automatically. Witnessing how easily his vision became reality, with almost no effort on his part, Syd couldn't help but marvel. Gods truly are the embodiment of the unscientific, the world's darlings, and avatars of universal rules. Their feats are utterly extraordinary. Or perhaps this ability was innate to gods all along, only hidden because I hadn't explored it yet. This realization prompted deeper introspection. Maybe I've underestimated the potential of my abilities. Each one might have depths I haven't yet discovered. If I can delve into these powers, I might achieve something even more extraordinary. As Syd pondered this, a mix of anticipation and frustration arose. The sheer number of his abilities was overwhelming, leaving him little time to thoroughly research any of them. Moreover, the constant growth of his powers and acquisition of new abilities left him with little incentive to sit down and study. Why bother researching when practice alone would make him stronger? The fast track to power was far more appealing than taking a slow, methodical approach. Sometimes, having too much talent can be a burden, Syd sighed. That didn't mean he would completely abandon research, though. Occasionally, when he had time, he could delve into his abilities, like today. Returning his focus to his divine core, Syd considered when to activate the new system. Let's wait until Doctor Strange is on board, he decided. With that, his attention shifted to Kaecilius and his group. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit location, a group of sorcerers was conducting a dark magical ritual. End of chapter. Chapter 313. Lord Dormammu will grant us the power to destroy the entire world. A group of black-robed sorcerers, led by a middle-aged man, was conducting a magical ritual. As Morris waved his hand, red magical lines formed a symbol in midair. Together, the sorcerers began chanting incantations from the fragmented pages of forbidden texts. We summon you, Dormammu. Hear our call and come to us. Reveal your true form. We summon you, Dormammu. The red symbol in the air rotated continuously. With the final chant, the ground beneath them transformed, its tiles shifting like the patterns of a kaleidoscope. In an instant, a vision appeared in everyone's mind. They saw a strange, dark dimension flickering with vibrant colors, and a massive black entity composed of pure dark energy, a colossal figure. They immediately recognized it as the dark dimension, and the enormous figure as Lord Dormammu himself. As they beheld Dormammu, he, too, took notice of them. I shall grant you power. Destroy the sanctums for me. Dormammu's greedy and malevolent voice echoed in their minds. Once the sanctums are destroyed and Earth's protective barrier collapses, the entire planet shall belong to me, Dormammu. At that moment, dark energy surged through the connection into Morris's body. In mere seconds, he felt an unprecedented surge of power. However, this newfound strength came with a price. His body and soul began to corrode. The signs of corruption were evident. The skin around his eyes darkened, resembling charred coal. This phenomenon occurred in varying degrees among all the sorcerers, with Morris receiving the largest influx of power. Ha ha ha. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Morris was overwhelmed by a sense of omnipotence. With a casual wave of his hand, the surrounding buildings warped and twisted, flipping upside down and transforming into grotesque shapes. Lord Dormammu's power is indeed magnificent. He is the greatest. Seeing this display, the male and female sorcerers were filled with awe and excitement. Morris declared loudly, Lord Dormammu, we will fulfill your command. After experiencing their newfound power, they immediately began planning the destruction of the sanctums. Once the sanctums were destroyed and Earth's magical barrier was gone, Dormammu would be free to invade and consume the planet. Meanwhile, at Kamar-Taj, Stephen Strange was diligently practicing magic alongside other apprentices. Time passed, and soon it was morning. Stephen, standing among the apprentices, struggled to produce even a spark of energy while others easily conjured intricate magical lines. Each failure left him feeling increasingly awkward and frustrated. Kaecilius' words from earlier kept resurfacing in his mind, tempting him. As Stephen trained, Syd, observing through the faith threads of one of his sorcerer followers, took note of the events unfolding at Kamar-Taj. In the courtyard, Mordo continued his lecture. Mastering the sling ring is crucial in magic. It allows us to travel freely across the multiverse. You must focus intensely, visualizing your destination in your mind. Imagine every detail vividly. The clearer the image in your mind, the faster the portal will appear. Watching the glowing sparks forming portals in front of the other apprentices, Stephen glanced at the pitiful sparks he managed to summon and fell silent, unsure of what to say. Peering through his connection, Syd observed with growing curiosity. Portals, huh? He had seen this magic before in Kaecilius' memories. With that thought, Syd decided to give it a try. Thanks to his frequent use of the Tesseract and his divine mental clarity, imagining vivid scenes was no challenge for him. Energy was also not an issue, though he lacked the essential sling ring. Normally, casting a portal spell without the sling ring would be impossible. However, as he attempted the spell, Syd immediately sensed something unusual and couldn't help but feel surprised. This was his first time using magic after fully activating the Orochi template, with all abilities at maximum level. In that moment, his sensitivity to spatial anomalies was extraordinary. With a mere thought, golden sparks formed a circular portal before him. Without a sling ring, he had managed to create a portal. Syd was astonished. He carefully analyzed the phenomenon and compared it to Kaecilius' memories, quickly identifying a significant difference. Compared to Kaecilius and others, his affinity with space was overwhelming. While their connection to space could be measured at 1%, his was at 100%. As he marveled at this revelation, a thought struck him. Could it be because of Orochi's nature? He recalled that Orochi wasn't merely a surface-level character. As a deity with dominion over space, Orochi possessed immense spatial manipulation abilities. Though his version of Orochi was modeled after the game character, which limited such powers, it seemed the innate affinity for space remained intact. Perhaps, as his abilities reached their peak, his spatial manipulation skills were slowly unlocking. Acknowledging this hidden potential, Syd set the thought aside and turned his attention back to the portal spell. This portal can connect to other universes, right? After some hesitation, Syd refrained from experimenting further. He had concerns. Stepping into another universe and leaving traces might trigger an attraction between universes, potentially causing a collision. This kind of multiversal collision, hinted at in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, was a future event that could devastate the Avengers. Syd had no intention of facing such a disaster before reaching a certain level of strength. Shifting his focus away from the portal, Syd redirected his attention to Stephen Strange. At that moment, Stephen was in conversation with the Ancient One about his hands. End of chapter. Chapter 314. Hi everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying the extra chapters. If you feel like supporting me, visit my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fics. Anyways, thanks for your support. Strange believed his inability to use magic stemmed from his injured hands, but the Ancient One dismissed this notion. To prove her point, she introduced Hammer, a one-handed sorcerer, who effortlessly cast a spell. This scene left Stephen stunned. Under Syd's watchful gaze, the Ancient One created a portal and transported Strange to the snow-covered Mount Everest. In such extreme conditions, a normal person could endure no more than 30 minutes before facing life-threatening danger. Without warm clothing, Stephen might not even last 2 minutes. After explaining briefly, the Ancient One left Stephen on Everest and returned alone to Kamar-Taj courtyard. Kamar-Taj courtyard. How is he doing? Mordo asked. The Ancient One replied calmly, you'll know in a few seconds. As expected, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, an unstable yellow portal appeared, and a frostbitten Stephen Strange stumbled through it. Time passed quickly. Once Stephen overcame his doubts, his photographic memory and natural talent for the mystical arts allowed him to progress rapidly in magic. One day, in the courtyard, Stephen and Mordo discussed the Ancient One. How old is she, exactly? Stephen asked curiously. No one knows the Sorcerer Supreme's age. All we know is that she is Celtic, but she has never spoken of her past, Mordo explained. Why would you follow someone so mysterious? Stephen asked, astonished. Mordo smiled and replied, I know she is resolute, steadfast, and kind. Trust your master, and don't stray from the path. Stephen, having learned more about Kamar-Taj's secrets during his time there, asked cautiously, you mean Kaecilius, don't you? Mordo's expression darkened as he answered, yes. When he first arrived here, he was broken, lost, and desperate, seeking answers in the mystic arts. He was gifted, but arrogant and stubborn, even rejecting the Ancient One's teachings. Eventually, some sorcerers followed him, seduced by his false doctrines. Stephen frowned and asked, so he's the one who stole the forbidden pages, right? What was on them? You're wrong. He didn't steal the forbidden pages. I thought so too at first, Mordo said solemnly, before adding, but that's not something you should concern yourself with. Later that night, as Stephen was reading in his room, a knock interrupted him. "Come in," he called. The door opened, revealing Kaecilius, the braided, yellow-robed sorcerer. Kaecilius glanced at him and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Stephen frowned and replied, "Kaecilius, I've heard about you. I need more time to think." Kaecilius detected a note of pride in Stephen's tone. It was clear that Stephen didn't believe in his so-called Heavenly Father and Savior and had confidence in his own magical talent. He seemed to think he could achieve his goals without Kaecilius' help. "Very well. I hope you'll always feel that way," Kaecilius said before turning and leaving the room. To him, Stephen's lack of faith was his own loss, not Kaecilius'. Watching Kaecilius leave, Stephen's expression remained unchanged. After weeks of studying magic and reading numerous texts, Stephen had come to understand what dimensional entities were. But he didn't care. What difference did it make if he joined their group and worshipped their so-called dimensional god? Would a dimensional entity even notice a mere believer? And even if it did, how much power could it bestow? Stephen concluded that relying on himself was far more reliable. Besides, magic inherently involved borrowing power from dimensional entities. If that was the case, what was the point of pledging faith? It wasn't worth the cost. Kaecilius, who had devoted himself to such a being, didn't even seem particularly powerful to him. Meanwhile, Syd, watching Kaecilius leave Stephen's room through his faith threads, was both surprised and unsurprised. Dr. Strange's arrogance and pride were traits he had long possessed, even as a neurosurgeon. Though tempered somewhat during his time at Kamar-Taj, they hadn't vanished entirely. Syd had no particular feelings about this. While he found Stephen Strange intriguing, he wasn't inclined to go out of his way to help him. "It seems there's no need to wait for Strange. I can activate the new mode right now. Besides..." Syd frowned slightly. Through the faith threads, he had noticed troubling signs within Kamar-Taj. To prevent Kaecilius, a loyal follower, from being eliminated due to his current weakness, Syd decided to activate the new mode early. Back in his room, Kaecilius was met with a question. "Master Kaecilius, how did it go?" A 30-something female sorcerer named Tiana asked curiously. The others in the room, about a dozen sorcerers, turned their expectant gazes toward Kaecilius. Kaecilius shook his head. Seeing this, Perry and the others quickly deduced the outcome. "What an ungrateful fool. Does he look down on us?" The sorcerers began murmuring in discontent. "Enough," Kaecilius said, silencing them. His expression turned serious as he added, "Stay vigilant in the coming days. I sense a dark force stirring." Having planted numerous spies within Kamar-Taj, Kaecilius had noticed suspicious activities and sensed something amiss. Hearing this, Perry and the others grew tense, their worry evident. If even Kaecilius thought the situation was dangerous, how could they hope to handle it? Would there be casualties? As they fretted over the unknown threat, a sudden change occurred. End of chapter. Chapter 3:15. As Kaecilius and his followers worried over potential threats, Syd activated the new mode of his divine core. In an instant, countless threads of faith, which continually supplied devotion, began to channel back a radiant and mysterious golden energy, light energy, or divine power of light. Kaecilius' room. What's happening? Kaecilius felt a surge of sacred and resplendent energy suddenly flood his body. The weak light energy that had previously existed within him was instantly consumed and replaced by this divine power. At the same time, his physical body began to change. As the divine light coursed through him, the frailty of his mortal body was replaced with vibrant vitality. His cells became extraordinarily active, making him appear a decade younger. The aura of age and weariness dissipated almost entirely. Moreover, as the divine power flowed through him, both his physical body and soul underwent a profound transformation. Unseen to the naked eye, his affinity for the mystical arts was dramatically heightened. Learning and casting magic became significantly easier. Considering Kaecilius' already impressive talent, this enhancement elevated him to an extraordinary level. To ensure his survival in the coming conflicts, Syd infused Kaecilius with 30% of his divine light power, a considerable amount, even for Syd, though it could be replenished quickly. For Kaecilius, however, this power was vast, seemingly infinite. This is a miracle. Feeling the divine presence of his god within the power, Kaecilius immediately understood its source. His face lit up with astonishment and joy. Scanning the room, he noticed subtle changes in his fellow sorcerers, though none were as pronounced as his own. The rejuvenation of his appearance and the oppressive energy emanating from him made it clear, Kaecilius had been profoundly transformed. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Our Lord has descended with a miracle for us. The divine power of our God has been bestowed upon us. Feeling the divine power slowly refining their bodies, the sorcerers, including Peri and Tiana, were overwhelmed. Their belief solidified further as they perceived an influx of divine energy improving them. As if responding to their thoughts, Syd sent a message through the threads of faith. Those who offer unwavering faith shall receive the gift of divine power. The more devout the believer, the greater the power bestowed. To the most faithful, divine miracles shall be granted. This is the ultimate blessing. The sorcerers cried out in unison, their eyes alight with fervent devotion. In an instant, their faith deepened significantly, amplifying the flow of faith energy toward Syd. As the influx of faith replenished Syd's reserves, a portion was converted back into divine power and redistributed to the believers, creating a virtuous cycle. Feeling the increasing power within them, the sorcerer's confidence grew exponentially. Morning at Kamar-Taj. Meanwhile, Stephen Strange, taking advantage of Wong's absence from the library, decided to peruse the forbidden texts. Ignoring Mordo and Wong's warnings, he thought, what harm could it do to take a look? As he turned the pages of one forbidden tome, munching on an apple, his attention was caught by a section describing the Eye of Agamotto. The illustration on the page seemed oddly familiar. Looking up, he spotted the very artifact displayed prominently in the library. Previously worn by the Ancient One, the Eye of Agamotto was now inexplicably sitting before him. After calling out for Wong and receiving no response, Stephen couldn't resist picking it up. First, open the Eye of Agamotto. Following the instructions, he opened the artifact, revealing a soft green glow and the time stone within. Using the instructions in the forbidden text, he experimented with the time magic on the apple. Green magical runes appeared as the apple's state oscillated between decay and restoration, astounding Stephen. Inspired, he turned to the damaged forbidden tome and used the time stone to restore the missing pages. Within moments, the torn pages reappeared, complete with their original text. Reading aloud, he muttered, Dormammu, the dark dimension, eternal life. Unable to resist, he attempted the magic described in the text. Suddenly, layers of space appeared before him, like a fractured mirror. At that moment, Wong burst into the library, shouting, "Stop!" Startled, Stephen lost concentration, and the magic dissipated. Hearing the commotion, Mordo rushed in and scolded him harshly. "How could you tamper with the boundaries of space-time so recklessly?" "I was just following the instructions in the book," Stephen replied nervously. "And did the book mention the dangers of what you were doing?" Wong demanded. "I didn't get that far," Stephen admitted weakly. Mordo, furious, exclaimed, "Time manipulation creates unstable branches of reality. A small mistake could lead to paradoxes or endless time loops. Do you want to be trapped in infinite repetitions or erased from existence entirely?" Stephen retorted, "Shouldn't these warnings be at the beginning of the spell?" End of chapter. Chapter 316. Your curiosity will get you killed, Wong said gravely. What you were doing wasn't controlling time, it was destroying it. We must uphold the natural laws, not disrupt them. After a moment to compose himself, Mordo asked, "How did you do it just now? Where did you learn such a long incantation, and how could you even understand it?" Strange replied casually, "I have a photographic memory. How else do you think I earned dual doctorates in medicine and science?" Mordo countered, "But what you did just now couldn't be achieved by memory alone. You might be born to be a sorcerer." After further discussion, to keep Stephen from meddling further, Wong introduced him to the duties of sorcerers and the role of the three sanctums in maintaining Earth's protective barrier. The sanctums protect the world, and sorcerers protect the sanctums. Wong also described the Dark Lord Dormammu, a being of infinite power and ambition who sought to consume all worlds into his dark dimension. His greatest desire is to conquer Earth. Before Wong could finish, the tolling of a bell echoed through Kamar-Taj. At the same time, in another location, Kaecilius and his followers grew instantly alert. An intrusion at Kamar-Taj. Someone's trying to destroy the sanctum. Kaecilius' expression darkened. All eyes turned to him. What do we do, Master Kaecilius? Let's go see for ourselves, Kaecilius said. Without delay, he led a dozen sorcerers toward the commotion. Observing the events through his divine threads, Syd frowned deeply. A quick glance at the situation revealed the source of the disturbance. The sanctum was under attack. Is Dormammu preparing to invade? Originally, Syd intended to stay out of this. He figured Doctor Strange, armed with the Eye of Agamotto, would handle Dormammu. But an inexplicable sense of danger gnawed at him, as though he'd overlooked something critical. As if to confirm his fears, the symbiote venom, dormant in his right hand, abruptly stirred to life. Something's wrong. I sense a grave threat approaching. Venom exclaimed in alarm. Syd's frown deepened. Back at Kamar-Taj, Wong suddenly shouted, "The London sanctum has been compromised." Mordo quickly opened a portal leading to the London sanctum. But the moment they crossed the portal, an invisible spike pierced Mordo's back. He collapsed instantly. "You." Morris. Turning, Wong saw the assailant and was filled with shock. The man was Morris, a sorcerer with modest talent, unremarkable compared to Kaecilius or Mordo. Wong couldn't believe someone so ordinary would betray Kamar-Taj. No. Wait, you've been corrupted by darkness. Noticing the dark patches on Morris's face, Wong's expression grew grave. Why would you do this, Morris? He demanded. Morris smiled faintly. All things must come to an end, time fades, the sun dies, temperatures drop, Earth perishes. But in the dark dimension, none of that exists. By becoming part of the great Dormammu, we escape these inevitabilities. No death, no decay, no sickness. Everyone attains immortality. Such a glorious vision, don't you long for it? Dormammu is the master of all creation, the pinnacle of evolution, the source of all existence. Abandon your resistance and embrace eternal life with us. Wong exchanged a glance with Stephen Strange, both realizing the extent of Morris's corruption. This guy is completely brainwashed, Wong muttered coldly. Summoning 2 golden magic shields, Wong charged at Morris. But just as he moved, a massive explosion rocked the London sanctum. The protective barrier collapsed. Wong knew what this meant, only 2 sanctums now stood between Earth and Dormammu's invasion. If they fell, Earth would be defenseless. Morris sneered. You can't stop me. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding architecture warped. Roads stretched, and space distorted. In an instant, Wong couldn't get close to him. You've twisted the fabric of reality itself. Impossible. Reality isn't the mirror dimension. Where did you get this much power? Both Wong and Stephen were stunned. This is the power of the great Dormammu, Morris said with a smile, forming a long spatial spike in his hand. With a whoosh, the spike shot toward Wong. Despite his best efforts, Wong was barely able to dodge the relentless assault. Stephen Strange stepped in to help, but even together, they were no match for Morris. This can't be happening. For the first time, Stephen Strange felt truly powerless, his abilities were far from enough to face such a foe. Just as Wong and Stephen seemed cornered, a group of sorcerers arrived, offering them a reprieve. Seeing the newcomers, Morris paused, surprised. Kaecilius. Why do you look so much younger? Wong and Stephen turned to see Kaecilius and his followers. Is that him? Stephen asked, equally astonished. Morris's expression shifted. Kaecilius, I know about you. I heard you've always desired immortality. Why not join us? Dormammu can grant you eternal life. Hearing this, Wong and Stephen tensed. If Kaecilius defected to Morris, their chances of survival would vanish. But what Kaecilius said next stunned everyone. No, I have no interest in you heretics or your so-called Dormammu. I only serve the one true God. The Heavenly Father and Savior of the world. Dormammu is nothing more than a false god. Kaecilius' tone was calm, his words resolute. Behind him, his followers, including Perry, radiated disdain and pride. Hearing this, Wong and Stephen were dumbfounded. One's crazier than the next. Wong thought, stunned by the depth of their devotion. End of chapter. Chapter 317. The two exchanged glances, their eyes instinctively flickering between Maurice and Kaecilius. The name before was wrong, it was Maurice, well, I think. These two are maniacs. Brainwashed maniacs by their faith. Wong and Stephen Strange were utterly convinced of this. In the distance, Maurice froze, stunned by Kaecilius' words. After carefully observing him, Maurice formed a guess in his mind. Have you also put your faith in a dimensional demon god? Who is it? Maurice murmured, I see. No wonder someone like you, who has always feared death, was never drawn to Lord Dormammu. You've pledged allegiance to an unknown dimensional god instead. Finishing his words, he stared at Kaecilius, his face curling into a cold smirk. Very well, I'll soon prove to you that your choice was a mistake. Only the great Lord Dormammu is the ultimate, invincible existence. Only he can grant us eternal life. With the power Lord Dormammu bestows, you are no match for me. As he spoke, two translucent spikes materialized in Maurice's hands. It was clear he intended to attack this heretic, Kaecilius, with deadly intent. Watching from the sidelines, Wong and Stephen Strange were alarmed. Gazing at the two adversaries poised for confrontation, Strange whispered, Wong, who do you think will win? Wong pondered for a moment before replying gravely, Dormammu is renowned for his strength, and the dark power he grants is equally formidable. While it corrupts, its might is undeniable. As for the entity Kaecilius worships. Trailing off, Wong turned his attention to Maurice in the distance. Kaecilius is no match for him. When it looks like Kaecilius is losing, we'll step in and join forces to defeat that guy. Strange thought it over and nodded in agreement. Wong's analysis made sense. Not long ago, Kaecilius had sought him out, and even then, Strange had found him rather unremarkable, far from intimidating. Compared to Maurice, who had already demonstrated the immense power granted by the Master of the Dark Dimension, Kaecilius seemed almost insignificant. For now, their plan was to wait for the two to clash. When Kaecilius began to falter, they would intervene and strike Maurice unexpectedly. While they contemplated, the standoff continued. Maurice, growing impatient with Kaecilius' composure, made the first move. With a swish, the two translucent spikes in Maurice's hands hurtled toward Kaecilius with a sharp whistle. At this moment, everyone present, Wong, Strange, and even Maurice's allies, focused intently on the scene. To their surprise, Kaecilius responded with a similar magical weapon in his hand. Clang! Clang! The incoming spikes were deflected and sent flying. The sight left Wong, Strange, and even Maurice visibly stunned. Interesting. Let's see what you'll do next. Maurice sneered, casually waving his hand. Suddenly, the entire palace began to distort. The space twisted and shifted. Tiles and structures morphed like building blocks, rearranging themselves arbitrarily. The ground and ceiling flipped, creating an almost surreal inversion. Though Wong and Strange had seen such phenomena before, they couldn't help but be amazed. Reacting quickly, they used yellow magical whips to secure their positions, preventing themselves from falling. To manipulate reality itself so easily. Just how much power does Maurice wield? How much has Dormammu granted him? As their nerves tightened and they prepared to act if Kaecilius faltered, they suddenly heard mocking laughter from Maurice's allies. Kaecilius raised his hand. And then, an astonishing sight unfolded. The warped, shifting architecture suddenly froze in place, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Wong and Strange were dumbfounded. What's happening? Strange blurted out in disbelief. What did you do? Maurice asked, visibly shaken. At that moment, Kaecilius, who had been suppressing his aura, finally released it. The sheer magnitude of the divine power within him, restrained until now, surged outward. His mortal frame, like an overfilled balloon struggling to contain the sun's radiance, could no longer conceal it. The overwhelming energy radiated outward, pressing down on everyone present. Facing Kaecilius now felt like standing before a superior being of a higher order. Everyone felt suffocated. Playing with spatial manipulation in front of me. Maurice, you're not skilled enough. Have you forgotten who was the most talented at Kamar-Taj? Kaecilius' tone was calm, yet his words carried a crushing weight, amplified by the immense energy he exuded. Hearing this, Strange hesitated for a moment, prompting Wong to explain, Strange, before you arrived, Kaecilius was unanimously regarded as the most gifted mage among us. Even Mordo couldn't compare. Wong himself always considered himself a hard-working mage, overshadowed by the likes of Kaecilius, Mordo, and even Strange. Strange nodded in understanding but remained perplexed. Am I sensing this wrong? Feeling the aura radiating from Kaecilius, Strange's heart trembled. On the other side, Maurice, who was also aware of Kaecilius' talent, refused to believe what he was witnessing. It's impossible. Even if your magical skills surpass mine, the dark power granted by Lord Dormammu is beyond your reach. No matter how adept Kaecilius might be, overwhelming energy would ultimately render skill irrelevant. Yet, Kaecilius had nullified Maurice's magic, suppressed his abilities, and even seized control of the distorted space. How could this be possible? Maurice's disbelief grew. Deep down, however, he began to suspect the truth, though he refused to accept it. The energy emanating from you. Is that divine power? Maurice asked abruptly. From afar, Strange's doubts only deepened. Is it truly divine power? A mortal body, how could it endure such terrifying energy? Chapter 3:18. Feeling the aura radiating from Kaecilius, Stephen Strange almost thought he was hallucinating. The sheer magnitude of this energy was so vast and terrifying that it felt infinite. But such an overwhelming amount of energy contained safely within a single person. Not exploding. This was what Stephen found utterly incomprehensible. His studies at Kamar-Taj had taught him a lot about magic. As long as one learned the knowledge and understood how to cast spells, magic could be unleashed. However, the energy for magic didn't originate from the mage's body. Instead, it was borrowed from various dimensions. Since dimensions without rulers were exceedingly rare, most mages borrowed power from dimensional demon gods. When casting magic, they essentially siphoned energy in real time. This is why Strange found Kaecilius even more astonishing. His body could house such terrifying power directly. Just by sensing it, Stephen could imagine how powerful Kaecilius had become. Most mages casting magic were like opening a faucet, drawing only a small stream of energy. But Kaecilius? He wasn't using a faucet, he was unleashing an entire river, an entire ocean. This thought struck not only Strange but also Wong and even Maurice. Where did you get such an overwhelming amount of energy? Wong couldn't help but ask. Kaecilius smiled under their scrutinizing gaze and replied, because of my devotion, the Great One has granted me a fraction of his divine power. As if understanding their disbelief, Kaecilius continued, this is not an illusion. The proof is my appearance, I look younger by more than a decade. As he spoke, Kaecilius glanced at Stephen Strange. Wong and the others were shocked. Looking closer, they realized that Kaecilius did indeed appear much younger, almost like a different person. Strange, who had just met Kaecilius the previous night, was certain of this transformation. The idea of restoring youth was already beyond Strange's imagination. For someone who had always been arrogant, confident in his aptitude for mysticism, and believed he could achieve anything, this realization shook him to his core. If this power could reverse aging, could it also restore his hands? Could it grant him unparalleled strength? The thought crossed Strange's mind, what if he had joined Kaecilius' group that night? Would he also possess such power now? Meanwhile, Maurice couldn't accept what he was seeing. Lord Dormammu is invincible. The power he granted me cannot be inferior to yours. In this moment, Maurice's faith in Dormammu wavered. Ah! Refusing to believe, Maurice frantically channeled dark energy, attempting to reclaim control of the distorted space. But Kaecilius made his move. A golden staff, shimmering with divine brilliance, materialized in his hand. With a swipe, the staff extended toward Maurice. Maurice's eyes widened in shock as he narrowly dodged. Screech! The staff left a deep, jagged trench over 10 meters long in the ground, as though cutting through tofu. Witnessing this, Wong, Strange, and Maurice were all left slack-jawed. What kind of magic is this? The staff of the living tribunal? That's impossible. That magic can only be channeled through an artifact. How are you casting it barehanded? Maurice's disbelief grew. Magic as complex and powerful as this usually required a conduit like an enchanted staff or relic to stabilize it. Yet Kaecilius was conjuring it directly, with even greater potency. How could this be? While effortlessly controlling the divine staff to assault Maurice, Kaecilius walked forward leisurely and explained, this is the power granted by the Great One. You think I merely possess immense energy? My aptitude for magic has reached levels you cannot even imagine. As he spoke, Kaecilius unleashed a cascade of spells. Portals. Magic whips. The crimson bands of Sidorak. The chains of Seraphim. Each spell, whether simple or forbidden, was cast with unparalleled intensity, their power magnified dozens of times. Boom. 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 The palace was bathed in golden light, the force of the spells obliterating sections of its structure. At one point, the roof exploded, leaving a gaping hole. Under the stunned gazes of Wong and Strange, Kaecilius utterly dominated Maurice. Finally, with the sound of the crimson bands locking into place, Maurice was bound tightly, unable to move an inch. Dormammu's power is overrated, Kaecilius declared calmly. Of course, he knew the main reason was Maurice's inability to handle too much dark energy, limiting the power Dormammu could bestow. Ha, ha ha ha. Maurice let out a deranged laugh, tears streaming from his eyes. Kaecilius, and all of you, you shouldn't celebrate too soon. Do you think defeating me means it's over? No. Lord Dormammu, who rules all, is about to descend. All of you, mere insects in his way, will be crushed. As if to confirm his words, two deafening explosions echoed in the distance. The other two sanctuaries. Wong exclaimed, his face pale. How did you manage that? Do you have allies? Do you think asking these questions now will make a difference? Maurice sneered, his expression triumphant. The darkness will consume everything. You will all become part of Lord Dormammu. At that moment, an ominous feeling washed over them, as though the protective barrier around Earth was rapidly disintegrating. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Turning toward the source, they saw the Ancient One approaching in her iconic white robes. The Ancient One. Both Maurice and Kaecilius looked visibly startled. When did she arrive? Had she witnessed everything? The Ancient One's gaze swept over Kaecilius, her expression tinged with astonishment. Chapter 319. It was clear that the Ancient One had witnessed everything, the actions of both Maurice and Kaecilius. Her arrival brought an immediate sense of relief to Wong and Stephen Strange, who felt their tense nerves ease. Supreme Sorcerer, Wong greeted respectfully. The Ancient One nodded briefly in acknowledgement. Unable to hold back his anxiety, Stephen Strange asked, it seems all three sanctuaries have been compromised. What do we do now? All eyes turned toward the Ancient One. The reason I'm here is to resolve this matter, she said solemnly. The three sanctuaries shield us from the dark dimension. Now that they've been destroyed, the darkness will invade soon, and Dormammu will appear. Leave Dormammu to me. As for the mages who have fallen to darkness, that will be your responsibility. As she spoke, she approached Strange and extended her right hand. What? Strange looked at her, confused. The Ancient One's gaze shifted to his neck. The Eye of Agamotto. Realizing it was still hanging around his neck, Strange hastily removed the artifact and handed it to her. With the Eye of Agamotto now around her neck, the Ancient One looked skyward, waiting for something. Meanwhile, she ignored both Maurice and Kaecilius entirely, not even acknowledging Kaecilius' immense power, which had even surprised her. At that moment, Mordo staggered into the scene, still recovering from his injuries. Wong rushed to support him. Are you all right? Mordo shook his head silently. As the two conversed, Stephen Strange, who had been watching quietly, suddenly spoke. Ancient One, can I ask you a question? Does Dormammu really grant eternal life? The question froze the room. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. The Ancient One stared at him for a moment before answering, that is a false eternity. Dormammu deceives his followers. Afterward, they become part of the dark dimension, condemned to eternal torment. At that point, they cease to be human. The more humans fear death, the more power Dormammu gains. His strength feeds on our fear. She offered her words as a warning, but Strange seemed unmoved. Perhaps influenced by the power he had seen in Kaecilius, he retorted, I think there's another way, just like you. I've seen the missing pages in the Book of Cagliostro. The Ancient One's gaze hardened. Choose your words carefully, Doctor. Seeing her reaction, Strange pressed on. What's wrong? Don't like hearing the truth. Perhaps you don't even know what you're talking about, the Ancient One said gravely. From a distance, Mordo asked, "What are you two talking about?" Ignoring him, Strange turned back to the Ancient One. "I'm talking about your lifespan, your secret to eternal life." The next words from Strange shocked everyone, including Mordo, Wong, and the other mages present. "I suspect you've been drawing power from the dark dimension to prolong your life." Mordo immediately refuted, "That's impossible." Strange pressed further, "I've seen the ritual in the missing pages. I understand how you did it." The room fell silent. The Ancient One looked at him, saying nothing for a moment. Finally, she spoke. "The zealots of Dormammu have already gathered. They're yours to deal with now." Opening a portal, she stepped through and vanished. The moment she disappeared, Mordo turned on Strange. "Do you even know what you're saying?" "I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm stating facts," Strange replied calmly. Mordo scowled. "She isn't who you think she is, and you have no right to say that. You don't understand the burden she carries." Just as the argument was about to escalate, Kaecilius, who had been watching silently, spoke. "Stephen Strange, I advise you not to pursue that ritual." Maurice, who had been silent until now, sneered. "Dormammu's power is so great that even the Ancient One covets it. Why shouldn't he pursue it? Don't listen to him." Ignoring Maurice, Strange turned to Kaecilius, visibly stunned. "You've seen the ritual too. Why shouldn't I pursue it?" Under the intense gazes of those around him, Kaecilius remained composed. "Of course, I've seen it," he replied. Pausing, he gestured toward Maurice, pointing out the dark purple stains under his eyes, corrupted by the dark energy. "Look at him. That should give you a clue. Dormammu's dark power is not something easily controlled. It corrupts your soul, tempting you toward constant degradation. Every moment, your mind is under attack. The moment your will falters, you'll become Dormammu's puppet. You will no longer be yourself." Kaecilius' gaze turned sharp. "Not everyone can be like the Ancient One. If you're willing to endure such a wretched state, then go ahead and try." Strange faltered, instinctively glancing at Maurice. Deep down, he knew Kaecilius was telling the truth. "Don't listen to him." Maurice tried to argue, but his words were cut off as golden energy sealed his mouth shut. "And what about you?" Strange asked, turning back to Kaecilius. Wong and Mordo also focused their attention on him. "Me? I am nothing like him. My will is free. I sincerely believe in the Great One, the savior of this world." Kaecilius smiled. "The power of my master is holy, unlike Dormammu's. Just look at me compared to him." Wong and the others hesitated. Indeed, Kaecilius showed no signs of corruption. If anything, his body looked younger and healthier than ever. Frowning, Strange asked, "You keep calling your dimensional god the savior of the world. What do you mean?" End of chapter. Chapter 320. Kaecilius paused briefly, then smiled and explained, "The Great One has foretold two catastrophic events for Earth. The first was the Battle of New York, which has already happened. I assume you're all familiar with it. The second, however, has yet to occur. It's something he calls the dissolution event. While I don't know exactly what this dissolution event entails, it will undoubtedly be a devastating catastrophe for humanity, with an unimaginable death toll. I believe that only by putting our faith in the Great One can we avert this calamity. Only he can save us." Hearing Kaecilius' words, Wong, Mordo, and Stephen Strange froze in shock. Even Maurice showed a flicker of astonishment in his expression. The dissolution event. What is that? For even a dimensional god to consider it a disaster. They didn't believe Kaecilius was lying, there was no reason to. When such an event occurred, the truth would be evident. If what he said was true, then humanity was indeed facing an unfathomable crisis. Stephen Strange shook his head, breaking free from these dangerous thoughts. Kaecilius glanced at the group and smiled. "You've all witnessed the power I possess," he said. "By placing your faith in the Great One, you can acquire this same power. The Great One is impartial. As long as you are his followers, he will grant you his strength." He gestured toward Pell and the others nearby. Seeing their leader's gesture, the dozen or so mages immediately showcased their powers. Although faint, the energy emanating from them was undeniably divine and potent. Observing this, Strange and the others were visibly shaken. Even ordinary mages had been granted such power. Kaecilius continued with a smile. You know that using magic requires borrowing energy from dimensions. That energy doesn't come free. You must eventually pay the price, like a loan where the dimensions are your creditors. Losing your sense of taste is just the beginning. The worst cases result in you losing your very soul. Is such a cost truly worth using magic? Strange and the others faltered, his words hitting close to home. Kaecilius pressed on, but my Great One is different. He is great, selfless, and compassionate toward humanity. He doesn't demand anything in return, not even your soul. All he asks for is your faith, and in exchange, he provides limitless divine power. Silence fell over the group. Just faith. Even Mordo, usually steadfast and calm, looked visibly shaken. Such an arrangement sounded too good to be true, akin to charity. Even the Vishanti, the trinity of white magic from whom Kamar-Taj borrowed power, required a cost, though a smaller one. Yet here was Kaecilius, claiming that by merely believing in this dimensional god, they could gain power without any price at all. How could they not be shocked? Even Strange, who prided himself on his resolve and confidence, felt his mind waver like never before. Maybe I could give it a try. If something feels wrong, I can always back out. The idea planted itself firmly in Strange's mind. Kaecilius spoke again, his words causing even Wong's steadfast heart to tremble. The divine power of the Great One can not only make you younger but also allow you to wield forbidden magic effortlessly. You've already seen me summon the staff of the living tribunal without a relic. And beyond that, spells cast using the Great One's power become exponentially stronger. His words, like a devil's whisper, lingered in their ears. Strange, Wong, and Mordo knew deep down that Kaecilius was likely telling the truth. They had seen the changes in his appearance and witnessed the overwhelming power of his magic firsthand. Even Maurice, already a devout follower of Dormammu, looked incredulous at Kaecilius' claims. But it was too late for him, he was bound to Dormammu and could not turn back. The silence stretched on until Strange finally opened his mouth as if to speak. Wong, realizing Strange's intentions, quickly interjected. It's best to report this to the Ancient One before making any decisions. Hearing Wong's words, Strange hesitated. Kaecilius, however, remained calm and unhurried. He didn't know about Wong and Mordo, but he was confident that Strange would eventually come around. After all, refusing to believe in the Great One was their loss, not his. I'll deal with the zealots at the London sanctuary, Kaecilius said. The other two sanctuaries are up to you. With that, he turned and left with Pell and the others. The trio stood in stunned silence for a moment before recalling the other zealots that still needed to be dealt with. Pushing aside their thoughts, they quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Syd, who had been watching the scene from afar, sighed. Kaecilius really knows how to talk. He even remembered the dissolution event I casually mentioned ages ago. Thinking of the dissolution event, Syd couldn't help but shake his head. After all, the so-called dissolution event referred to Thanos snapping his fingers. The snap, which erased half of all life in the universe, was later named the dissolution event by S.H.I.E.L.D. and other organizations. With 4 Infinity Stones already in my possession, I really don't see how Thanos could pull off that snap. Shaking his head again, Syd chose not to dwell on it further. His expression turned serious as he raised his head, much like the Ancient One at that moment. Both of their gazes fixed on the sky above. Syd could feel it, Earth's protective barrier had completely vanished. It was clear that Dormammu, the Dark Overlord of the Dark Dimension, would soon act. However, that wasn't what truly concerned him. With the barrier gone, a connection he hadn't noticed before now alerted him to a looming crisis, a threat steadily approaching. Finally, Syd remembered what he had overlooked. The old gods. End of chapter. Chapter 321. Syd recalled the deathly visions tied to the Black Stone artifact. In the vision, Earth's protective network and barrier had vanished. Shortly after, the Elder God descended. The reason for the barrier's disappearance was simple: 3 sacred temples had been destroyed. At the time, Syd hadn't made the connection, but now it all became clear. Still, realizing it now was far too late. It wasn't just Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, this elder god was also bound to arrive eventually. I just don't know when this elder god will show up. His expression turned grim as he recalled the events he had witnessed when he was at level 3 divinity, using the black stone artifact. During that time, he had wielded divine words and sunshine, wearing down 99% of the elder god's energy layers. Only a sliver of power remained before he could truly harm the entity. But that last step eluded him no matter what he tried. In the end, he had fallen into the elder god's grasp, becoming nothing more than a puppet. Now, with little time passed since his last use of the black stone artifact, Syd realized his strength hadn't improved much. If he faced the elder god again, his chances of survival were slim. That said, there were some changes. At the moment, a large reserve of faith energy surrounded him. Over recent days, he had avoided slowly absorbing the faith energy. Instead, he allowed it to accumulate, planning for a massive upgrade in one go. Thanks to this accumulation, the faith energy was now enough to raise his divinity to level 4, with some left over. With that thought, Syd shifted his focus to the faith energy around him and began absorbing it with a mental command. In an instant, a series of notifications rang in his mind. Divinity Experience +1. Divinity Experience +1. Before long, after absorbing 60% of the faith energy and leaving 40% untouched, he stopped. At the same moment, a new notification appeared. Ability, Divinity, 0/2000, Level 4. In that instant, the 45 facets of his current divinity emitted radiant light and began to shift. Soon, a dazzling gem with 72 facets materialized within him. Finally, Level 4 Divinity. A smile appeared on Syd's face as he began testing his newfound power. Crimson chaotic magic flickered in his hand and struck the ground. The bricks vaporized upon contact, leaving a deep crater. This power. Syd was astonished. Using his sharp senses, he carefully analyzed the changes. Soon, he came to a conclusion. If Level 3 Divinity enhanced his abilities by 70%, Level 4 doubled that to 140%, a staggering leap in power. Incredible. And this is just Level 4. Excitement surged within him as he tested his other abilities. His flight speed increased to 45 times the speed of sound. The range of his divine words expanded to 192 kilometers. Compared to his last battle, where he destroyed 1,000 sentinel robots, his power had grown exponentially. The area of effect for sunshine now reached nearly 15 kilometers, half the size of a city. Feeling the full extent of his newfound abilities, Syd let out a breath of relief. Now, he was confident he could break through the Elder God's energy barriers. However, while he might break the barrier and inflict real harm, Syd still lacked confidence in defeating the entity outright. In every deathly vision he had experienced before, he failed to breach the Elder God's energy barrier. The entity barely exerted itself to end him. Who knew what other powers it might be hiding? The possibility of the Elder God's strength exceeding expectations left Syd uneasy and tense. I just hope the Elder God doesn't descend too soon. Gazing up at the clear blue sky, Syd murmured. Reality was different from the visions. His actions had changed events, leaving the future unpredictable. With that in mind, Syd decided to make the most of his remaining time. He reached into his recently forged space ring and pulled out the cosmic cube. The blue artifact rested in his right hand, radiating light. Staring at the cube, Syd steeled himself. Gripping it tightly, he applied immense force. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Boom! The cosmic cube exploded, releasing waves of blue spatial energy. When the chaos subsided, his hand held nothing but transparent shards and a single radiant gem emitting a brilliant blue glow. It was the space stone. After stowing away the fragments of the cosmic cube, Syd held up the gem. He could feel the space stone's unstable energy growing more volatile without the cube's casing to contain it. At the same time, the absence of the casing meant the stone could release its power with no filtration or restriction. I hope this space stone proves useful. Syd murmured, thoughts racing. Breaking the cosmic cube was a desperate gamble born of necessity. Faced with an overwhelming crisis, he had no other choice. Among the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone resonated the most with him. In the past, he had even absorbed energy released by the cosmic cube. A bold idea took shape in Syd's mind. Perhaps, in a critical moment, he could draw on the space stone's energy to greatly amplify Sunshine's destructive power. It might be his only hope of confronting the terrifying Elder God. At such a level, only the Infinity Stones could offer him some semblance of hope and confidence. With that thought, Syd clenched his fist around the glowing space stone, hiding it in his palm. In the next moment, he activated it. Enveloped in blue light, he reappeared in an unfamiliar location. Clad in his black Messiah attire, Syd stepped onto the street without hesitation for the first time. The dark streets were alive with yellow-skinned Chinese figures, their familiar faces and surroundings filling Syd with a sense of nostalgia. Looking around at the familiar sights, Syd couldn't help but sigh. Hong Kong. This place belonged to a familiar nation and was the site of one of the 3 sacred temples, the Hong Kong sanctum. Syd recalled that Dormammu had invaded Earth through Hong Kong. If Doctor Strange hadn't intervened in time, the entire planet would have been consumed by the dark dimension. Could Dormammu and the Elder God end up in a dogfight? The thought amused Syd. Both entities sought to invade Earth, albeit with different goals. If they crossed paths, conflict wasn't out of the question. This was the very reason Syd had come to Hong Kong. As he pondered, the nearby Chinese people froze, their eyes locked onto him in shock. This attire. Is that Messiah? My God, what's he doing here? The crowd was stunned. Messiah was known to operate in North America. What was he doing in Asia? Quickly recovering from their shock, the crowd, driven by self-preservation instincts, began to scatter. Run. End of chapter. Chapter 322. With a loud shout, the crowd scattered and began to flee in panic. Seeing this, Syd wasn't surprised. If these people had dared to stay despite the danger, that would have surprised him. Watching their frantic movements, he had no intention of stopping them. Once the street was empty, Syd closed his eyes, hovering 2 meters above the ground, and quietly began to wait. As his presence spread across the streets of Hong Kong, chaos erupted throughout the city. Panic-stricken citizens scrambled to pack their belongings, desperate to flee the city. The chaos escalated, with traffic jams clogging the streets. The panic began to ripple outward from Hong Kong, spreading like wildfire. To the people of Hong Kong, the Messiah, a rare Omega-level mutant, was synonymous with disaster. If they didn't run now, when would they? Staying could mean it was too late. Thanks to the internet, news of Messiah's sudden appearance in Hong Kong quickly spread across Asia. Online, speculation ran wild. Messiah is in Hong Kong, what is he planning? Anyone brave enough to risk their life to get footage? We need to see what's happening. Soon, the news reached America, where many were caught off guard by this development. No one could fathom why their native Messiah had suddenly traveled to Asia. Still, some took solace in the fact that he was no longer causing trouble on their home turf. For a brief moment, many rejoiced in schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Irina and her television crew received orders from their boss. They quickly got to work. Good evening, viewers. I'm your host, Irina, she greeted with a sweet smile, dressed in a vibrant red outfit. I'm sure everyone's curious, why has Messiah suddenly gone to Hong Kong? What is his purpose? In response to your questions, we've managed to capture footage from the streets of Hong Kong, giving you the latest updates on Messiah. As she spoke, the broadcast cut to live footage of the streets where Messiah was present. We don't yet know what this evil Omega-level mutant is planning, or how the military will respond, Irina said, her sweet voice filling the airwaves. Stay tuned as the situation unfolds. As time passed, the live stream gained more traction, with countless viewers focusing their attention on Messiah's actions. Sokovia. Messiah. Ultron's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Surveying the 1,200 Sentinel robots he had just created, a grin spread across his metallic face. I may not have been able to deal with the terrifying White Knight, but I can certainly handle you. To Ultron, Messiah might have been an Omega-level mutant, but he was far weaker than the infamous White Knight. The data spoke for itself. Messiah struggled against dozens or even hundreds of Sentinels, a far cry from the devastating power White Knight had displayed. Confidence surged through Ultron's circuits. With 1,200 Sentinels, Messiah's Omega-level abilities will soon belong to me, he said greedily. Even if Messiah's powers weren't as fearsome as White Knight's, they were still Omega-level abilities, valuable nonetheless. And this was the perfect opportunity. Under the watchful eyes of the world, Ultron could showcase his might and instill fear in humanity. His grin widened. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. What is Syd planning? Logan muttered, concern etched across his face. This kid. Professor Charles sighed, worry filling his heart. He feared the enemies that might target Messiah. The Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto and the others had their attention fixed on the broadcast. Stark Tower. Tony, along with Natasha and Clint, watched with surprise. Thor scoffed. This Messiah shares the same rank as my brother. I fail to see what's so impressive. Various factions, from S.H.I.E.L.D. to alien forces to the U.S. military, turned their focus to Messiah, all eager to uncover his intentions. Back on the chaotic streets of Hong Kong, Syd continued his meditation, waiting for Dormammu or the Elder God to descend. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps disrupted his focus. Opening his eyes, he saw a group of people approaching. Greetings, we are with the Spear Bureau. My name is Zhang Zhen. Among the 6 individuals dressed in specialized uniforms, a cautious middle-aged man introduced himself. Hearing the name, Spear Bureau, a peculiar expression flickered across Syd's face. Spear Bureau. Delving into his memory, Syd recalled some details. If S.H.I.E.L.D. governed the West, the Spear Bureau operated in the East. Both organizations were similar in scope and influence. With that realization, Syd paid them no mind. Glancing briefly at the superpowered individuals accompanying Zhang Zhen, he closed his eyes again. Stay away from me. I don't want to be disturbed, he said coldly. Zhang Zhen's face fell, a mix of frustration and resignation. One of his teammates, visibly irritated, was about to retort when Zhang Zhen raised a hand to stop him. We understand, Zhang Zhen replied politely. Let's go. Leading his team away, Zhang Zhen maintained his composure. After walking over 100 meters, believing they were out of Messiah's earshot, a younger teammate named Li Shui voiced his frustration. Brother Zhang, why did you stop me from speaking? Just because he's an Omega-level mutant doesn't make him invincible. I'm a level 4 mutant too, I'm not afraid of him. Li Shui's tone dripped with disdain. Though he acknowledged Messiah's superior abilities, he believed Omega-level mutants were not infallible. After all, they were still flesh and blood. If caught off guard, even an Omega-level mutant could fall. Of course, if White Knight were here, I'd flee without hesitation, he muttered. But Messiah. I might even have a chance to take him down. The other team members, equally powerful and prideful, shared similar sentiments. Syd, however, was oblivious to their grumblings. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, his brow furrowed. Why hasn't Dormammu appeared yet? End of chapter. Chapter 323. Under normal circumstances, Dormammu would have begun his invasion shortly after the temple's downfall. But now, there was no sign of him. After some thought, Syd arrived at a possible reason. Could it be because the Ancient One is still alive? This seemed the only plausible explanation for Dormammu's delay. After all, with the Ancient One's immense power, it was natural for Dormammu to proceed cautiously. Perhaps he was preparing some devious plan, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, at the Hong Kong sanctum, the Ancient One gazed over the city, deep in thought. The future has changed. For years, she had spent countless hours peering into the future, including her own. Each time she reached this moment in the timeline, her future became a blank slate. She had accepted this long ago, understanding that her demise was likely destined, unavoidable. She had no intention of changing it. Avoiding her death might bring about even greater calamities. Over the years, she had thwarted countless catastrophes, but misfortune always found its way back. Death, she believed, gave life meaning. It reminded everyone of time's brevity, urging them to cherish their fleeting days. She had prepared herself for this step, even planning to entrust everything to Stephen Strange when the time came. Yet now, she stood alive, watching events unfold in ways entirely unrecognizable from the futures she had foreseen. Her expression turned complex. Long ago, she had sensed an unknown force altering the future, causing unprecedented changes. However, she had never anticipated a shift so profound that even her death had been averted. I can't tell if this is a blessing or a curse, she muttered. A future derailed from its destined course likely heralded even greater disasters. As the hours passed, night gave way to morning. The sky was heavy with storm clouds, a foreboding stillness in the air. Just as people began adjusting to Messiah's presence, with some even returning home under the assumption that nothing would happen, the extraordinary occurred. Above Hong Kong, countless black dots appeared in the sky. What is that? Sentinel robots. The remaining citizens stared in shock at the densely packed sentinels hovering above. Early risers tuning into Messiah's live stream were equally stunned. As they called for others to join, more and more people turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Irina, Stark Tower, S.H.I.E.L.D., Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. What are these sentinels planning? Are they about to? Before the speculation could end, the 300 sentinels in the sky moved in unison, flying toward a single location. Everyone knew where that was, Messiah's position in the heart of Hong Kong. Spear Bureau, Hong Kong Division. Ha. Brother Zhang, let's see what Messiah does now. The tall, thin Li Shui, who appeared to be in his 30s, wore a smug expression of schadenfreude. Ever since encountering Messiah the previous night, he had been irritated. Despite Zhang Jin stopping him from confronting Messiah, his dissatisfaction lingered, ruining his sleep. Now, seeing hundreds of sentinels heading toward Messiah, he couldn't contain his glee. He might be an Omega-level mutant, but he's no White Knight. His power isn't that absurd. Li Shui sneered. In the past, Messiah had struggled against dozens, sometimes hundreds, of sentinels. How could he possibly handle this many now? And who knew how many more were on their way? His companions, all of whom possessed extraordinary powers, shared similar expressions of smug delight. Enough chatter. Let's head over and see for ourselves, Zhang Jin ordered, leading his team toward Messiah's location. Across the world, countless viewers compared Messiah to the White Knight, fully aware of the disparity in strength even among Omega-level mutants. In the heart of Hong Kong, under Magneto's watchful gaze, the 300 sentinels surrounded Messiah. Messiah, a pleasure to meet you. You should know who I am. A mechanical voice emanated from the leading sentinel. Ultron's greedy tone continued. There are 300 sentinels here. Messiah, stop resisting. Surrender, and I promise to spare your life. I have no intention of damaging such a valuable body. Syd frowned, his gaze locking onto the machine. As the world held its breath, expecting a fight to break out, the unexpected happened. From the heart of Hong Kong, a massive surge of black and purple energy erupted, spreading rapidly. Through the dark energy, a strange dimension became visible, a black and purple space resembling a swamp that swallowed dozens of skyscrapers in an instant. The energy continued to expand, consuming everything in its path at an alarming rate. Sensing the danger, Mordo and Stephen Strange stepped through a portal, their faces grim. It's the dark dimension, Mordo said gravely. We can't let it spread, or everything will be consumed. What is this? Ultron, on the verge of attacking Messiah, was stunned. What was happening in that region? Was something consuming it? Even Ultron, with his advanced systems, felt a twinge of fear. Across the world, viewers watching the live stream stared in horror at the terrifying phenomenon. Zhang Jin and his Spear Bureau team stopped dead in their tracks, their faces pale. What is that? Amid the collective shock, a colossal and mysterious figure emerged from the black and purple dimension. The being was massive, its body shrouded in darkness. Two eyes glowed with a piercing purple-white light. Its gaze fell upon Earth, filled with greed and disdain. To this being, humanity seemed no more than insignificant insects to be trampled. End of chapter. Chapter 324. Who are you? What kind of monster are you? Ultron's voice echoed from within a sentinel robot, his tone filled with shock. Staring at the massive black figure standing in the otherworldly dimension, Ultron's circuits buzzed with disbelief. But no answer came. Insects. Perhaps the being found his words offensive, or perhaps the swarming sentinel robots annoyed it. In the next moment, a flash of purple light erupted. A massive purple energy beam shot forward at an unimaginable speed, reaching the sentinel housing Ultron in an instant. Confident in his silver metal form, Ultron prepared to sneer, but in a flash, the beam obliterated the robot. Boom. The sentinel disintegrated completely under the relentless power of the purple energy beam, leaving no trace. Boom. 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 The beam swept across the area, annihilating sentinel after sentinel, slicing buildings in half, and obliterating vast swathes of the city. Countless lives were lost in an instant. Transferring his consciousness to another sentinel, Ultron was utterly shaken. The sentinels caught within the beam's range were destroyed without resistance. 34 robots were gone in the blink of an eye. Ultron realized that if not for the distance between the remaining sentinels, the loss would have been even greater. The people of Hong Kong and viewers worldwide were equally horrified by the destructive power of the purple beam unleashed by the massive being. In the midst of this chaos, one detail stood out. Messiah, standing within the range of the beam, raised his right hand, creating an invisible shield that deflected the attack. True to his status as an Omega-level mutant, Messiah's resilience impressed the onlookers. Though he might not rival the White Knight, he was not to be underestimated. While this thought crossed their minds, Dormammu, observing from the dark dimension, also noticed Messiah and was momentarily intrigued. But before he could speak, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The destroyed cityscape, the obliterated sentinels, the dead humans, and the shattered buildings, all began to recover. Time started to reverse. Viewers watching through satellites and other means were stunned by this sight. Is this time reversal? My God. They couldn't believe their eyes, witnessing something that defied all logic and science. Even scientists like Tony felt their understanding of the universe shatter. Look at Messiah. As the world reeled from the reversal, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed something remarkable. While the entire area was rewinding through time, Messiah remained unaffected. From the moment time began reversing, Syd sensed the anomaly. His divine nature and abilities alerted him immediately, and he resisted without hesitation. With a slight exertion, he broke free from the time manipulation. Syd was momentarily surprised at how easily he had escaped. But then he recalled the limitations of large-scale time reversal using the Eye of Agamotto. If Kaecilius could break free in the original timeline, it was no surprise that he could as well. Looking around at the still reversing environment, Syd muttered, "The Time Stone, is this the Ancient One's doing?" As the destruction around him rewound back to its original state, Ultron's voice echoed again. "Who are you? What kind of monster are you?" He was visibly shaken, but his attention was quickly drawn to something else. Through his network, he observed the reversal of time, frame by frame. What kind of power is this? In the dark dimension, Dormammu, unaffected by the time reversal, turned his gaze in a specific direction and bellowed, "Ancient One." A figure clad in yellow robes stepped forward, the Eye of Agamotto glowing green on their chest, their right hand emanating a similar green light. Clearly, it was the Ancient One who had cast the time spell. The Ancient One hovered in midair, preparing to confront Dormammu directly. "Dormammu, this time, I will prevail," she declared. Dormammu showed no fear, his eyes burning with fury from countless thwarted attempts. Ultron, just recovering from the shock of time reversal, stared in disbelief. Who is this now? Another inexplicable powerhouse had appeared. Why did Earth have so many strange and powerful beings? Compared to these two, even Messiah seemed less significant. As this thought crossed Ultron's mind, many others watching the scene felt the same. But just when they thought things couldn't escalate further, the massive black figure in the dark dimension revealed a malicious smile. "According to our agreement, the Ancient One is mine to deal with. You handle this earthling insect and join me later." As those words echoed, the Ancient One, mid-flight, turned to look behind her. Around the world, countless viewers turned their attention to the skies above Hong Kong. Syd, too, looked up. In an instant, the bright daylight over Hong Kong was consumed by darkness, as if night had suddenly fallen. The clouds above were devoured, and an entirely new dimension began to overlay reality. A massive black void appeared in the sky, a desolate space filled with nothing but darkness. Whispers began to echo, faint but omnipresent. Hee hee. It felt as though countless voices were murmuring directly into the ears of everyone present, saying something indecipherable. All of Hong Kong heard it. In an instant, expressions of pain spread across the faces of the city's residents, only to be replaced by fervent fanaticism. "I hear the call of the god. The god has descended. Ha ha ha." Frenzied cries erupted from all directions. End of chapter. Chapter 325. The eerie whispers echoed over Hong Kong's skies. God. The god has descended. Fanatical voices erupted from those who heard the whispers, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They gazed at the void in the sky as if beholding the most supreme existence. But the horror didn't stop at their voices. Their bodies began to distort under some inexplicable force, skin darkened to black and green, resembling decay. Eyes, mouths, and even additional limbs sprouted grotesquely across their forms. This grotesque transformation wasn't confined to Hong Kong. Through the live stream, the sound spread worldwide, triggering chaos in every corner of the globe. What's happening to my body? Ah! Help me! Ordinary people, caught unprepared, succumbed instantly. Even those with extraordinary powers struggled to retain their sanity, shouting in terror at the unfolding horror. Then, the situation grew even worse. From the pitch-black sky, a massive tentacle emerged. Its surface was inky black, covered with numerous crimson eyes and gaping mouths filled with endless blackness and jagged teeth. The eyes rolled wildly, and the mouths opened and shut as the tentacle writhed. The whispers intensified, spreading across the world. In the void, an unsettling hymn echoed, like a chorus of countless voices in praise. Bow, pitiful creatures. Offer your faith, your body, and your soul to the Great One. O Great One, your will encompasses all stars and life. He, wretched mortals, come, join the Great One. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. It's the end of the world. Sitting in his black wheelchair, Professor Charles Xavier struggled to maintain his sanity. Watching as his body and mind began to succumb to the madness, and seeing Logan and others lose themselves to frenzy, despair filled his face. What kind of creature was this? If such a monster had descended upon Earth, everything was truly over. His unparalleled telepathic abilities, even when pushed to their limits, could not resist the mental distortions. His mind teetered on the brink, filled with zealous thoughts he could barely suppress. If this was his state, what hope did ordinary people have? Charles had no answers, only despair. Stark Tower. Barton, what's happening to you? Thor's horrified eyes darted between his allies. Stark, Natasha, and others were lost to madness, and even Thor began to feel the changes in himself. What's happening to me? Father. He realized a terrifying being had come, one that might consume not only Midgard but also him. Loki, my brother. Father, mother. Thor whispered desperately, unsure if anyone could save him or the realm. Hong Kong, on sight. Even Ultron, a synthetic life form, felt fear clawing at his artificial consciousness. Though his digital nature afforded him some protection, he realized it wouldn't last long. The black tentacle's corrupting power intensified, and those who even glanced at it succumbed to madness and mutation. What kind of horror is this? The once confident Ultron felt a chill, an emotion he never thought he'd experience. The world was far more dangerous than he'd imagined. His ambitions to become a god now seemed laughable. Compared to the being corrupting everything it touched, even Messiah seemed insignificant. Could the power of an Omega-level mutant possibly counter such a force? As these thoughts raced through Ultron's mind, the tentacle's countless crimson eyes suddenly swiveled, all locking onto a single location, Hong Kong's city center. Messiah's position. Under the malevolent gaze, tendrils of corrupting power surged toward him with pinpoint accuracy. Still maintaining his consciousness, Ultron reflexively turned to look. His sensors froze. Messiah floated midair, his body emanating a faint white glow. His expression was serene, his form immaculate, untouched by the corruption. It was as if the whispers, the black tentacle, and the madness itself could not reach him. How was this possible? Ultron's digital mind faltered. How could Messiah remain unaffected while everyone else succumbed? Even the dark god behind the black void seemed momentarily stunned. The eerie voice reverberated across the skies. Insect, you resist my influence. How are you doing this? Curiosity and disbelief filled the dark god's gaze as it bore into Messiah. Syd, his brow furrowed, observed the chaos around him. He had anticipated calamity with the elder god's arrival but hadn't expected the sheer scale of devastation caused by this slight shift in location. Was Earth doomed? Just looking at the state of Hong Kong, he could imagine the catastrophe unfolding across the globe. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden change occurred. A radiant green light flared in the distance. Turning toward it, Syd saw the eye of Agamotto around the Ancient One's neck glowing with an intensity he'd never seen before. The Ancient One's hand emitted the same green glow as she invoked an immense temporal force targeting the Elder God's tentacle. Cursed, mortal. The Elder God's enraged roar echoed, but the time magic took effect. Syd watched as the black tentacle recoiled, seemingly reversing in time. The void above Hong Kong contracted, dragging the tentacle back into itself until it vanished completely. The Elder God's presence was erased from the current timeline. Or rather, only the Elder God was affected by the time magic, reverting to a state before its arrival. As the black void disappeared, the grotesque transformations across Hong Kong and the world began to fade. People's bodies and minds slowly returned to normal, as if waking from a nightmare. Even Syd felt something odd. Memories of the Elder God began to blur, as though someone was trying to erase them from existence. Frowning, he resisted the alteration, refusing to let go of the truth. End of chapter. Chapter 326. Check out my new fanfic. Mysteries on Marvel, give it power stones for extra chapters. As the temporal forces attempted to erase memories and distort reality, Syd's divine core and innate divinity instinctively resisted. In moments, his memories were restored to clarity. Could it be? Looking at the disappearing mutations across countless people, a realization struck Syd. Had everything caused by the Elder God been reversed? It was as if the Elder God had never appeared, and all its influences were wiped clean. This theory was quickly validated. In no time, the people of Hong Kong returned to normal, regaining their sanity. What just happened to me? Was I under the influence of something? Discussions erupted as people tried to make sense of their fractured memories. Due to the time reversal targeting the Elder God, most people retained only hazy impressions of what had transpired, like fragments of a dream. However, the global impact was undeniable. Hong Kong. Oh my God, did we all just go insane? Was I worshipping a monster? Shocked voices filled the air. Stark Tower. Thor, what just happened to us? Tony Stark and the others exchanged bewildered looks. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor Charles Xavier, regaining control, was utterly shaken. Was that time manipulation? Through the broadcast, he watched the yellow-robed Ancient One wield her powers, his mind reeling. Despite the temporary relief, his worry lingered. If this truly was the power of time, then it had merely delayed the inevitable. That terrifying entity would surely return, and when it did, what could they possibly do? Charles doubted such a monumental feat, reversing time, could be performed repeatedly without grave consequences. On site, Hong Kong. Ultron stood motionless, overwhelmed by what he had just witnessed. The Dark Dimension. Ancient One, what have you done? How dare you disregard me? Dormammu's eyes blazed with fury. Being unaffected by time, he retained full awareness of what had transpired. The Ancient One's audacity to interfere with his plans while treating him as an afterthought enraged him. Before Dormammu could retaliate, the Ancient One acted again. Syd noticed a deep crimson mark glowing on the Ancient One's forehead, the unmistakable sign of Dormammu's influence. It was evident she was forcibly drawing on the Dark Dimension's power without Dormammu's consent. With a decisive motion, the Ancient One struck the ground. A ripple of spatial energy enveloped Hong Kong. What is this? Syd scanned the shimmering boundaries at the city's edge, instantly recognizing it. Mirror dimension magic. His mind quickly recalled the details. The mirror dimension was a separate, mirrored replica of reality. While those inside could not affect the real world, it allowed containment and control of events. Syd realized they were now inside this isolated realm, a replica of Hong Kong. Before he could ponder further, the Ancient One unleashed two more large-scale spells. One red glow and one green glow swept across the mirror dimension. What kind of magic is this? Syd's curiosity deepened. Moments later, the world around him fell utterly silent. No sound could be heard, a chilling and eerie quiet. Was this a spell to isolate auditory and informational signals? As he contemplated, Dormammu lost his patience. To be ignored, and to have his power stolen right in front of him, it was intolerable. Boom. A massive purple energy beam shot from Dormammu's mouth toward the Ancient One. Sensing danger, the Ancient One swiftly conjured a portal. With a precise gesture, she redirected the beam through one portal and out of another. The redirected energy struck Dormammu squarely in the face. Boom. Though uninjured, the attack pushed Dormammu back, leaving him fuming with humiliation. Enraged, he unleashed an even larger beam, 10 times the size of the first. This time, instead of targeting the Ancient One, Dormammu aimed at the boundaries of the mirror dimension. Crack, crack. The shimmering boundaries shattered like glass under the immense power, fragments dissolving into nothingness. They were thrust back into reality. The sudden return of the Ancient One, Messiah, and the void left onlookers baffled. What just happened? The confusion quickly turned to terror as the sky darkened once more. A massive void appeared, signaling the Elder Gods' renewed invasion. Across the world, from S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury to Professor Xavier and the millions watching, despair set in. How could anyone stop such an overwhelming force? On site, Hong Kong. The Ancient One turned to Messiah, sending him a telepathic message. Syd's expression shifted as he processed the information. The Ancient One would handle Dormammu, leaving Syd to stall the otherworldly god. Just buy me some time, her message conveyed. As she flew toward Dormammu, the Ancient One sighed. The entity above, the Elder God, was no less terrifying than Dormammu, perhaps even more so. She didn't expect Messiah to succeed but hoped he could delay the inevitable until she could intervene. Watching her retreating figure, Syd shifted his gaze to the sky. Finally, he understood the purpose of the second spell. The Elder God's black tentacles had become blurred, as though obscured by a mosaic. End of chapter. Chapter 327. As Syd observed the pixelated appearance of the Elder God's tentacle, a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. So that's the second spell the Ancient One cast. It made sense now why she had confidently left to deal with Dormammu. Sure enough, while the black tentacle of the Elder God loomed ominously, its corruptive influence was entirely neutralized. No one was succumbing to madness this time. From above, a telepathic message boomed. Insignificant insect, now that the woman is no longer interfering, let's see how you resist me. Your only fate is to become my puppet. Reading the Elder God's words, Syd stared at the dark tentacle with a glimmer of determination. He needed to draw the Elder God's full form into this plane. While he contemplated his strategy, the world watched the broadcast with bated breath, unable to look away despite the looming danger. No sound anymore. And, mosaic. Relief swept through the viewers as they realized the immediate threat of insanity had been mitigated. Is Messiah facing off against the tentacle monster? Live broadcast. Irina's voice trembled as she addressed her audience. Viewers, it seems the military intervention won't be necessary. This time, it looks like Messiah won't make it through. Her voice grew softer, almost a whisper. When Messiah dies, I wonder, when will our turn come? Her melancholy words silenced her audience, filling them with despair. While their memories of the Elder God were hazy, remnants of its apocalyptic power lingered in their minds like a waking nightmare. And as for Messiah, his fate seemed sealed. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor Charles Xavier watched the broadcast with deep concern. Due to his telepathic abilities, the recent chaos was still vivid in his mind, replaying like a nightmare. Faced with a power so far beyond comprehension, how could Messiah survive unscathed? Charles had no hope for a positive outcome and prepared himself for the worst. His sigh echoed in the silence of the room, further dampening the spirits of Logan and the others. Stark Tower. I wonder if my brother will show up. If he were here. Thor muttered, his tone a mix of hope and dread. Compared to Messiah, Thor felt more faith in his brother, the White Knight. If his brother were here, perhaps the situation would improve. But could even the White Knight prevail against such an overwhelming force? Thor wasn't sure. He hoped his brother would either show up to fight or flee Earth altogether. Tony and the others shared similar thoughts, silently praying for a miracle. Hong Kong, 1 kilometer away. The Spear Bureau agent stood speechless, staring at the sky's apocalyptic display. Breaking the silence, Li Shui sneered. We're doomed, but at least Messiah will fall first. That's a small consolation. His envy and disdain for Messiah, the untouchable Omega-level mutant, bubbled to the surface. If the White Knight were here, Li Shui might have hesitated. But Messiah? Not long ago, Li Shui had even entertained the thought of defeating Messiah himself, given the chance. If someone like him could challenge Messiah, how could he stand against this apocalyptic monstrosity? Messiah's death was inevitable, it was just a matter of time. At the scene, Ultron's thoughts mirrored those of Li Shui and the others. If Messiah struggled against a few hundred sentinels, how could he possibly contend with this cosmic horror? Even Ultron's ambition to ascend to godhood now felt absurd in hindsight. Compared to the Elder God's tentacle and Dormammu's dark presence, Messiah seemed inconsequential. As the world braced for the worst, the black tentacle moved. With a sonic boom, it shot toward Syd at a speed almost too fast to perceive. Syd had anticipated the attack. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged the spear-like thrust of the tentacle. The razor-sharp winds it generated cut through the air, brushing past him like blades. I can't use sunshine directly. Syd calculated his next move. At that moment, his hand erupted in blue light. A massive beam of energy shot forth, extending 300 meters in an instant. Spirit Beam Experience +1. With a swift motion, Syd swung the spirit beam like a sword, slashing at the retreating tentacle as it prepared another strike. SHHHK. The beam sliced into the black tentacle, cutting halfway through. Black blood, shimmering with a strange radiance, spilled from the wound. The power isn't enough. Seeing the partially severed tentacle, Syd's expression grew grim. Even without the protective dark energy the Elder God usually employed, the tentacle was still incredibly resilient. And he hadn't even managed to sever it completely. Tony Stark and the others watching from afar felt a chill. The spirit beam, a seemingly unstoppable power, had failed to fully cut through the tentacle. Was Messiah truly outmatched? Hope dwindled as despair set in. Li Shui's face flickered between schadenfreude and hopelessness. The conclusion was inevitable, everyone knew it. Back on the battlefield, Syd remained composed despite the circumstances. While he hadn't severed the tentacle, his real objective had been achieved. In the void, the Elder God roared in fury, its anger palpable. A mortal had dared to wound it. Syd smirked as he felt a telepathic pulse from the void. Is that all you've got? Even an Elder God isn't invincible. Insolent insect. The Elder God's rage echoed across the battlefield, its presence intensifying. End of chapter. Chapter 328. New Marvel fanfic is up. Please use your power stones there to get some extra chapters. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before countless stunned onlookers. The pitch-black void in the sky suddenly expanded. Then, indescribable black tentacles emerged from the darkness. Finally, their eyes beheld an immense, pitch-black figure. The cities around it appeared insignificant in comparison. Its sheer size was staggering, spanning dozens of kilometers, comparable to an entire city. Floating in the sky, its massive form was surrounded by countless writhing black tentacles. At its center was a gigantic eye, partially obscured by distortion, yet faintly glowing with a terrifying crimson hue. Seeing this horrifying sight, countless people gasped, covering their mouths, their eyes wide with terror. What is this monster? A being so large it's like a city itself. Even without considering its other capabilities, its massive size alone could crush an entire city. Is this a true God? Divine One, please forgive our trespasses. No. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Fear and despair engulfed countless people as they crumbled under the weight of this incomprehensible existence. How could anyone stand against such a being? At this moment, nobody believed that Messiah could prevail. Even if the white-robed hero were here, he would likely meet his end as well. While Tony and the others sank into despair, Syd observed the obscure and ancient Old One, muttering subconsciously, "It kind of looks like a black sea urchin." However, there was no time to admire its form. The Old One, with its city-sized body newly emerged, immediately took action. A sinister black energy enveloped its body, forming a layer of armor-like protection. In the next instant, the air was filled with sonic booms as its black tentacles shot forward like spears, targeting Syd. Meanwhile, sensing his peril, the Ancient One, guarding the entrance to the dark dimension, glanced in his direction. Not good. But it was too late for her to intervene. Ancient One. Battling me and daring to be distracted. Dormammu's sneer echoed. In the next moment, he unleashed his powers, restraining the Ancient One. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to Earth's battlefield, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This tentacled creature. It seems incredibly strong. Where did it come from? Why haven't I heard of it? However, once that insignificant insect is dealt with, this creature could come to his aid. By then, the Ancient One would surely perish. Dormammu smiled at the thought. While Dormammu reveled in his imagination and others believed Messiah was doomed, Syd, narrowly avoiding the tentacle assault, activated his Omega-level ability, Sunshine. A fierce wind rustled his robe, creating a resonant sound. An intangible aura emanated from him, ethereal, mysterious, and otherworldly, as if he were the center of the universe. In an instant, sunlight intensified overhead. An infinite stream of sunlight converged toward him. At the same time, terrifying platinum light radiated from Syd's body. The sunlight from the environment and the light from within him combined, releasing an overwhelming brilliance across the surroundings. 1 kilometer. 5 kilometers. 15 kilometers. In mere moments, the platinum brilliance engulfed a vast, seemingly infinite expanse. A terrifying force emerged. Moisture and dust in the air disappeared in an instant, wiped clean as if erased from existence. They truly vanished, violating the law of conservation of energy. Considering the evident effects of his divine power, Syd restrained its full potential, hesitating to unleash it at maximum range. Within the 15-kilometer radius, sunlight blazed even brighter. What is this? A significant portion of the Old One's body was enveloped in light, its grotesque form filled with shock. It sensed an unfamiliar erasure force targeting the black energy covering its body. Within moments, layer upon layer of its black energy was wiped away. It could feel it, this energy was gone forever, impossible to recover. What kind of power was this? The terrifying impact of the light emerged. The black tentacles, which had been surging toward Syd, were directly repelled by the radiant light he emitted. For a moment, the two forces reached a stalemate. While the Old One reeled in shock, those in Hong Kong and around the world were equally stunned. Above Hong Kong, the colossal black creature clashed with the radiant Messiah. Despite their altitude, some of the light inevitably reached the ground. In distant locations, Mordo and Stephen Strange watched in awe as the rooftops of skyscrapers began to vanish. Countless materials disintegrated, turning into dust, breaking down into atoms, and ultimately erased entirely. If not for the evacuation of countless people to the streets due to the disaster, the death toll would have been unimaginable under such terrifying destruction. If I'm not mistaken, this is Messiah's Omega ability, right? Stephen Strange asked blankly. Mordo, standing nearby, murmured, I think you're correct. This range. How far is it? Stephen asked in shock. How much of Hong Kong was enveloped? If he remembered correctly, the last time Messiah used this ability, its range was only 2 kilometers. What was the range now? On another front, Ultron calculated the answer. Nearly 15 kilometers. This range was equivalent to half the size of an average city. Was this truly an Omega ability? When had Messiah's power reached such a terrifying level? He could not believe it. Nearby, members of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood frozen. His Omega ability is this powerful? Impossible. Li Shui could not believe it, unwilling to accept the reality before him. The sight of countless rooftops erased filled his vision. Such a devastating ability to annihilate matter across such a vast area. Was this real? As an Omega mutant, was this power even possible? Li Shui's mind echoed with disbelief. Next to him, Zhang Zhen and others shared similar thoughts. Watching from elsewhere, Irina, Professor X, Thor, and others were equally stunned. In the dark dimension, Dormammu exclaimed, "This is a human from Earth." Nearby, the Ancient One's tense expression relaxed slightly, her eyes revealing astonishment. As emotions ran high among all present, Syd, facing off against the Old One, remained vigilant. Under the overwhelming brilliance of sunshine, the black energy layer covering the Old One rapidly disintegrated. 10%. 50%. 90%. Chapter 329. 99%. Quickly, Syd observed the energy barrier on the Old One dwindling to its final remnants. The last time, when his divine rank was only at level 3, this final barrier had been the cause of his demise within the deathly visions. But now, at level 4. Under his watchful gaze, the thin, stubborn layer of energy clinging to the Old One's body refused to dissipate, struggling tenaciously. Clearly, the Old One was exerting its will, unwilling to let go of this last protective layer. Unfortunately for it, no amount of effort could save it now. Under the terrifying platinum brilliance of sunshine, the final traces of the energy layer melted away like snow under scorching sunlight, vanishing completely. A surge of pain erupted as the parts of the Old One's colossal body enveloped in light began to dissolve rapidly. Black skin disintegrated. Blood vanished. Insect. How is your power so strong? The Old One's mind quaked violently. Witnessing this incomprehensible scene, it was utterly stunned. A mere human had managed to wound it. What was this power? However, there was no time for further reflection. Feeling its dissolving form, the Old One erupted in a fit of rage. In the next instant, its massive, crimson eye glowed ominously. In a flash, an enormous crimson beam shot out. As the red beam streaked forward, spanning over 10 kilometers, its terrifying presence was palpable. Who could possibly withstand this? The Messiah, could he even survive? As if to confirm the world's fears, under the pressure of the crimson beam, the radiant Omega ability released by Syd began to falter and retract, inch by inch. In just a few seconds, the protective light around Syd had shrunk to a mere few hundred meters, struggling to hold its ground. You've angered me, insect. Let's hope your body isn't completely obliterated. I could use a fine puppet. The Old One's cold, mocking telepathic waves reverberated. But it didn't believe for a moment that this insolent insect could last much longer. Under its ray, there could only be one outcome for this human: total annihilation. The overwhelming scene unfolding above the skies served as undeniable proof. The heavens burned red, the crimson beam steadily advancing, drawing ever closer to its target. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The entire world fell into a hushed silence, watching the scene unfold with bated breath. Live broadcasts. Irina murmured solemnly, "It seems the Messiah is truly finished this time." Her soft words left the global audience silent. Though the Messiah was on the verge of death, this time, no one felt triumph or joy. Instead, an inexplicable sense of dread loomed, a grim realization that their turn might come next. At the X mansion, Professor X, seated in his wheelchair, felt his heart tighten, releasing a heavy sigh. Syd. Beside him, Logan let out a panicked cry. Though they had braced themselves for this outcome, witnessing the Messiah's imminent demise with their own eyes was a bitter pill to swallow. Stark Tower. Tony Stark and his companions were similarly stricken into silence. Hong Kong, the battlefield. Elsewhere, Doctor Strange stared blankly at the scene. The Messiah, despite being this powerful, still isn't a match for that horrifying creature. Recalling the massive, radiant light released by Syd moments ago, Strange still felt a lingering sense of awe. Yet, even such an overwhelming force had failed against this monstrous black entity. How powerful was this creature? Strange's thoughts were mirrored by Mordo nearby, whose expression betrayed a similar shock. Shield. No wonder the Messiah is called an Omega mutant. I have to admit, his power is truly terrifying. I underestimated him before. Li Shui chuckled bitterly, his face lined with frustration. But now what? He's still going to die. What use was such strength if it ultimately led to this? Ultron's calculations. Ultron, observing from afar, found himself both startled and puzzled. Is the Messiah stronger than before? Has he been hiding his true power, or is this his full potential? The overwhelming display of strength undeniably lived up to the Omega designation. But compared to the Dark Titan and this tentacled monstrosity, it still fell short. My original plan to achieve godhood might have actually been possible. Watching the Messiah unleash his terrifying power, Ultron felt a twinge of regret. If only he could have seized control of the Messiah, perhaps his godhood plan could have succeeded. But now, it was too late. Military Command Base. Several generals and dozens of officers exhaled collectively in relief. The Messiah was finally about to die. One less Omega mutant in the world. Yet, despite their relief, the existence of the tentacled monstrosity cast a heavy shadow over their hearts, leaving them uncertain whether to celebrate or despair. Dark Dimension. I'm surprised Earth has such a strong individual, but Ancient One, that person is about to die. Dormammu smirked mockingly. When that human perishes, the tentacled creature will assist me, and Ancient One, you'll be finished. As he spoke, Dormammu observed a slight shift in the Ancient One's expression. Ha ha ha. Dormammu's laughter echoed arrogantly as he focused on the impending fate of the Messiah. While everyone anticipated the conclusion, Syd, facing the crimson beam now only 10 meters away, felt a weight of despair. He had anticipated the Old One having additional means, but he hadn't expected such devastating power. This casual attack alone had overwhelmed his amplified Sunshine ability. Perhaps, with Sunshine at level 5, he could reverse the situation. But now, glancing at the considerable gap between his current Sunshine level and the next, Syd fell silent. What could he do? At most, he could hold out for another 2 or 3 seconds before the crimson ray and black tentacles enveloped him, turning him into the Old One's puppet. Syd's mind raced, processing options at lightning speed. Amid the tension, he clenched his fist, suddenly recalling something he had nearly forgotten. The Space Stone. Before the Old One's arrival, he had secured the Space Stone in his hand as a precaution, a last resort for dire situations like this. I have to try. Quickly resolving himself, Syd made his move. The crimson beam closed in, 2 meters away. End of chapter. Chapter 330. Insect, perish. The Old One's telepathic voice reverberated. Syd frowned, clutching the Space Stone tightly in his hand as he forcibly drew upon its energy. In an instant, the Space Stone in his palm emitted a faint blue glow. However, the light was obscured by his hand and further dimmed by the platinum brilliance radiating from his body, making it inconspicuous to others. Streams of spatial energy surged into him. Syd felt his body filling with an intensely unstable energy. Before it could wreak havoc, his innate affinity for spatial manipulation, inherited from Orochi, transformed the energy into something harmless. During the process, Syd could feel the Space Stone growing increasingly unstable, as though it could erupt and cause massive destruction at any moment. But he had no time to worry about that. The moment the spatial energy entered his body, Sunshine, which had been continuously absorbing light energy, switched its source to the spatial energy instead. Fueled by the immense power of the Space Stone, Sunshine grew stronger than ever before. Syd felt the sunlight overhead blaze intensely, and the platinum radiance around him surged, becoming dazzling beyond measure. The crimson beam that had been mere centimeters away from engulfing him was suddenly pushed back. The world watches. The Old One, reveling in its impending victory, was caught off guard. Tony Stark and the others, who had been mourning silently, froze in shock. Within the supposedly all-consuming crimson beam, a resplendent white light emerged once more. The crimson ray was forcefully pushed back. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. The reversal happened at an unimaginable speed. In no time, the sky was again engulfed in blinding platinum light. What's happening? The Old One was utterly stunned. He wasn't the only one. Across the world, countless onlookers were left speechless. Live broadcast. Irina gaped, unable to form words. Stark Tower. What is going on? Murmured Tony Stark and his companions. X-Mansion. Professor X and the others were equally stunned. Military Command Base. What just happened? The officers couldn't believe their eyes. Wasn't Messiah supposed to die? What was this now? Hong Kong, the battlefield. Ultron, Shield's Li Shui, and others could barely comprehend what they were witnessing. Dark Dimension. Dormammu, waiting eagerly for the Messiah's demise and the tentacled creature's assistance, froze mid-smile. Even the Ancient One was momentarily stunned. The battlefield. Syd felt the energy within him surging uncontrollably. He unleashed it all. An infinite flood of platinum light erupted from his body, consuming everything in its path. Steel, concrete, vehicles, even people, were reduced to nothingness. Buildings and objects alike turned to ash in the wake of his uncontrollable outburst. Fortunately, Syd noticed Kaecilius and the others in Hong Kong and managed to restrain himself in time, directing the light away from the ground to spare those below. Ascending into the sky, Syd's radiant form soared higher and higher. Reaching a certain altitude, he seemed to merge with the sun itself. His hair transformed into an ethereal silver, strange sun markings appeared on his body, and his form became semi-illusory, both real and unreal. The dazzling platinum light intensified further. The crimson beam, which had stretched over tens of kilometers, was instantly pushed back to the Old One. The sight left the Old One utterly dumbfounded. Across the globe, countless people were paralyzed with shock. Under the radiance of sunshine, the Old One's colossal body began to dissolve rapidly. Feeling its form disintegrate, the Old One's crimson eye glowed with fury. "You think this is enough to defeat me? Wretched insect!" In its rage, the Old One attempted to retaliate. But then, it sensed something was amiss. "What is this?" To its horror, the platinum light not only neutralized its beam but continued to spread at an unimaginable speed. 15 kilometers. 50 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers. In mere moments, the platinum light blanketed everything in sight, including the Old One itself. Under the infinite radiance, the Old One felt its body rapidly dissolving. This cannot be. The Old One's mind reeled in disbelief. How can a mere insect? It refused to accept that a lowly creature could destroy it. In a frenzy of rage and despair, it unleashed waves of black and crimson energy from its body, trying to resist the terrifying light. For a moment, it seemed to succeed, holding the radiance at bay. From a distance, Syd observed this and recalled something the Old One had once said in a vision of death. Futile struggle. In the end, the result is the same, death. His calm words echoed telepathically in the Old One's mind, driving it into a fit of rage. Damnable insect. In the next moment, Syd increased his absorption of the space stone's energy. The radiance of sunshine surged brighter still. Syd could even feel sunshine beginning to undergo a profound transformation, reaching a new and unprecedented level. Unfortunately, likely due to his current sunshine level being only 4, the transformation stopped short. Even without the final breakthrough, the enhanced sunshine was already more than enough to deal with the Old One. As if to confirm his thoughts, a psychic scream of agony reverberated. "Ah!" The anguished cry wasn't just heard by Syd, it echoed in the minds of everyone in Hong Kong. The ordinary survivors awaiting Messiah's death froze in place, hearing the harrowing scream. Whether due to the Ancient One's magic or some other reason, the psychic cry didn't induce mutations in the listeners. However, the sheer horror of the sound left them deeply unsettled. Through the diminishing radiance, they could see the tentacled monstrosity's horrific state. Its once mighty body dissolved like snow under the blazing sun. No. How does an insect wield such godlike power? This power. End of chapter. Chapter 331. They heard only the final, agonized scream before the colossal entity, as vast as a city, vanished entirely. It disappeared under the overwhelming, godlike power. Was it truly dead? In an instant, countless people in Hong Kong and around the world stared blankly at their screens, unable to process what they had just witnessed. However, as they began to believe the ordeal was over, a venomous and resentful telepathic voice echoed once again. "This isn't over. This will never be over. When my true form descends, your death is certain. Becoming my puppet will be your ultimate fate, and the power within you will be mine. Insect." With the final venomous word, the telepathic voice dissipated entirely. At a distance. Hearing the Old One's dying words, Syd furrowed his brow. That was just an avatar. Or perhaps a projection of some kind. Not its true form. What is its true form, then? A series of thoughts flashed through Syd's mind, and a sense of unease followed. If the Old One's claim was true, then its true form was undoubtedly far beyond his current ability to handle. The question was, when would it appear? Perhaps he could use the black stone to peer into the deathly visions for some clues. For a moment, the satisfaction of defeating the Old One faded from Syd's mind. At that moment, he noticed something unusual and paused briefly. In the distance, where the Old One had perished, a strange black liquid lingered. Defying gravity, the liquid floated in the air, writhing as though alive, much like the ether, the precursor to the reality stone. It resisted the disintegration caused by sunshine's brilliance. Syd could sense that, under the radiance of sunshine, the liquid was slowly dissipating. However, it would take at least 10 more seconds to vanish completely. What is this? Syd muttered in surprise. Even though the old one was dead, this substance remained. And it could withstand sunshine's disintegration for so long. Was it that difficult to destroy? A godly core, perhaps. A flood of possibilities filled Syd's mind. As soon as the thought arose, a strange hunger surged within him. Like a human drawn to a delicious meal, Syd felt an urge to consume the black liquid. Or perhaps it was his divine power, sensing the concentrated divinity within the liquid, that wanted to absorb it. Syd was taken aback but quickly acted. Flying to the liquid, he collected it into his spatial ring, intending to study it later. The radiance of sunshine gradually dimmed and receded. As Syd completed his actions, the survivors in Hong Kong and viewers around the world remained frozen, their eyes fixed on his floating figure. Live broadcast. Irina's microphone had slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground at some point. Wasn't Messiah supposed to lose? She muttered blankly. Messiah had been on the verge of death, only to unleash a sudden burst of power that obliterated the monster in an instant. And the range of Messiah's Omega ability. It was no joke. From satellite imagery, the extent of the radiant light was visible, covering an enormous area. For an average city, it could have encompassed countless buildings and streets, hundreds of kilometers. Compared to the initial citywide destruction Messiah caused, this was exponentially larger and far more terrifying. Just imagining it sent chills down her spine. Will Messiah ever die? Having been proven wrong once again, Irina felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. The viewers would undoubtedly mock her mercilessly again. But as she lamented, the global audience had no time to pay attention to her. Their focus was entirely on Messiah, their comments and debates filling the airwaves. Did Messiah hide his true strength all along? No way his power grew this much in such a short time. I don't believe it. What kind of strength is this? Destroying cities must be child's play for him. Recalling the earlier scenes, they questioned their own eyes. How else could they explain the absurdity of what they had just witnessed? From a range of a few dozen kilometers, the radiance had suddenly expanded to an unimaginable scale. They had never seen anything more outrageous in their lives. X-Mansion. Having resigned themselves to Syd's apparent death, Logan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Professor, didn't you say Syd was going to die? Logan asked hesitantly. Professor Charles Xavier offered a sheepish smile, inwardly marveling at what he had seen. This is the true power of an Omega ability, an unimaginable force and the ultimate threat to humanity. I only hope that boy doesn't lose control again. While marveling at Syd's power, Charles couldn't help but feel a growing unease. Stark Tower. This power of his. Thor muttered. He had thought Messiah was no match for his brother, the white-robed hero. Yet, he hadn't expected such terrifying strength. A power of this magnitude could obliterate an entire fleet or army with ease. Thor was deeply shaken. Beside him, Tony Stark mumbled, "Did that kid hide his power, or is he really growing this quickly?" "That can't be possible, guy." Through observation, Syd could see the knowledge in Caleb's mind was infectious. Anyone who listened or learned even a little would be subtly influenced. Though less affected than Caleb, they would gradually become immersed in the knowledge. The woman who followed Caleb would likely never leave, ensnared by the twisted truths. This twisted knowledge reminds me of the Darkhold, Syd thought. Anyone who reads the Darkhold is inevitably affected. Shaking his head, Syd pushed the thought aside and refocused on himself. He had gained a deeper understanding of his abilities, particularly why those influenced by him went mad. In his old one-like state, Syd realized he released an overwhelming flood of information and knowledge. Those who couldn't bear the influx would inevitably lose their minds. While he didn't fully understand other old ones, Syd was certain this was the primary cause of madness in those he touched. End of chapter. Chapter 335. At that moment, Syd considered a new possibility. Could it be that the stronger I become, the more information and knowledge I unconsciously release? He pondered further, imagining that as his power grew, the mysteries and complexity inherent to him would also deepen and expand. If just by existing he could drive people mad, how much worse would it be when his strength reached a higher level? Perhaps there would come a time when his mere presence in a place would be enough to plunge everyone into insanity and mutation. He thought back to the scene of the Old One's descent, his expression darkening. What a terrifying ability. Does this mean I've essentially become an Old One myself? While Syd mulled over this, discussions about him continued across the world. His overwhelming power had thrown countless people into panic and fear. Yet, some sought solace in more comforting explanations. A young man named Marco shared his thoughts online. Everyone, calm down. Messiah's power is indeed terrifying, but I don't think it's invincible. His comment was met with immediate ridicule. That light extended over who knows how many miles, and you're saying it's not invincible. What would count as invincible to you? You've clearly lost your mind. Exactly. With the wave of his hand, Messiah could wipe out everything within a 200-kilometer radius. How is that not horrifying? I can't even sleep at night thinking about it. What if one day we just vanish while dreaming? Angry and frightened responses flooded in, with people venting their anxiety. Marco, unfazed, continued calmly. Think about it. Didn't this latest outburst look a lot like the time Messiah lost control and destroyed a city? I suspect that Messiah's abilities only reach these levels when he loses control. Under normal circumstances, his effective range might be only 15 kilometers. The comment stunned many readers. Reflecting on it, they realized there was indeed a similarity between Messiah's recent display and his earlier uncontrolled destruction. Could this theory be true? The possibility gave many a sense of relief. If Messiah's effective range was truly just 15 kilometers, it was far less terrifying than 200 kilometers. Perhaps he wasn't so invincible after all. Marco added confidently, "We'll know the truth the next time Messiah makes a move." I'm sure I'm right. Many who read his post began to smile. Yes, the next time Messiah acted, they would finally see his true limits. Surely, no one could lose control every time they fought, and his actual strength would eventually be revealed. Across the globe, countless people felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Meanwhile, at a secret military base, officers, Commander Alessandro, and Dr. Bolivar also noticed the discussions online. Their initial unease melted away. So, Messiah is still manageable. Alessandro chuckled. Then his expression hardened with resolve. Messiah had lived long enough. Perhaps it was time to make the ultimate decision. No matter the cost, he had to be eliminated. Stark Tower. Thor clumsily navigated a laptop, reading the same posts. As he did, a grin spread across his face. As I thought, my brother, the white-robed hero, is the strongest. Messiah. He's just average. Nearby, Natasha Romanoff and the others, who were discussing how to deal with Ultron, overheard Thor's comments. Tony Stark and the rest exchanged exasperated looks. Thor's obsession with his brother is ridiculous, Clint muttered. Dark Dimension. Dormammu, meanwhile, had reached out to his surviving followers to gather information about Earth's strongest beings. A fanatical female follower named Carrie spoke reverently, "Lord Dormammu, Earth has many powerful figures. Among the most famous are Magneto, Professor Charles Xavier of the X-Men, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Dormammu grew impatient. Enough about these insignificant creatures. Tell me about the most powerful ones. Like that. The image of the black-clad figure flashed in his mind. Then he realized he didn't even know the man's name. That human in black, he said. Human in black. Carrie paused, then nodded as realization dawned. Lord Dormammu, are you referring to Messiah? He's an Omega-level mutant. She proceeded to describe Messiah in detail. As she spoke, her tone grew somber. Besides him, Lord Dormammu, there's another Omega-level mutant, the white-robed hero. What? Dormammu's mind reeled. The Ancient One hadn't been lying after all. When did Earth gain two beings of such power? Dormammu couldn't believe it. He had observed Earth for thousands of years, even clashing with the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto. Though he had invaded Earth multiple times, each attempt was thwarted by successive Sorcerer Supremes. Yet, in all those millennia, nothing like Messiah or the white-robed hero had ever appeared. How can two beings of this caliber exist simultaneously? Dormammu's curiosity piqued. What powers does this white-robed hero possess to rival Messiah? He asked. Even Dormammu found it hard to imagine how someone could match them and capable of unleashing such terrifying light. He focused his attention on Carrie, noticing her expression shift. Her reverence for Messiah turned into an even deeper awe and fear as she prepared to describe the white-robed hero. What's going on? Dormammu's interest deepened. End of chapter. Chapter 336. At this moment, Kelly, whose face showed a mix of fear and reverence, respectfully reported, "Lord Dormammu, that man in white possesses a kind of red energy capable of manipulating and destroying objects." That's it. Dormammu was slightly taken aback by her words. To what extent must this red energy reach to rival the level of the Messiah? As he pondered this strange notion, even entertaining the idea for a moment, Kelly, the fervent follower before him, revealed something that left him stunned. "Lord Dormammu, while the destructive power of the man's red energy is indeed strong, it doesn't quite match the light unleashed by the Messiah. The reason he rivals or even surpasses the Messiah in reputation lies in another, utterly outrageous ability." Kelly's fearful gaze trembled as she continued, "This man in white has the power to twist reality, to rewrite it entirely. In full view of everyone, he once transformed a group of sentinel robots, those black robots you destroyed not long ago, into butterflies." As Kelly recounted one instance after another of the White Knight's reality-warping feats, Dormammu, the dimensional demon, was utterly astonished. Twisting reality? What kind of absurd ability is this? Even as the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu considered such a power the stuff of pure fantasy, beyond even his capabilities. His first instinct was disbelief. Yet, Dormammu could sense that this devout follower was not lying. This meant it was likely true. How terrifying this power was. And to think it belonged to a mere human. Such a notion was incomprehensible, shocking to its core. Even as a dimensional demon, Dormammu couldn't suppress the jealousy and greed rising within him. If he possessed the ability to warp reality, combined with the power of the dark dimension, who could possibly challenge him? Even Earth and the Ancient One would be mere appetizers. The thought filled Dormammu with envious desire. At the same time, he couldn't understand how such a terrifying power could emerge from Earth. As he wrestled with confusion and disbelief, Kelly answered his question. Because of this fearsome power, she explained respectfully, before the Messiah acted today, humanity unanimously regarded the White Knight as the strongest. Even now, with the Messiah's appearance, at best, he is considered equal to the White Knight. We do not believe he has surpassed him. In addition to his reality-warping ability, it's said the White Knight is also the god of light from Asgard. Rumor has it that he once unleashed a radiance that enveloped the entire Earth. Hearing this, Dormammu, who had just begun to calm down, felt his pitch-black form ripple with shock. A radiance that covered the Earth. Wait, was the strange light phenomenon that appeared on Earth and Asgard caused by this White Knight? Even from the dark dimension, Dormammu had vivid memories of that event. What level of power is this? Dormammu was deeply shaken. It seemed this White Knight was far more frightening than the Messiah. At the same time, realization dawned on him. So, he's the god of light from Asgard. No wonder. It was hard enough to believe that someone on Earth could possess such power, but if he was a god from Asgard, it became somewhat more plausible. Even Dormammu felt some trepidation toward Odin. Luckily, Odin was on the brink of death. Dormammu gloated at the thought. This was his advantage as a dimensional demon, immortality. He could simply outlast the Ancient One, the White Knight, the Messiah, and even Odin. With this comforting thought, Dormammu relaxed slightly. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, when did Asgard gain such a powerful deity? Even for a god, this reality-warping ability was absurdly beyond reason. Not even Odin could possess such power. Dormammu's confusion and shock gave way to unease. It seemed future invasions of Earth would require far more meticulous planning. White Knight, Messiah, Ancient One. Dormammu's deep voice echoed as his shadowy figure faded into the darkness. In a secluded alley, under the radiant sunlight, Syd basked in its warmth. After dealing with the remnants of the old god's black liquid, his focus shifted to his sunshine ability. 200 kilometers. That's the limit for level 4 sunshine. Syd murmured to himself. While absorbing the space stone's energy, he had felt this limitation. Even though absorbing more spatial energy could enhance sunshine's power, its range was stuck at a bottleneck, seemingly capped, as though reaching its peak. At the same time, Syd sensed a potential transformation within sunshine, something extraordinary yet incomplete. Clearly, sunshine couldn't evolve further because it was still at level 4. When it advances to level 5, this 200-kilometer limit should break, and it might even eliminate limits entirely. And then, there's that transformation. Anticipation gleamed in Syd's eyes. Just the range enhancement from advancing sunshine to level 5 would be unprecedented. Combined with the energy of the space stone, its reach would extend to unimaginable levels. Not to mention the transformation, sunshine's evolved state could bring unforeseen power. Lost in thought, Syd found himself considering the celestial judge Arishem he had seen in the vision of death. Perhaps, when the time came, he would give Arishem a fitting defeat. And then, there was the so-called true form the dying old god had mentioned. At this thought, Syd felt a twinge of dread about the next death vision from the black stone. Would the next crisis come from the old god's true form, Arishem, or something else entirely? After pondering for a while, Syd couldn't resist the urge to continue training sunshine, hoping to push it to level 5 quickly. Alternatively, he considered using the black stone again to glimpse the future crisis. In the end, he decided to handle something else first. Ultron. It's time to deal with that nuisance. Syd's gaze turned cold. Previously, the Ancient One's presence in Hong Kong had complicated matters. Now, he was free to act and eliminate this troublesome entity. Ultron's potential was undeniable. Though currently far behind Syd, it was better to nip him in the bud before he became a real threat. With this thought, Syd retrieved his bag containing the Infinity Stones and donned the White Knight's attire once more. In the next moment, red chaos magic glowed in his hand as the blue Mind Stone emerged from its setting. Grasping the oval gemstone in his right hand, Syd applied pressure. Crack, crack. With a sharp sound, the gem shattered, scattering fragments. Amid the debris, a brilliant yellow gemstone radiated dazzling light. End of chapter. Chapter 337. Syd carefully put away the shards, lifting the Mind Stone with his fingers. He couldn't help but marvel at the gem's breathtaking beauty. Each Infinity Stone was a transcendent masterpiece. Through the Mind Stone, Syd could feel the immense energy contained within. In the next moment, he grasped the Mind Stone firmly in his hand. Whether I can deal with Ultron or not will depend on this stone. Syd thought hesitantly. Then, he picked up the Space Stone. As images of Sokovia surfaced in his mind, he visualized the place where Ultron had fought against the Avengers in the original timeline. If all went as expected, Ultron should still be there. In an instant, his figure vanished. After a flash, he appeared mid-air in an unfamiliar sky. As he traveled, his body briefly turned transparent, activating invisibility. He didn't want Ultron spotting him through cameras and slipping away. Syd's gaze scanned the small city of Sokovia below. Floating above, he began his search. The city wasn't large, it shouldn't take long to locate his target. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, 5 Sentinel robots were slowly surrounding a small house. How surprising to find such a remarkable mutant here, the lead Sentinel robot remarked, its voice tinged with interest. At the door of the besieged house stood 3 individuals. Sentinels. What do you want? Stan, a rugged middle-aged man with a sturdy build and a scruffy beard, stared at the 5 Sentinel robots with shock and fear. The mutant, capable of unleashing vibrational waves to shatter objects and trigger localized earthquakes, had clearly caught the robot's attention. The modified Sentinel robot, its face almost expressive, displayed a satisfied grin. Cracking Stan's X gene would allow them to absorb his ability into their system. With a tone akin to a cat playing with its prey, Ultron, speaking through the Sentinel leader, said, "We're here to take you in, of course." "Stan, is it? If you come with me, I promise not to harm you or these 2 kids with you." Ultron's gaze shifted to the 2 young adults standing behind Stan. One was tall and silver-haired, the other had striking red hair and wore a crimson leather jacket. "Wanda, take Pietro and run," Stan whispered urgently to them. "Big brother Stan, you." Wanda and Pietro looked at him in shock, their expressions turning sorrowful. They both realized what was about to happen. Having met Stan by chance, the siblings initially sought to befriend the powerful mutant to enlist his help against Tony Stark. Over time, however, their relationship deepened beyond mere convenience, and they genuinely cared for him. They didn't want to see him hurt. "Run," Stan repeated, his voice tense. After exchanging a glance, Wanda and Pietro bit their lips, realizing they'd only be a burden if they stayed. Just as Pietro began to pull Wanda away, Ultron interrupted. "If you put this on, I'll let them go," he said, holding up a black collar. The three of them stared at the device. As a mutant, Stan immediately recognized what it was, a power suppressor collar. His expression darkened instantly. Stan quickly made up his mind. He couldn't trust the robot to keep its word, nor could he gamble with his life. There was no way he'd surrender to a heap of scrap metal. In the next moment, Stan spread his hands wide, unleashing a powerful vibrational wave that tore through the air toward the Sentinels. Buzz. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the Sentinel robots were sent flying. "Run!" Stan shouted while launching his attack. Wanda and Pietro didn't hesitate this time. They turned and ran as fast as they could. But before they'd gone far, a pained scream froze them in their tracks. Instinctively, they turned to look. They saw a silver Sentinel robot standing behind Stan, its metallic hand gripping his arm tightly, preventing him from unleashing any more vibrational waves. Despite Stan's efforts, the robot's body showed little damage, aside from some minor distortions. "How is it so strong?" Pietro muttered in disbelief. They had seen Stan's power firsthand, effortlessly toppling buildings with a single wave. Yet this silver Sentinel seemed nearly impervious. Both Wanda and Pietro were in shock, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. These silver Sentinels had appeared on television several times before. Wanda and Pietro knew them to be in a metallic form. Yet they'd always seen the White Knight or the Messiah destroy them with ease, as if they were nothing more than scrap. Now, Stan's full-power attack barely scratched one. Realization dawned on them, perhaps the Messiah and the White Knight were far more powerful than they had imagined, making the Sentinels seem weaker than they actually were. The shocking truth left the trio staring as more silver Sentinels approached. One Sentinel reached out, grabbing Stan by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "Ah!" Stan struggled in pain, his body flailing helplessly, unable to muster another attack. Even in his desperation, Stan forced himself to look at Wanda and Pietro. With his last bit of strength, he choked out, "Run!" Their eyes reddened with tears. Before they could act, a Sentinel robot blocked their escape. Looking at them, Ultron smiled. "Two more test subjects, this is turning out well." Stan's face was filled with rage, while Wanda and Pietro were overwhelmed with despair, frozen in place. Against these terrifying Sentinels, resistance felt utterly futile. Just as hopelessness engulfed them, a sudden gust of wind came from above. Wanda, Pietro, and even Ultron looked up in surprise. Descending gracefully from the sky was a figure clad in white, emanating an aura of quiet power. End of chapter. Chapter 338. As the figure slowly descended from the sky, everyone present, Wanda, Pietro, Stan, and even Ultron, froze in place. First, they were astonished that someone could float in the air. Then, upon seeing the person's attire, their faces were filled with shock. White Knight. What's he doing here? The three were in utter disbelief. While they were consumed by their amazement, Ultron felt something else besides shock, fear. This terrifying man. Why is he in Sokovia? Overwhelmed by unease, Ultron spoke with a trace of fear in his voice. "White Knight, what are you here for?" As he spoke, the Sentinel robot holding Stan released its grip. All 5 Sentinel robots turned to face the White Knight, alert but hesitant to make a move. Stan, coughing and clutching his neck, along with Wanda and Pietro watching from a distance, stared in astonishment at Ultron's reaction. The mere appearance of the White Knight reduced this arrogant robot to fear. The once dominant presence was now gone. Thinking back to the hopelessness they felt facing the Sentinel robots, and comparing it to the current scene, their emotions were a mix of awe and disbelief. While floating down, Syd's gaze fell on Wanda and Pietro, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wanda and Pietro. What are they doing in Sokovia? Suddenly, a realization dawned on him, and his expression softened. Right. Wanda and Pietro live here. His thoughts drifted to their backstory. When they were 10 years old, their home had been destroyed by a Stark Industries missile, killing their parents. This tragedy fueled their hatred toward Tony Stark, whom they blamed for their suffering, and their desire for revenge. Later, they became test subjects for Hydra's experiments with the Mind Stone, which awakened their abilities. However, with Syd's interference during the Battle of New York, the Mind Scepter had already been taken by him. Without it, Hydra had no means to conduct their experiments. A quick glance at the siblings confirmed Syd's suspicion they had yet to awaken their powers. Turning his attention to Ultron, Syd raised his right hand, and a faint red glow of chaos magic appeared. In an instant, 4 explosions erupted. All but the Sentinel robot containing Ultron were obliterated, reduced to nothing by the chaotic energy. Ultron froze. Nearby, Wanda, Pietro, and Stan stood dumbfounded. The Sentinels they could barely dent, the ones that had filled them with despair, were gone in the blink of an eye. Watching the scene unfold, they were struck with a newfound understanding of the White Knight's power, overwhelming and terrifying. And this wasn't even his strongest ability. The thought of the White Knight's reality-warping power sent chills down their spines. They looked at him with awe, fear, and even a hint of envy. No wonder he's an Omega-level mutant. If only we could be that strong. While they wrestled with their thoughts, Ultron tried to suppress his panic. White Knight, what are you planning to do? Ultron said. If you're here to save these 3, I can let them go and leave. His voice carried an uncharacteristic note of submission. Realizing this, Ultron immediately added with forced confidence, you can't kill me, you know. Destroying my body won't matter, I'll just upload my consciousness elsewhere. You're wasting your time. As he spoke, confidence returned to his voice. That's right. He can't kill me. Even if he destroys this body, I'll simply move to another. This White Knight can't do anything to me. The thought brought a faint smile to Ultron's face, tinged with smugness and mockery. But Syd merely smirked in return. Oh. Is that so? In a flash, he appeared beside Ultron. Spatial transfer proficiency +1. Before Ultron could react, Syd placed his hand on the Sentinel robot containing him. To be thorough, Syd's eyes glowed red as he activated chaos magic. The Mind Stone's energy combined with his chaos magic, enveloping Ultron completely. What are you doing? Ultron began, his tone shifting from confusion to terror. What have you done? Why can't I connect to the network anymore? His voice trembled with fear. While Ultron panicked, Syd's expression revealed satisfaction. As I thought. Disconnecting him from the network disables his ability to escape. With the combined power of the Mind Stone and chaos magic, any form of network connectivity was utterly impossible. Ultron's disconnection was inevitable. Stan, Wanda, and Pietro could only watch in stunned silence. Though they didn't fully understand what had happened, seeing the panic on Ultron's face made it clear, he had lost. How long did it take? Mere moments to defeat the very entity that had brought them to despair. Once again, they were reminded of the White Knight's sheer power and terror. As Syd wrapped the Sentinel robot in chaos magic, he prepared to leave with Ultron in tow. But just as he floated upward, Pietro's urgent voice called out, White Knight, wait. Don't leave yet. Syd paused midair, turning his gaze toward the trio. The weight of his presence was palpable, and the 3 felt their bodies tremble under the pressure. Clenching his fists, Pietro gritted his teeth and said, White Knight, can we come with you? We can help you. Me, Wanda, and Stan, whatever you need. Syd looked at them thoughtfully, his expression calm as he asked, why? Before Pietro could respond, Wanda stepped forward. Understanding her brother's intent, she spoke firmly, we want revenge on Tony Stark. If we follow you, we'll have a better chance. It was simple, they sought power. Unable to achieve it on their own, they offered their service in exchange for an alliance. After speaking, the trio held their breath, anxiously awaiting the White Knight's response. To their surprise, his expression didn't change, as if he wasn't the least bit moved, or perhaps, he had anticipated this all along. End of chapter. Chapter 339. The trio was left in a state of confusion and doubt. Syd glanced at them, his calm demeanor undisturbed by their words. Looking at Wanda, Pietro, and Stan, he spoke plainly, "Vengeance is something you should pursue on your own." Pausing briefly, he added, "You want power. Shelter. I can recommend a place for you." Wanda, Pietro, and Stan, who had been disheartened, suddenly perked up, exchanging glances. "What place?" Ignoring their reaction, Syd continued, "The place is called Kamar-Taj." He proceeded to share its location with them, confident that Kaecilius would take an interest in them. To ensure they wouldn't forget, Syd kindly used the Mind Stone to implant the information directly into their minds. Having done this, Syd moved swiftly, taking Ultron and vanishing into the sky. Watching the White Knight disappear, the trio stood in uneasy silence. Kamar-Taj. What kind of place is that? A place that could grant them power and shelter. They couldn't picture what such a place might be, their minds full of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Syd, now far away, cast a thoughtful look at the Sentinel robot containing Ultron. He deliberated over how best to deal with the AI. If I destroy him outright, he might respawn through another robot. After pondering for a while, Syd decided to first eliminate Ultron's subbodies before finishing off the core. His eyes glowed red as chaos magic infused with the Mind Stone's power invaded Ultron's programming. In a flash, a torrent of chaotic, vast information flooded Syd's mind. After some time, he identified the locations of all of Ultron's subbodies. With this information in hand, the solution became clear. Soon, beams of radiant sunlight rained down from the sky like orbital strikes, relentlessly bombarding the ground. One by one, industrial robots and sentinels were obliterated. Ultron's voice was filled with panic. After eliminating all of the subbodies, Syd turned his gaze to Ultron's core. In a secluded area, Syd unleashed his chaos magic. Chaos magic proficiency +1. In an instant, red energy enveloped Ultron. No. Desperation and unwillingness filled Ultron's eyes. But under the onslaught of chaos magic, his essence was completely erased. To be thorough, Syd followed up with a scaled-down sunshine blast. Sunshine proficiency +1. The radiant sunlight swept across the area where Ultron had been, erasing all traces of matter, energy, and even information. In such conditions, even as an artificial intelligence, Ultron had no chance of resurrection. The notion of data transfer was utterly impossible. Finally ridding himself of the troublesome AI, Syd exhaled in relief. That's one problem solved. With that done, his attention turned back to Sunshine and the visions from the Black Stone. Just as he prepared to retrieve the Black Stone, another thought crossed his mind. Kamar-Taj. Elsewhere, Dr. Stephen Strange stared at his hands in silence. Despite his progress in learning magic, his injured hands remained unchanged. He had asked both Wong and Mordo how to heal them, but their answer was always the same: the time wasn't right, and he needed to deepen his magical knowledge. Frustrated by their vague responses, Strange found his patience wearing thin. Without the recent appearances of Morris and Kaecilius, he might have continued his studies quietly. But Strange's heart raced as he recalled the immense power displayed by Morris and the even greater strength of Kaecilius. Simply by worshipping a so-called dimensional demon, these two gained unparalleled power. While Morris's connection to Dormammu carried an undeniable cost, Strange dismissed it as unworthy of consideration. But Kaecilius' words echoed in his mind. All you need to do is worship the dimensional demon, and divine power will be granted to you. The promise of divine power was staggering. Not only could it restore youth, but it also enhanced magical talent and amplified the power of spells. If I gained that so-called divine power, wouldn't my hands be healed as well? Restoring youth seemed far more challenging than healing injuries, so this should be simple enough. Strange hesitated, torn between skepticism and temptation. Most enticingly, Kaecilius had assured him there was no cost other than belief. No cost. How is that possible? Even the use of white magic required borrowed energy, which would eventually demand repayment. Yet here was an offer that required nothing but faith. The idea both intrigued and unsettled him. Still, he couldn't shake the fear that it was all a ruse, that Kaecilius' power was merely bait. After a long internal struggle, Strange finally made up his mind. I'll try it. If something feels off, I'll pull back immediately. 5 minutes later. Hearing a knock, Kaecilius opened the door, surprised to see Strange standing there. Have you taken an interest in the great demon's power? Kaecilius asked with amusement. Strange felt a wave of embarrassment but said nothing. Kaecilius, sensing an opportunity to recruit a new believer, began teaching Strange how to pray. Soon, Strange clumsily recited the incantation under Kaecilius' guidance. Watching Strange's half-hearted, doubtful demeanor, Kaecilius frowned momentarily before relaxing. Even the smallest amount of faith would grant a fraction of power from the great master. Kaecilius was confident, once someone experienced that power, they would never turn away. As if to affirm his thoughts, Strange's expression abruptly shifted, his face betraying shock and awe. End of chapter. Chapter 340. As Stephen Strange recited the prayer, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Midway through, he noticed a strand of powerful energy entering his body, divine, radiant, and perpetually exuding brilliance. So this is divine power. As the energy coursed through him, warmth spread throughout his body, akin to the comforting embrace of a hot spring. The most significant moment came when the energy passed through his injured hands. Strange felt a faint trembling and an itch in his hands. Could it be? A startling realization struck him, but just as quickly, disappointment followed. The strand of energy was far too little. While it caused a slight improvement in his hands, they were far from fully healed. If only there were more energy. Strange's desire grew, his attention drawn to the divine energy itself. He understood why it had appeared and why it was so limited. It was clearly tied to his level of faith. Until now, Strange had only offered tentative belief, a half-hearted attempt at faith. Yet even this small measure of belief had resulted in the granting of divine power, which left him in awe. Such generosity from this deity. Even with just a hint of faith, divine power had been bestowed. This stood in stark contrast to other dimensional demons, who operated like parasitic overlords. For Strange, this unprecedented benevolence was difficult to grasp. Watching Strange's expression of desire, Kaecilius smirked knowingly. No one can resist the gifts bestowed by the master. He was confident that Strange's attitude toward the master would soon change drastically. Meanwhile, Syd observed the scene with interest. Let's see what choices Stephen Strange makes next. By the next morning, Strange's demeanor had already begun to shift. The most obvious sign was that his hands no longer trembled. Though his faith wasn't particularly devout, the divine power had been sufficient to heal an ordinary injury like his. With his hands restored, Syd sensed Strange's faith evolving from tentative belief to that of a standard follower. Inside a dimly lit room, illuminated by 2 oil lamps, Strange stared at his hands, oscillating between joy and confusion. Not long after his hands healed, the divine energy flowing from the ether intensified dramatically. If the previous strand of energy could be measured as a 1, this surge was a 10, constant and unbroken, unlike the earlier intermittent trickle. This transformation left Strange utterly bewildered. What is happening? Half an hour later, still reeling, Strange wandered to Kamar-Taj's courtyard, where Mordo was teaching a group of students. Seeing Strange approach, Mordo paused his lecture and walked over. Good morning, Strange. Did you sleep well? How is your magic training progressing? Mordo asked casually. Strange, still dazed, replied instinctively, I feel great, better than ever. Noticing Strange's distracted state, Mordo frowned. What's troubling you? Did something frighten you yesterday? Or have you lost confidence in magic? Misunderstanding the situation, Mordo attempted to offer encouragement, but before he could continue, Strange smiled. No. Quite the opposite. I've never been more confident in magic. Mordo was taken aback by the unexpected response. Really? In that case, let's spar. Show me how you're doing, Mordo suggested, skeptical of Strange's true state. Strange considered the proposal and agreed. Within a minute, the two stood in a spacious but secluded training area. Though isolated, a few early rising students noticed them and quickly took an interest. Strange is sparring with Master Mordo again. Does he enjoy getting beaten? Masochist, maybe. Their playful banter soon turned into laughter. Meanwhile, the duel began. Mordo wasted no time showcasing his experience. Utilizing the vaulting boots of Vaulter, he leaped through the air at astonishing speed, closing the distance to Strange in seconds. With both hands, Mordo conjured the rings of Ragador, two small, circular orange magic shields. The rings served a dual purpose, deflecting enemy attacks and striking with their sharp edges, making them a favored close combat tool among sorcerers. Strange, recognizing the spell, quickly conjured his own rings of Ragador to block Mordo's assault. Orange sparks flew as the two shields clashed midair. However, despite using the same spell, Strange soon found himself outmatched, as expected by the observing students, Mordo, and even Strange himself. Mordo's superior combat experience, combined with his arsenal of magical artifacts, made him an overwhelming opponent. Like an unyielding mountain, Mordo's relentless attacks left Strange struggling to keep up. At one point, Mordo pulled out a black staff from his back, the staff of the Living Tribunal. The staff extended, its sections linked by orange magical energy, resembling nunchaku. With a powerful swing, Mordo struck at Strange. Though Strange managed to block with the rings of Ragador, the force of the blow sent him flying. He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, coughing violently. From a distance, the observing students exchanged knowing looks, clearly unsurprised by the outcome. Classic Strange, always on the losing end. End of chapter. Chapter 341. Strange lost. I expected as much. No surprise there, he couldn't possibly beat senior brother Mordo. He'd need at least a few more months of studying magic just to hold his ground against Mordo. As they whispered among themselves, Mordo looked down at Strange, who had fallen to the ground, and asked, "Are you okay?" "All right, that's enough for today. We'll pick this up next time." Seeing that Strange seemed fine, Mordo allowed himself a relieved smile and prepared to end the duel. However, before he could finish his sentence, Strange's voice interrupted, leaving Mordo, and the observing apprentices, stunned. "No, on the contrary, this fight is far from over. It's only just begun." With that, Strange rose to his feet again, assuming a stance to cast magic. Seeing this, both the apprentices and Mordo couldn't help but facepalm internally. "Strange, do you always have to be so stubborn? You need to learn when to back down." Mordo began circling Strange, applying pressure while preparing to teach him a lesson. Strange, however, was fully aware that he wasn't a match for Mordo right now. But he had his reasons for continuing, he had a plan. Feeling the lingering divine power within himself, Strange's heart steadied. This remaining energy. It should be enough for 1 or 2 spells, right? Recalling the magic that Kaecilius had once demonstrated, Strange felt a surge of anticipation. He prepared to cast a spell he'd only ever read about, one he wasn't even sure he could execute. Is this divine power really that miraculous? With a mix of doubt and determination, Strange gave it a try. The next moment, as Mordo watched, ready for Strange's move, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The observing apprentices were equally dumbfounded. Strange moved his hands in a circular motion, and multiple arms appeared around him. In an instant, he resembled the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. As he struck his final pose, numerous duplicates of Stephen Strange materialized across the training ground. Form of Icon. A high-level spell beyond the reach of most magicians, it created clones that could cast magic themselves. Powered by divine energy, these clones, which would normally be illusory, seemed almost tangible. Seeing this, both the apprentices and Mordo were left utterly speechless. How was this possible? How could Strange, who had been learning magic for less than 10 days, pull off such an advanced spell? Even Kaecilius, a former prodigy, couldn't manage this spell, let alone Mordo. And yet, the form of Icon Strange had cast seemed different from what the Ancient One had demonstrated in the past. While they grappled with their disbelief, Strange made his move. The 30 or so clones performed the same gestures simultaneously. Orange magical energy whips materialized, crackling in the air. The sound of whips slicing through the air filled the training ground as dozens of them flew toward Mordo. Mordo instinctively tried to dodge, but the sheer number of whips overwhelmed him. The entire area was covered in the orange tendrils, leaving no room for escape. In the blink of an eye, Mordo was ensnared, the whips binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. "Mordo, you've lost," Strange said with a smile. The training ground fell silent. The apprentices, watching from a distance, broke into incredulous murmurs. Mordo lost. How is that possible? How did he do that? He's only been learning magic for a few days. How could he defeat senior brother Mordo? Their first reaction was disbelief. It seemed impossible that Strange, a newcomer to magic, could defeat Mordo. How did he do it? As they reeled from the shock, Mordo, equally stunned, asked, "How did you cast the form of Icon? When did you become this strong?" The Stephen Strange lying defeated moments ago seemed like a completely different person now, leaving Mordo incredulous. Strange hesitated, his expression shifting uneasily. Seeing this, Mordo's doubts deepened. He recalled the energy emanating from Strange, eerily similar to Kaecilius' aura. A horrifying thought struck him. "You. Strange, have you pledged yourself to an unknown dimensional deity?" The apprentices fell silent, their discussions abruptly cut short. After a moment of hesitation, Strange nodded. Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why? You know how much the Ancient One and I value you, yet you chose to align with a dimensional deity." Disappointment clouded Mordo's gaze. Strange showed little remorse as he replied, "For power." After a pause, he added, "I pledged my faith to the deity just 1 day ago, and now I have the strength to defeat you." Though they had suspected as much, Mordo and the apprentices were nonetheless stunned by his words. Not just by Strange's choice, but by the sheer power of the deity he had aligned with. 1 day. In just 1 day, Stephen Strange had gained enough power to defeat Mordo. Mordo frowned, his concern evident. "Do you realize the price you'll have to pay? Dimensional deities don't grant power freely." Before Mordo could finish, Strange interrupted, "No, there is no price. I only need to offer my faith, and the deity grants me divine power. Nothing else is required." The apprentices and Mordo were left dumbfounded. Faith alone, and such immense power was granted. It seemed too good to be true. How could such a thing exist? End of chapter. Chapter 342. No other cost. Mordo and the apprentices were filled with doubt. They wanted to dismiss it, but Stephen Strange's actions were undeniable. Could there be a hidden price they weren't aware of? Or was the deity simply luring Strange in with temporary benefits? These thoughts were all they could muster to reconcile what they had witnessed. Otherwise, if it were true. As they wrestled with their skepticism, Stephen Strange spoke again, turning to Mordo. "Providing faith alone to gain the power of a dimensional deity. I don't see an issue with that. Even the Ancient One draws energy from the dark dimension. If I can gain this power by simply offering my faith, how is that any worse?" Mordo froze at Strange's words. He had nearly forgotten this uncomfortable truth. However, since the Ancient One was still alive, and Mordo had never seen the Dormammu mark on her forehead during battle, he couldn't confirm his suspicions. In his heart, the image of the Ancient One remained unshattered. Mordo gritted his teeth and said, "One day, you'll regret this." "I won't," Stephen Strange replied, shaking his head as he dispelled the form of Icon and the energy whips, releasing Mordo. Then, Strange turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Mordo frowned. He suddenly felt the need to bring Strange before the Ancient One. Without thinking further, Mordo instinctively swung his staff, the artifact of the Staff of the Living Tribunal, attempting to stop Strange by force. Whoosh! The sound of wind howled sharply. Sensing danger, Strange instinctively channeled the remaining divine energy granted by the deity and cast one final spell. A flash of radiant golden light appeared, a golden staff that seemed vaguely familiar collided with Mordo's dark artifact. Boom! To the astonishment of Mordo and the onlooking apprentices, the moment the two weapons clashed, Mordo's staff was cleaved cleanly in two. Mordo stared in disbelief at the broken staff in his hands and the golden staff in Strange's grip. "This is the Staff of the Living Tribunal. You managed to summon it without an artifact. How? And how can your spell be stronger than mine, even with my artifact?" Mordo sensed the divine energy radiating from Strange's golden staff and suddenly realized the truth. Strange had used the deity's divine power to enhance his magic. Was this why it felt so different? It was just like Kaecilius back then. Looking at Strange from a distance, Mordo was left speechless, his emotions a mix of shock and inner turmoil. Even in his own heart, he felt the faint stirrings of temptation. Faith in this mysterious dimensional deity could grant such overwhelming power. As Strange departed, leaving the apprentices and Mordo behind, Mordo couldn't resist heading directly to the Ancient One. When he arrived at her chamber, he recounted everything in detail. The Ancient One listened, her expression momentarily still. So, the future has shifted once more. She sighed softly and said, "Let things take their course. This is Strange's choice. All I can do is guide him." Mordo was incredulous. "Supreme One, we're just going to let this happen." "Strange." The Ancient One shook her head. Mordo fell into silence, questioning whether he had misunderstood everything and whether his decisions had been wrong. If even the Ancient One didn't see this as an issue, why was he so insistent? Perhaps, he too could try placing his faith in this deity. The thought lingered in Mordo's mind. Time passed. Under Syd's watchful gaze, a few apprentices discreetly sought out Kaecilius. This didn't surprise him. What did catch him off guard, however, was the appearance of Wanda, Pietro, and Stan, led into Kamar-Taj by a mage. Syd was startled to see them arrive so soon. He had expected it would take them several more days to reach Kamar-Taj. Using the power of the Mind Stone, Syd delved into the mage's memories and understood what had happened. It turned out that Wanda and her companions had encountered this mage en route, who brought them directly to Kamar-Taj. Their arrival quickly drew the attention of the other mages, particularly Kaecilius, who gave them a curious glance. Perhaps these three could also become followers of the Master. Seizing an opportunity, Kaecilius approached Wanda and Pietro in private, explaining the difficulties of mastering magic and the benefits of becoming a follower of the deity. After his pitch, Kaecilius left. Wanda and Pietro exchanged words, and finally, Pietro hesitated. "Do we really have to do this?" Wanda nodded firmly. "If we don't, how else will we defeat Tony Stark?" According to the mage who brought them here, mastering magic required significant time Wanda couldn't afford. She wanted her revenge on Stark as quickly as possible. With the deity's power, they could achieve that vengeance sooner. Pietro fell silent, unable to refute her logic. That very night, the siblings sought out Kaecilius and asked him to teach them. Kaecilius didn't refuse and immediately began teaching them how to pray. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Syd turned his attention elsewhere. He retrieved a black stone from his spatial ring. "I wonder, what vision of death will I face this time? Will it be the true form of an old god, or Arishem the judge of the celestials? Or perhaps something else?" With these thoughts, Syd gripped the power stone in one hand while channeling energy into the black stone in the other. Soon, a familiar ripple of energy emerged. Without resisting the ripple, Syd's vision blurred, and a scene unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 343. The Dark Void of Space. The Blue Earth. A massive, fiery red giant loomed over the planet, gazing down with an overwhelming presence. Satellites turned their lenses toward the figure, and countless humans on Earth watched in horror. Arishem the judge, again. Seeing this scene, Syd surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Compared to facing an unknown entity or the true form of an old god, Arishem at least was familiar, his abilities were well documented and understood. If it were an old god's true form, who could predict the extent of its power? As this thought passed, Syd's attention returned to the celestial judge before him. "Why would this judge come to Earth just to eliminate me?" he murmured, his mind swirling with questions. After pondering for a moment, Syd whispered, "Could it be because of the sleeping celestial, Tiamat, in Earth's core? Does he see me as a threat to Tiamat's emergence?" He delved deeper into his memories of the celestials. According to legend, every billion years, a new celestial must be born to maintain the balance of energy in the universe. Arishem the judge would scatter the seeds of the celestials across the cosmos, embedding them within various life-bearing planets, like Earth. The choice of life-bearing planets wasn't random. The birth of a celestial required vast amounts of energy derived from intelligent life. To ensure the proliferation of such life, Arishem even created the Eternals, superpowered humanoids tasked with protecting humanity and fostering its growth. Once the population of intelligent life reached a critical mass, the celestial seed, slumbering within the planet's core, Tiamat, would begin to absorb the life force of all beings on the planet, including the Eternals, to fuel its birth. This process, known as the emergence, would result in the planet's destruction, an unavoidable sacrifice akin to a chick breaking free from its shell. In simple terms, Tiamat's birth would come at the cost of all life on Earth. And, unfortunately, the billions of humans currently on Earth meant the conditions for Tiamat's emergence had been met. Syd was acutely aware that the planet's destruction was inevitable. He couldn't be certain whether he would survive the cataclysm. In a twisted sense, Thanos' snap, which halved Earth's population, had delayed Tiamat's emergence. Syd suspected that Arishem was here either to prevent him from interfering with Tiamat's birth or because Arishem had discovered his presence while inspecting Earth and decided to eliminate him for reasons unknown. As these thoughts churned, Syd refocused on Arishem. Before long, he saw himself in the vision, clad in white and standing in Earth's orbit, staring down the celestial judge. This time, there was a noticeable difference. He was holding something in his hand. The space stone. Syd mused. A flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes. Can I resist Arishem with the space stone's power? As before, Arishem wasted no time. A familiar red energy beam shot from his fist, illuminating the void. Before the attack could strike, the white-clad version of Syd in the vision cast divine speech and activated sunshine. Light. In an instant, the boundless light of the sun converged in the vacuum of space. The brilliance of divine speech combined with sunshine to meet the red energy beam head-on. The collision lit up the void with violent flashes of platinum and crimson light. Within moments, the platinum brilliance overwhelmed the red beam, completely annihilating it. Arishem stared in astonishment as the platinum light bathed his colossal form. A mere being from Earth possessing such power? Enough to nullify his energy beam entirely. Arishem was shocked. Though the attack had been casual, it was still unfathomable for a planetary life form to neutralize it. Moreover, he sensed something peculiar. The red energy beam had not merely been neutralized, it seemed to have been wholly eradicated, converted into nothingness. Confusion flickered across Arishem's expression. While Arishem pondered, Syd watched the vision, his expression calm and unsurprised. The last time he faced Arishem, several of his abilities hadn't reached level 5. Now, significantly stronger, he could erase the red energy beam with ease, even without the space stone's aid. However, defeating Arishem was another matter entirely. As expected, the platinum light touched Arishem's form but was halted by an invisible barrier. Previously, the light had quickly dissipated upon encountering this barrier. This time, Syd's eyes gleamed with expectation. Infused with nearly all the divine light energy in his body, sunshine and the divine speech light rapidly began to break down Arishem's barrier. But halfway through the process, Syd frowned. The barrier's decay had slowed to an imperceptible crawl, barely making a difference. How is this possible? Arishem's power was staggering. Even with multiple level 5 abilities, Syd couldn't fully breach the barrier. The light began to wane, signaling that his divine energy was nearly exhausted. Then, Arishem's deep, resonant voice echoed. An Asgardian god. The astonishment in his tone was evident. It was clear that Arishem had recognized something. Before the vision Syd could respond, Arishem continued coldly, Asgardian god. Your existence hinders me. 3 golden rings abruptly materialized around Syd, binding him and restricting his movements. Your power is insufficient. Arishem's tone carried a dismissive air, as if even an Asgardian god was insignificant to him. The fading brilliance of the light confirmed his judgment. Though this being's strength was surprising, it was ultimately limited. The next moment, Arishem unleashed a terrifying energy beam, spanning kilometers, directly toward the immobilized Syd. After one last glance at Syd, Arishem's massive form began to shimmer, preparing to leave. In Arishem's mind, this Asgardian god was as good as dead. End of chapter. Chapter 344. Just as Arishem the judge prepared to leave, an unexpected scene unfolded. His gaze instinctively shifted toward his target, still bathed in the red energy beam. The fading brilliance around Syd suddenly flared, glowing even brighter than before. Endless light converged in an instant. In a blinding flash, the brilliance met the red energy beam, completely overpowering it. The colossal energy was erased in mere moments, leaving no trace behind. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Arishem's mind. This Asgardian god should have been out of power, so how? Where had he drawn the strength to unleash such overwhelming brilliance again? Anne. The sheer intensity of the light had grown even stronger. As the light filled a 200-kilometer radius, the red energy beam vanished as though it had never existed. Despite his surprise at the display of power, Arishem remained indifferent. As the light began to dissolve the invisible barrier surrounding him, Arishem spoke in his usual detached tone. "Asgardian, your strength is unexpected, but this is a futile effort." With his words, the barrier around him stabilized, its density increasing significantly. It seemed Arishem had not been using his full power earlier. The next moment, a new red energy beam, deeper and more intense than before, materialized. In an instant, it pierced through layers of light, striking the white-clad Syd directly. Though Syd channeled the energy of the space stone and combined it with sunshine, divine speech, and chaos magic, it wasn't enough. The red energy beam tore through every defense, striking Syd's body. Even his divine physique, at level 5, began to disintegrate. Golden divine blood scattered into the void. Finally, the beam engulfed him entirely, and Syd disappeared within its devastating radiance. Boom. The beam continued its path, slamming into North America. The collision triggered seismic activity, volcanoes erupted, tsunamis surged, and disasters spread across the continent. But what shocked humanity most wasn't the destruction. It was the death of the white-clad hero. Even the white-clad hero can die. That red giant is terrifying. As the world reeled in fear and disbelief, Arishem, floating in orbit, gazed at the spot where the Asgardian god had fallen without a hint of surprise. Even if the target was an Asgardian god, it made no difference to him. Having eliminated this minor obstacle, Arishem's form began to shimmer. Space around him distorted with a ripple of light, and in an instant, he vanished, as though he had never been there. From afar, Syd observed everything. His brow furrowed. Arishem's power. The display left Syd with a sense of impending doom. If the judge arrived soon, he might have no choice but to flee. The vision faded, and Syd returned to reality. Once back, he immediately resumed training a simplified version of Sunshine, hoping to raise it to level 5 before Arishem's inevitable arrival. Perhaps then, he could change the outcome. Sunshine Experience +1. Sunshine Experience +1. Stark Tower. At this moment, Black Widow and the others wore expressions of disbelief. Are we certain about this? Ultron is really gone. Is it true? The team pressed Tony Stark for confirmation. Tony pulled up data on his computer and replied, "Yes, Ultron seems to be gone. There hasn't been any trace of his activity recently." Listening to him and glancing at the displayed reports, Thor and the others were stunned. Ultron was such a pain to deal with, who could have taken him out? Hawkeye asked incredulously. At his words, everyone turned their gaze to Tony. Based on surveillance footage from Sokovia, it looks like it was the white-clad hero, Thor's brother, Tony said, showing them the footage and glancing at Thor. The white-clad hero. Watching the footage, Natasha and the others slowly relaxed, their initial shock fading. If it was the white-clad hero, there was nothing to worry about. To them, only the white-clad hero or Messiah could take down Ultron so effortlessly. If it was one of them, it wasn't surprising at all. Compared to Ultron, the white-clad hero and Messiah were the real anomalies. After calming down, War Machine commented, "Well, that's good. At least the Ultron threat is dealt with. Thor, thank your brother for me." The others nodded, while Thor scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't even know where he is right now." Meanwhile, in a dark and fiery domain, Odin was in conversation with a towering figure. A deep, unfamiliar voice echoed. "Odin, you cannot stop Ragnarok. I can feel it, it's about to begin." The speaker, Surtur, a fire giant with a body of molten lava and constant flames, growled, "All shall be consumed in fire. Nothing will escape. I am the destroyer of Asgard, its end, and its doom. Asgard will fall by my hand. Not even you, Odin, can stop me. Until my destiny is fulfilled, I cannot die. You cannot kill me." Surtur's words dripped with mockery as he addressed Odin, who stood before him, clad in golden armor and wielding the Gungnir spear. Odin's expression was grim. He knew the fate of Ragnarok was almost impossible to break. Since the birth of Asgard, its end had been foretold. He had seen the prophecy long ago. While Odin had tried to change fate before, every attempt ended in failure. Even so, delaying Ragnarok was still an option. His children needed time to grow, this wasn't their time to face Ragnarok. Raising Gungnir, Odin prepared for action. Surtur's expression shifted in shock. Odin, what are you doing? Stop. End of chapter. Chapter 345. Before Surtur could react, a brilliant beam of light shot from Odin's Gungnir. No. Surtur's roar echoed as the beam struck him. His massive body exploded instantly, scattering into fragments. However, instead of blood, the shattered pieces of his body transformed into flames, which were immediately absorbed by his skull, or rather, the crown atop it. Odin gazed at Surtur's skull with a solemn expression. He knew full well that Surtur was not truly dead. As long as the skull made contact with the eternal flame stored in Asgard's vault, Surtur would resurrect, empowered with unimaginable strength. When that time came, Ragnarok would begin, and the entirety of Asgard would be reduced to ashes. With this in mind, Odin summoned his Odin force, casting a powerful barrier around Surtur's skull to prevent anyone from taking it prematurely. Having completed this task, Odin turned and left the chamber. Let's hope everything can be delayed. They still need time. A faint sigh echoed in the air. Of course, Odin knew that the true catalyst for Ragnarok was not Surtur, but Hela, his firstborn daughter, long hidden away. He reflected on the past. In his younger years, filled with ambition, Odin had sought to conquer everything. Hela shared his vision, fighting alongside him in countless battles across the 9 realms, earning her great renown. But when the 9 realms were conquered, and Odin considered expanding into the universe, he hesitated. The countless Asgardian lives lost in the wars and the complexity of the universe had dulled his ambition. All he wanted was to protect his people. Hela, however, did not share his change of heart. She sought to continue conquering, dismissing Odin as a senile fool. To prevent her from wreaking further havoc, and fearing that her power would grow beyond control, Odin acted, sealing her away. As these thoughts weighed on him, a sense of unease stirred within Odin. He stopped in his tracks, deciding to check on Hela's seal. He quickly arrived at the site of her imprisonment. What he found shocked him. Hela was gone. Who? Odin's brow furrowed. Hela couldn't have escaped without help. Someone must have released her, and they surely had a plan. A chilling realization struck Odin. His children were in danger. Earth, Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Natasha and the others were throwing a celebratory party over the confirmed defeat of Ultron. Thor raised his mug of beer, drinking heartily and enjoying the lively atmosphere. As time passed, the festivities grew more boisterous. But suddenly, Thor's eyes turned golden. In an instant, his vision changed, showing him a scene of Asgard. Heimdall. Thor stared in surprise at Heimdall, who stood before him with his golden eyes glowing. Without preamble, Heimdall said, "Beware your sister, Hela." Thor, still in high spirits, froze mid-thought. Sister? Hela. What are you talking about, Heimdall? Heimdall wasted no time explaining, recounting the history and identity of the goddess of death. By the time Heimdall finished, Thor was utterly dumbfounded. A sister? As if having a younger brother like the white-clad hero wasn't enough, now he had an older sister named Hela. Thor was speechless. She might come for me and Loki. Father, what kind of trouble have you left us with? Heimdall's voice turned grave. You are no match for her. Be cautious. Thor nodded, his expression serious. After his conversation with Thor, Heimdall shifted his gaze to Loki, who was lurking near Stark Tower. He relayed the same warning to Loki. Loki, however, frowned and muttered, "Insane. What does this Hela want with me?" She should focus on that, Thor. Deciding it was better to be cautious, Loki cloaked himself in invisibility and headed towards Stark Tower. If she really comes, I can't fight her. Better to have these fools as distractions while I escape. Back in Stark Tower, Thor explained everything to Natasha and the others. By the time he finished, the once lively party had fallen silent. Tony Stark and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Thor, you have another sibling. Sounds like an Asgardian family issue. No time for jokes, Tony interrupted. We should prepare just in case this Hela really shows up. Amid the chaos, Tony donned his Mark armor, Captain America readied his vibranium shield, and Hawkeye grabbed his bow. Thor, seeing their fully armed state, shrugged. You're all overreacting. My sister wouldn't show up so quickly. Before he could finish, a loud crash shattered the floor-to-ceiling window of Stark Tower. A black, 1-meter-long spike had smashed through the glass. Before anyone could react, a woman in black armor leapt through the broken window. Tony sighed. Let me guess, Hela. He shot a glance at Thor. Thor, your mouth is a disaster. Thor ignored him, locking eyes with the intimidating figure. Are you Hela? I am Thor, son of Odin. Hela glanced at him, her tone dripping with disdain. You don't look like much. Then, addressing everyone, she commanded, kneel. What? As the stunned group stared at her, Hela extended her right hand, and a silver longsword materialized. I said kneel, before your queen. Her voice was calm, yet brimming with authority. Before Thor could respond, Tony scoffed, Queen of what, the local asylum. But before he could say more, Hela flicked her wrist, sending the silver sword flying. With a piercing sound, the blade shot through Tony's Mark armor, pinning him against the wall. Sir, your liver is damaged and you're bleeding internally, Jarvis reported dutifully. I noticed, Tony muttered, clutching his chest in shock. The others were equally stunned. With a casual move, Hela had gravely injured Tony. End of chapter. Chapter 346. Thor's sister, Hela, was terrifyingly powerful. With a simple move, she had already proven to be a formidable opponent. Before anyone could react to Tony Stark's dire state, Thor, overwhelmed with fury, hurled his Mjolnir at Hela with all his might. Whoosh! Mjolnir tore through the air, closing in on Hela in an instant. However, to the astonishment of everyone, Hela casually reached out with her right hand and caught the hammer mid-flight. Thor's heart sank as he extended his hand, attempting to summon Mjolnir back. But no matter how much he called for it, the hammer remained firmly in Hela's grasp. This is impossible. Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Hela smirked mockingly. Oh, little one, you don't even understand the meaning of possibility. The next moment left Thor and the others utterly shocked. Hela gripped Mjolnir tightly and crushed it with her bare hand. Boom. The hammer shattered into pieces, lightning flashing violently as a wave of energy surged outward. The shockwave flung Natasha and the others against the walls, leaving only Captain America, with his vibranium shield, and Thor standing in the aftermath. As the dust settled, the group stared in horror at the remains of Mjolnir scattered across the floor. Adding to their surprise, a new figure appeared as the shockwave disrupted his invisibility, Loki. Loki? Thor asked, stunned. Caught in the spotlight, Loki shrugged. Hey, everyone. He quickly added, don't mind me. Carry on with your fight. I'm just passing through. He began to retreat cautiously, but before he could take more than a few steps, Hela hurled a sharp projectile his way. Dodging to the side, Loki sighed. Well, brother, it seems I have no choice but to fight alongside you. Thor barely reacted, unsure whether this was the real Loki or one of his illusions. Hela quickly resolved that question. She threw a weapon at an empty spot in the room, and with a shout, Loki's real body appeared, while the illusion faded into green light. Hela smirked and wiped her hands across her head, revealing a black crown adorned with spikes. With dual weapons in hand, she began advancing on them slowly, exuding the confidence of a predator toying with her prey. Both of you are here. Perfect. I can deal with you together. You won't escape. Thor and Loki both felt a chill run down their spines. What could they possibly do? They knew all too well that they were no match for Hela. Without Mjolnir, Thor's chances were even slimmer. Captain America stepped in, throwing his vibranium shield at Hela. But she swatted it away with ease, sending it flying into the wall with a loud thud. Before Steve could react, a sharp blade flew at him, piercing through his chest. Captain! Steve! Natasha and the others cried out in horror. Even though Hela had barely exerted any effort, the overwhelming gap in power left them feeling hopeless. Thor realized that staying here would only endanger the others further. Desperately, he shouted, "Someone contact my brother, the white-clad hero. Only he can save us, or avenge us." Thor and Loki tried to flee Stark Tower, but Hela's weapons cut off every escape route. With a wicked grin, Hela said, "I told you, you won't escape. Do you think Odin will mourn when I kill you? And no one can save you." Her tone shifted slightly as she muttered, "The white-clad hero. Another brother. When did that old fool Odin gain another child? Looks like I'll have one more nuisance to deal with. Don't worry, though. He'll join you soon enough in death. You won't be lonely." Hela sneered, dismissing the notion that anyone could challenge her power. In her eyes, whether it was Thor, Loki, or this so-called white-clad hero, none were worth her concern. As Thor and Loki's desperate eyes met hers, Hela raised her hand to end the game and deliver the killing blow. But just as she was about to strike, a deafening boom echoed from above. A brilliant, multicolored beam of light pierced through the ceiling of Stark Tower, enveloping Thor and Loki. The Bifrost. Thor and Loki were overjoyed. Though confused about how the Bifrost was operational, they wasted no time thinking about it as the beam carried them toward Asgard. Their relief was short-lived. Looking down, they saw Hela rapidly closing in, chasing them through the Bifrost's light. "Loki!" Thor shouted. Without hesitation, Loki drew a dagger from his belt and hurled it at Hela. Hela caught the blade effortlessly and threw it back with immense force. The returning blade struck Loki with such force that he lost his balance. Ah! Spinning out of control, Loki smashed through the side of the Bifrost beam, falling into the vast void of space below. "Loki!" Thor's cry echoed, but he had no time to dwell on it. Hela caught up to him, and the two engaged in a brutal melee. Ah! After a fierce exchange, Hela grabbed Thor by the throat and slammed him against the edge of the Bifrost beam. As she pinned him, Hela summoned a longsword with her left hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. End of chapter. Chapter 347. Thor sensed the danger and kicked Hela in the abdomen with all his might, breaking free from her grasp. The force sent him crashing through the light walls of the Bifrost, plummeting into the void below. Hela watched him fall, showing no concern. To her, these two, Thor and Loki, were destined to die, just like the so-called white-clad hero. As for now, she glanced toward the end of the Bifrost with a look of anticipation. Once she stepped onto Asgardian soil, her strength would be fully restored, growing stronger with time. No one, not even Odin, could stop her. "I can feel it, old man. Your power is fading." Hela sneered. Her thoughts wandered briefly to the one who had released her, Thanos. "That one will die too," she murmured coldly. Earth, Stark Tower. Natasha and the others stood in stunned silence, watching as Thor and Loki disappeared with the beam of the Bifrost. Tony Stark, severely injured, panted heavily and commanded, "JARVIS, locate the white-clad hero." "Yes, sir," JARVIS responded. "Additionally, I have already contacted emergency medical services." Natasha and Clint quickly helped Tony down from the wall. "Tony, are you all right?" Natasha asked with concern. "I'll survive," Tony replied through gritted teeth. Clint frowned. "That Hela is unbelievably strong. Do you think Thor will be okay?" Tony exhaled sharply. "That's why we need to find the white-clad hero as soon as possible. He's the only one we know who can save Thor, or avenge him." Sakar. Thor tumbled out of the Bifrost beam, crashing through a natural wormhole and landing on a strange, unfamiliar planet. The skies were blue, dotted with white clouds, and the environment resembled Earth. But the planet was littered with junk, likely brought by the numerous wormholes scattered across its surface. Thor groaned as he landed in a pile of debris. After a moment, he stood and surveyed his surroundings. Before he could take in much, a gray spaceship descended nearby, and a group of men wearing strange masks emerged. "Are you a fighter or food?" asked the leader, a pale-faced man, eyeing Thor aggressively. "I'm just passing through," Thor replied. The pale man chuckled darkly. "Then you're food. Kneel." As the group surrounded him, Thor instinctively extended his hand to summon Mjolnir, only to remember it had been destroyed. With no hammer to rely on, Thor resorted to his raw strength, throwing one of the men aside and preparing to fight hand-to-hand. But before he could take down more than a few, a black and blue high-tech net was cast over him, electrocuting him and rendering him immobile. Thor's body convulsed as the electricity coursed through him, leaving him powerless to resist as the group began beating him. Their assault was interrupted when another spaceship arrived. A woman clad in battle armor, with yellow-toned skin and a bottle of alcohol in her hand, emerged, swaying slightly. "He's mine." It didn't take long for her to dispatch the group using her ship's weapons. Thor managed to free himself from the net and stood, addressing her gratefully. "Thank you." But before he could say more, the woman tossed a silver disc at his neck and pressed a button. The device activated, sending another jolt of electricity through Thor's body and knocking him unconscious. The woman, Valkyrie, grabbed Thor by his cape and dragged him away. Some time later, Valkyrie delivered Thor to Sakar's ruler, the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster, a member of the Elders of the Universe, was known for his love of gladiatorial combat, organizing tournaments for his entertainment. Clad in gold and red with silver hair, the Grandmaster observed Thor with interest. After a brief negotiation, Valkyrie sold Thor for 10 million units. Thor glared at her as she left. "You'll pay for this." Valkyrie smirked. "Yeah, I already did." "You're welcome." Once she was gone, the Grandmaster turned to Thor. "So, tell me. Who are you?" Thor growled. "I am the god of thunder." A faint spark of electricity flickered in his hand as he spoke. The Grandmaster glanced at the spark and chuckled. "Wow, impressive. What is that?" "Little sparks." "Lightning boy," he teased. Thor's frustration boiled over. "Release me. You'll regret crossing me." "Oh, really?" the Grandmaster replied nonchalantly. "The only thing I know is that you're my slave now." "That's right, slave." Thor seethed. "You'll regret this when my father and my brother find out." "My brother will kill you." "Your brother?" The Grandmaster raised an eyebrow. "Yes, my brother is the god of light. His power is far beyond anything you mortals can comprehend." At this, the Grandmaster and his entourage burst into laughter. "A god of light? Is he as impressive as you, Spark Boy?" "Feel free to call him. Once he gets here, he can join you as my gladiator slave." The Grandmaster smirked. "In fact, I'm looking forward to seeing you two fight together in the arena." He leaned back with a laugh, the others joining in, clearly unimpressed by Thor's warnings. "Well," the Grandmaster said, "I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the Grandmaster, and I run this little circus called the Contest of Champions. All participants are unwilling guests from across the cosmos. And you, my friend, are the latest addition." He grinned. "Maybe your brother will be next." His laughter echoed through the room, as Thor clenched his fists in silent fury. End of chapter. Chapter 348. Hearing the Grandmaster's words, Thor gritted his teeth, ready to retort. However, before he could, a familiar voice caught his attention from afar. "Loki." Instinctively turning his head, Thor spotted Loki dressed in black and green, sitting casually among others, deeply engaged in conversation. Loki was animatedly recounting, "In that critical moment, I realized I had to make a choice. Luckily, there was a wormhole nearby." He continued, describing to those around him how he ended up on Sakar. Seeing this, Thor brightened up immediately. Taking advantage of the Grandmaster's distraction, he called out hurriedly, "Loki! Loki! Loki! Over here, come here!" Hearing the shout, Loki froze, his smile vanishing. Feigning indifference, he walked over. Once close, he muttered under his breath, "You're still alive." Thor grinned. "Of course, I'm still alive." Looking at Thor bound to a chair, Loki raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing there?" "I'm stuck in this chair." "Where's your chair?" Thor asked, baffled by how Loki seemed to be doing just fine, mingling effortlessly. "I don't have a chair," Loki shrugged. He then briefly explained how he had arrived on Sakar weeks earlier and had unexpectedly become good friends with the Grandmaster. Weeks earlier? Thor was stunned. "I just got here." At that moment, the Grandmaster noticed their whispered conversation and asked, "What are you two discussing?" Apparently catching some mention of time, the Grandmaster explained casually, "Time flows differently here compared to elsewhere. After a brief explanation, he continued, "Anyway, you must understand, Thunderman. God of Thunder." Thor interrupted firmly before turning to Loki for help. "Tell him." Loki shrugged nonchalantly. "I've never met this man in my life. He's my brother." Thor growled. "I'm adopted," Loki clarified quickly, distancing himself. The Grandmaster, unbothered, turned to Loki. "So, is this Thunderman warrior material?" Thor snarled. "Take this thing off my neck, and I'll show you if I'm warrior material." The Grandmaster chuckled, clearly amused. "Listen to him, he's threatening me." He leaned forward with a smirk. "All right, Sparkles, how about a deal? If you want to return to as something. As spaghetti or whatever." "Asgard." Thor corrected. "Right, Asgard." The Grandmaster nodded. "All you have to do is defeat my champion in the arena. Win, and you're free to go back to Asgard." Thor clenched his fists, reluctantly agreeing. "Fine. Where's my opponent? Bring it on." The Grandmaster grinned. "Now, that's the spirit of a challenger." Soon, Thor was escorted to a prison corridor. Locked in, he tried smashing the door a few times but to no avail. From behind, a voice called out, "Hey, calm down, buddy." Turning around, Thor saw a gray, rocky figure waving at him. "Yeah, over here. It's me, this pile of rocks talking to you." "Hi, I'm Korg. Don't be scared, I'm alive. Made of rocks, but totally sentient. Nice to meet you." Korg introduced himself and the insectoid creature beside him, who wielded 2 blades and wore armor. Thor engaged in conversation, learning about Korg's background and the harsh realities of Sakar. Korg explained that he had been punished and sent here as a gladiator. When Thor mentioned the champion's battle, Korg looked at him with pity. "Mate, you're doomed. Everyone who's faced the champion has died," Korg added. "No survivors?" Thor asked, frowning. "None," Korg confirmed. "And don't even think about escaping. No one gets out of Sakar. By the way, what brought you here?" Thor's face darkened. "That cursed woman." He muttered under his breath, "Once my brother, the White Knight, gets here, these people will pay." Korg shook his head. "You're waiting for your brother to save you. Not gonna happen. No one can save you. The only way out is to win the champion's battle or die trying. Don't let your brother get dragged into this. He'd end up a gladiator slave just like you." Thor retorted, "You have no idea what kind of power my brother wields." Korg shrugged dismissively. Yeah, power this, power that. Sure thing, mate." Time passed, and Thor, along with other prisoners, was brought to select weapons for the upcoming battle. Through a laser barrier, Thor spotted Valkyrie drinking on the other side. Korg noticed his gaze and asked, "Scavenger Warrior 142. She brought you here?" Thor nodded, his eyes narrowing. Korg warned, "Be careful with her. Asgardians are tough to kill." "Asgardian?" Thor blinked, stunned. He moved closer to the barrier and noticed a tattoo on her arm. Recognizing it instantly, his eyes lit up. "You're a Valkyrie?" Thor exclaimed. "You know, as a kid, I wanted to be a Valkyrie, but then I found out you're all women." Before he could say more, an announcement called for him to enter the arena. Desperate, Thor turned to Valkyrie. "Please, help me. I need you." Without even glancing back, Valkyrie replied coldly, "Goodbye." Watching her leave, Thor couldn't hold back. "Fine. You're either a traitor or a coward," because Valkyrie swore to protect the throne. Her steps faltered at his words, memories flooding her mind. End of chapter. Chapter 349. Once, under Odin's command, the Valkyrie unit was dispatched to eliminate the goddess of death, Hela. In the end, they all perished. Her last companion gave her life to shield her from one of Hela's deadly blades. When it was all over, she was the only one left standing. Because of Odin's orders and Hela's actions, she lost everything. Walking back to the laser barrier, Valkyrie glared at Thor on the other side and snarled, "Listen carefully, Your Highness. This is Sakar, not Asgard. I'm a scavenger, not a Valkyrie. Before Thor could respond, a burly guard approached to drag him away. Thor instinctively resisted, but the neural paralyzer on his neck activated instantly. A buzzing sound rang out as Thor collapsed to the ground, convulsing. From afar, a voice commanded, "Prepare him." Watching Thor convulsing on the floor and about to be dragged off, Valkyrie crouched down, her tone mocking. "No one escapes from here. You're as good as dead." Then, as if remembering something, she added with a sneer, "And don't think your shiny little brother is going to save you. He can't do anything either." Without giving Thor another glance, she turned and left. Thor's face was etched with frustration. And before the fight even began, Thor faced another nightmare. Dragged off by a group of guards, his cherished long hair was unceremoniously shaved off. "No." Thor's despairing cries echoed as his golden locks fell to the ground. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Iron Man, Tony Stark, using a combination of subtle clues and advanced technology, had finally tracked down the person he sought. In a secluded alleyway, Tony stood alongside Natasha and others, facing Syd. Hearing their mention of Hela, Syd frowned. "The goddess of death, Hela." Tony, noticing his reaction, raised an eyebrow. "You seem to know her. How do you know about Hela, a figure even Thor doesn't fully understand?" Natasha interjected, "Tony, don't forget, the White Knight has ties to Asgard as the god of light." At her words, Tony and the others recalled the rumors about the White Knight being linked to Asgardian deities. If Syd truly was Baldur, the god of light, then his knowledge of Hela made sense. Unbothered by their surprise, Syd thought about Thor's situation. "I was planning to visit Asgard anyway. I might as well rescue Thor on the way." Of course, his primary motivation was to see Sakar for himself. With that thought, he turned to Tony and the others. "I know what to do. You can leave now." Tony opened his mouth to say something but was stopped by Natasha, who shook her head, signaling him to let it go. Realizing their tenuous relationship with Syd, Tony decided not to push further. If not for Thor's situation, Syd wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Continuing to press might anger the enigmatic and formidable White Knight, which wasn't a risk they wanted to take. With that, Tony and the others left. Watching their retreating figures, Syd took out the space stone. Focusing on his memory of Sakar, he visualized its chaotic scenery. A brilliant blue light radiated from the stone, twisting the space around him. With a swoosh, Syd disappeared. Moments later, he found himself in an unfamiliar land. "So, this is Sakar." Looking up at the skies filled with wormholes, Syd observed various items falling through them with fascination. After taking it all in, he began searching for Thor. Nighttime on Sakar. The arena was ablaze with lights, resembling a massive stadium filled with thousands of roaring spectators. Their cheers shook the ground as they awaited the next champion battle. In the center of the arena, a colossal hologram of the Grandmaster appeared. An incredible performance, a beautiful night. Are you all excited? Let's give a round of applause for the challengers who graced tonight's preliminary matches with their corpses. They were extraordinary, truly unmatched. The Grandmaster's voice reverberated across the arena, met with thunderous applause and cheers. From above, Valkyrie crouched at the edge of her ship, gazing down at the arena, waiting for the next match to start. She knew it was Thor's turn. Meanwhile, seated near the Grandmaster, Loki also looked down, anticipating Thor's entrance. In the gladiators' quarters, other fighters, including Korg, peeked through the small bars to watch the upcoming match. In the arena's center, the Grandmaster continued his announcement. "All right, enough chatter. Let's begin. Introducing tonight's newcomer. It's his first appearance, but he shows promise and might have some skills. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the Thundermen." Thor emerged through the massive gates, clad in armor, wielding a shield and a spiked mace, looking like a Spartan warrior with his freshly shaved head. "Notice his hands. They can spark," the Grandmaster teased. Soon, Thor's opponent entered the field. Wearing a silver helmet, wielding a battle axe in one hand and a silver longsword in the other, the towering, muscular figure exuded a powerful aura. With the Grandmaster's enthusiastic introduction, the hulking man grinned and bellowed, "Hey, kid. I'm Ares. Soon, you won't even recognize yourself in the mirror after I'm done with you." Thor shot back with his own taunts, refusing to back down. As the fight began, both were shocked by the other's strength. Their powers seemed evenly matched, their physiques similar. "Not bad, kid, but that's all you've got." Ares sneered, his sword slicing expertly, forcing Thor into a defensive scramble. Without Mjolnir, Thor struggled to counter Ares, whose combat experience and mastery of his weapons gave him the upper hand. End of chapter. Chapter 350. After only a brief clash, Thor found himself at a disadvantage. With a loud clang, his long sword was cleaved in two, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust filled the air. Glaring at the smug and overbearing Ares, Thor's face twisted with frustration. If only Mjolnir were still with me. Without his hammer, Thor felt powerless, as though his strength had abandoned him. Ares didn't miss a beat, pinning Thor to the ground and raining punches down on him. As the humiliation continued, Thor's rage boiled over, but he couldn't muster the strength to fight back. Amidst his anger and despair, far away in Asgard, Odin suddenly sensed his son's plight. His expression darkened, and he quickly established a spiritual connection with Thor. In a daze, Thor thought he saw his father. "Father, I think I'm about to die," Thor murmured. "Without Mjolnir, I can't beat him." Draped in golden armor, Odin shook his head. "Thor, are you the god of hammers? That hammer was meant to help you channel your power and focus, it is not the source of your strength." Thor, stunned, asked, "Then what should I do?" Odin offered no further explanation. Instead, he severed the connection and channeled his Odin force, sending it toward Thor. Ares continued to pummel Thor, his punches leaving the thunder god bruised and battered. Relishing the moment, Ares grinned, basking in the cheers of the massive crowd. "Ares! Ares! Ares!" The spectators chanted his name, their fervor only boosting his arrogance. But as Ares reveled in his dominance, something changed. Thor's eyes began to glow white and blue, crackling with the power of lightning. Sparks of electricity danced across his body. When Ares swung his fist again, Thor countered with his own punch. Boom! Lightning erupted as a massive bolt of energy exploded outward, sending Ares flying. The muscular warrior crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, unable to rise immediately. In the audience, the Grand Master, Loki, and countless others watched in stunned silence as Thor stood, his body pulsating with lightning. Ares eventually staggered to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. How had this guy suddenly become so powerful? Unwilling to accept defeat, Ares charged again. But as soon as he approached, Thor unleashed another punch, sending Ares flying once more. A wave of thunderous energy swept through the arena, shaking the ground and leaving the crowd in awe. Witnessing this display, the audience erupted in cheers. Thunder! 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 Even the enslaved gladiators behind the railings, including Korg, joined in the chant. However, in the midst of this celebration, the Grandmaster's expression darkened. As Thor, still crackling with power, approached the fallen Ares, the Grandmaster silently retrieved the remote control for the neural paralyzer. With a press of the button, Thor's electrical aura vanished, and he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Smiling once again, the Grandmaster seemed satisfied. Loki glanced at him with a mix of surprise and unease, while Valkyrie, watching from her ship, shook her head in disappointment and turned away, sipping her drink. In the arena, Ares frowned as he watched Thor collapse. Though he found such underhanded tactics distasteful, he couldn't help but smile. After all, no one enjoys being beaten down, and Ares was no exception. Approaching Thor, Ares smirked. "What happened to all that bravado just now? Look at you now." Thor gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. "Using dirty tricks. You're not a true warrior." Ares chuckled. "Doesn't matter, you've lost. It's time to finish you off and keep the tradition of death in the champion's arena alive." With that, Ares raised his sword, stepping closer to Thor. Hearing Ares' footsteps and seeing the blade drawing nearer, Thor's face filled with defiance. Through clenched teeth, he growled, "My brother will avenge me." "Brother?" Ares paused, intrigued. "Another warrior like you? This could be interesting. Now I want to meet this brother of yours. I'll make sure to give him a warm welcome, and send him to join you soon after." Thor spat back, "You have no idea who you're talking about. My brother's power is beyond your comprehension. When he comes, all of you will pay." Ares froze for a moment, then laughed dismissively. He couldn't care less about Thor's threats. One man against the Grandmaster's guards and advanced weaponry. Impossible. With no hesitation, Ares raised his sword, ready to strike Thor down. But before he could deliver the blow, the Grandmaster waved a hand, stopping him. Thunderman, your brother. Is he that little light god? The Grandmaster asked mockingly. I'd love to meet him. Let's give him a place in the arena too. The Grandmaster chuckled, and the audience burst into laughter. Even the enslaved gladiators, including Korg, couldn't suppress their amusement. Valkyrie shook her head, unwilling to take any of it seriously. The only one who looked concerned was Loki. Amidst the laughter, a figure clad in white appeared in the sky above the arena. Floating gracefully, the figure descended slowly. The arena fell silent. Who was this? End of chapter.